At this meeting, here's what you need to know. First, fill out a speaker card when you get here. Speakers will be called up to the podium based on the amount of time they have requested to speak. If you want to speak for 1 minute and be at the front of the line, fill out the pink card. Names on the pink card will be called first. If you want to speak for 2 minutes, fill out the green card. Names on the green cards will be called to speak after all names on the pink card has been called. If you want to speak for 3 minutes, fill out the blue card. Names on the blue card will be called to speak after all the names on the pink and green cards have been called. To use your computer or mobile device, click on the Zoom link on the first page of the agenda. Then, when it's time for public comments on the item you're interested in, press the Raise Your Hand button. You'll be notified when it's your turn so you can take yourself off mute. To participate by phone, call 1-669-444-9171 and enter the meeting's ID listed on the agenda. Press star 9 to raise your hand when the comment period on your item begins. You'll be notified when you've been unmuted and your turn to speak. Whether in person or virtual, you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments. Get the full agenda and attachments at www.slowcity.org/agendas. Here's a preview of our next City Council meeting. Parking is on the agenda as Council will consider authorizing a request for proposals to conduct a parking rate study that will help the city strike a balance between generating revenue and ensuring equitable access to downtown Slow. Council will also consider solutions for providing near-term relief from downtown parking rates subsidized by the city's parking fund. Transit is on the agenda with a review of the city's Transit Innovation Study, which has recommendations for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and increasing the use of alternative transportation options. The City Council will also hold a public hearing regarding whether to continue the San Luis Obispo Tourism Business Improvement District and related tax assessments that are expected to bring in $2.1 million used for the tourism marketing and promotions of San Luis Obispo. Also on the agenda are several routine matters on consent, which means they can be approved with one vote. These include approving the minutes of the October 17th and October 24th City Council meetings and the extending of the ground lease between the city and the YMCA located at 1020 Southwood Drive through February 2050. The YMCA pays just $1 per year towards the lease. Approving the Community Development Block Grant funding priorities for the next fiscal year, which includes homelessness prevention and housing as well as affordable housing and low-income housing. Approving the job order contract special provisions and authorizing staff to advertise for bids and complete street and sidewalk maintenance and repair work in Slow. Receiving and approving a joint statement condemning anti-Semitism and hate towards marginalized groups. The city will issue 2 proclamations, one declaring the month of November as National Hospice and Palliative Care Month, and the other declaring the month of November as Family Court Awareness Month. And the city manager will provide a brief report on municipal operations and activities. The San Luis Obispo City Council meeting will take place at City Hall on November 7th starting at 5:30 p.m. The city encourages your participation either in person or through 2 virtual options. To speak during the parking item at this meeting, here's what you need to know. First, fill out a speaker card when you get here. Speakers will be called up to the podium based on the amount of time they have requested to speak. If you want to speak for 1 minute and be at the front of the line, fill out the pink card. Names on the pink card will be called first. If you want to speak for 2 minutes, fill out the green card. Names on the green cards will be called to speak after all names on the pink card has been called. If you want to speak for 3 minutes, fill out the blue card. Names on the blue card will be called to speak after all the names on the pink and green cards have been called. To use your computer or mobile device, click on the Zoom link on the first page of the agenda. Then, when it's time for public comments on the item you're interested in, press the Raise Your Hand button. You'll be notified when it's your turn so you can take yourself off mute. To participate by phone, call 1-669-444-9171 and enter the meeting's ID listed on the agenda. Press star 9 to raise your hand when the comment period on your item begins. You'll be notified when you've been unmuted and your turn to speak. Whether in person or virtual, you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments. Get the full agenda and attachments at www.slowcity.org/agendas. Here's a preview of our next City Council meeting. Parking is on the agenda as Council will consider authorizing a request for proposals to conduct a parking rate study that will help the city strike a balance between generating revenue and ensuring equitable access to downtown SLO. Council will also consider solutions for providing near-term relief from downtown parking rates subsidized by the city's parking fund. Transit is on the agenda with a review of the city's transit innovation study, which has recommendations for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and increasing the use of alternative transportation options. The City Council will also hold a public hearing regarding whether to continue the San Luis Obispo Tourism Business Improvement District and related tax assessments that are expected to bring in $2.1 million used for the tourism marketing and promotions of San Luis Obispo. Also on the agenda are several routine matters on consent, which means they can be approved with one vote. These include approving the minutes of the October 17th and October 24th City Council meetings and the extending of the ground lease between the city and the YMCA located at 1020 Southwood Drive through February 2050. The YMCA pays just $1 per year towards the lease. Approving the Community Development Block Grant funding priorities for the next fiscal year, which includes homelessness prevention and housing as well as affordable housing and low-income housing. Approving the job order contract special provisions and authorizing staff to advertise for bids and complete street and sidewalk maintenance and repair work in SLO. Receiving and approving a joint statement condemning anti-Semitism and hate towards marginalized groups. The city will issue 2 proclamations, one declaring the month of November as National Hospice and Palliative Care Month, and the other declaring the month of November as Family Court Awareness Month. And the city manager will provide a brief report on municipal operations and activities. The San Luis Obispo City Council meeting will take place at City Hall on November 7th starting at 5:30 p.m. The city encourages your participation either in person or through 2 virtual options. To speak during the parking item at this meeting, here's what you need to know. First, fill out a speaker card when you get here. Speakers will be called up to the podium based on the amount of time they have requested to speak. If you want to speak for 1 minute and be at the front of the line, fill out the pink card. Names on the pink card will be called first. If you want to speak for 2 minutes, fill out the green card. Names on the green cards will be called to speak after all names on the pink card has been called. If you want to speak for 3 minutes, fill out the blue card. Names on the blue card will be called to speak after all the names on the pink and green cards have been called. To use your computer or mobile device, click on the Zoom link on the first page of the agenda. Then, when it's time for public comments on the item you're interested in, press the Raise Your Hand button. You'll be notified when it's your turn so you can take yourself off mute. To participate by phone, call 1-669-444-9171 and enter the meeting's ID listed on the agenda. Press star 9 to raise your hand when the comment period on your item begins. You'll be notified when you've been unmuted and your turn to speak. Whether in person or virtual, you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments. Get the full agenda and attachments at www.slocity.org/agendas. Here's a preview of our next City Council meeting. Parking is on the agenda as Council will consider authorizing a request for proposals to conduct a parking rate study that will help the city strike a balance between generating revenue and ensuring equitable access to downtown SLO. Council will also consider solutions for providing near-term relief from downtown parking rates subsidized by the city's parking fund. Transit is on the agenda with a review of the city's transit innovation study, which has recommendations for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and increasing the use of alternative transportation options. The City Council will also hold a public hearing regarding whether to continue the San Luis Obispo Tourism Business Improvement District and related tax assessments that are expected to bring in $2.1 million used for the tourism marketing and promotions of San Luis Obispo. Also on the agenda are several routine matters on consent, which means they can be approved with one vote. These include approving the minutes of the October 17th and October 24th City Council meetings and the extending of the ground lease between the city and the YMCA located at 1020 Southwood Drive through February 2050. The YMCA pays just $1 per year towards the lease. Approving the Community Development Block Grant funding priorities for the next fiscal year, which includes homelessness prevention and housing as well as affordable housing and low-income housing. Approving the job order contract, special provisions, and authorizing staff to advertise for bids and complete street and sidewalk maintenance and repair work in Slough. Receiving and approving a joint statement condemning anti-Semitism and hate towards marginalized groups. The city will issue 2 proclamations, one declaring the month of November as National Hospice and Palliative Care Month, and the other declaring the month of November as Family Court Awareness Month. And the city manager will provide a brief report on municipal operations and activities. The San Luis Obispo City Council meeting will take place at City Hall on November 7th starting at 5:30 p.m. The city encourages your participation either in person or through 2 virtual options. To speak during the parking item at this meeting, here's what you need to know. First, fill out a speaker card when you get here. Speakers will be called up to the podium based on the amount of time they have requested to speak. If you want to speak for 1 minute and be at the front of the line, fill out the pink card. Names on the pink card will be called first. If you want to speak for 2 minutes, fill out the green card. Names on the green cards will be called to speak after all names on the pink card has been called. If you want to speak for 3 minutes, fill out the blue card. Names on the blue card will be called to speak after all the names on the pink and green cards have been called. To use your computer or mobile device, click on the Zoom link on the first page of the agenda. Then, when it's time for public comments on the item you're interested in, press the Raise Your Hand button. You'll be notified when it's your turn so you can take yourself off mute. To participate by phone, call 1-669-444-9171 and enter the meeting's ID listed on the agenda. Press star 9 to raise your hand when the comment period on your item begins. You'll be notified when you've been unmuted and your turn to speak. Whether in person or virtual, you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments. Get the full agenda and attachments at www.slowcity.org/agendas. Here's a preview of our next City Council meeting. Parking is on the agenda as Council will consider authorizing a request for proposals to conduct a parking rate study that will help the city strike a balance between generating revenue and ensuring equitable access to downtown Slough. Council will also consider solutions for providing near-term relief from downtown parking rates subsidized by the city's parking fund. Transit is on the agenda with a review of the city's Transit Innovation Study, which has recommendations for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and increasing the use of alternative transportation options. The City Council will also hold a public hearing regarding whether to continue the San Luis Obispo Tourism Business Improvement District and related tax assessments that are expected to bring in $2.1 million used for the tourism marketing and promotions of San Luis Obispo. Also on the agenda are several routine matters on consent, which means they can be approved with 1 vote. These include approving the minutes of the October 17th and October 24th City Council meetings and the extending of the ground lease between the city and the YMCA located at 1020 Southwood Drive through February 2050. The YMCA pays just $1 per year towards the lease. Approving the Community Development Block Grant funding priorities for the next fiscal year, which includes homelessness prevention and housing as well as affordable housing and low-income housing. Approving the job order contract, special provisions, and authorizing staff to advertise for bids and complete street and sidewalk maintenance and repair work in Slough. Receiving and approving a joint statement condemning anti-Semitism and hate towards marginalized groups. The city will issue 2 proclamations, one declaring the month of November as National Hospice and Palliative Care Month, and the other declaring the month of November as Family Court Awareness Month. And the city manager will provide a brief report on municipal operations and activities. The San Luis Obispo City Council meeting will take place at City Hall on November 7th starting at 5:30 p.m. The city encourages your participation either in person or through 2 virtual options. To speak during the parking item at this meeting, here's what you need to know. First, fill out a speaker card when you get here. Speakers will be called up to the podium based on the amount of time they have requested to speak. If you want to speak for 1 minute and be at the front of the line, fill out the pink card. Names on the pink card will be called first. If you want to speak for 2 minutes, fill out the green card. Names on the green cards will be called to speak after all names on the pink card has been called. If you want to speak for 3 minutes, fill out the blue card. Names on the blue card will be called to speak after all the names on the pink and green cards have been called. To use your computer or mobile device, click on the Zoom link on the first page of the agenda. Then, when it's time for public comments on the item you're interested in, press the Raise Your Hand button. You'll be notified when it's your turn so you can take yourself off mute. To participate by phone, call 1-669-444-9171 and enter the meeting's ID listed on the agenda. Press star 9 to raise your hand when the comment period on your item begins. You'll be notified when you've been unmuted and your turn to speak. Whether in person or virtual, you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments. Get the full agenda and attachments at www.slowcity.org/agendas. Here's a preview of our next City Council meeting. Parking is on the agenda as Council will consider authorizing a request for proposals to conduct a parking rate study that will help the city strike a balance between generating revenue and ensuring equitable access to downtown Slough. Council will also consider solutions for providing near-term relief from downtown parking rates subsidized by the city's parking fund. Transit is on the agenda with a review of the city's Transit Innovation Study, which has recommendations for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and increasing the use of alternative transportation options. The City Council will also hold a public hearing regarding whether to continue the San Luis Obispo Tourism Business Improvement District and related tax assessments that are expected to bring in $2.1 million used for the tourism marketing and promotions of San Luis Obispo. Also on the agenda are several routine matters on consent, which means they can be approved with one vote.
Excuse me.
Approving the minutes of the
Excuse
October
me.
17th and October 24th City Council meetings.
Those of you
and the
standing in the
extension of
back,
the ground lease between
we
the
have
city and the
overflow in the other
YMCA,
room. We're not
located
going to
at
allow
1020
anyone standing in the
Southwood
back of the
Drive through
room.
February 2050. The YMCA pays just $1 per year
Thank you.
towards the lease. Approving the Community Development Block Grant funding priorities for the next fiscal year, which includes homelessness prevention and housing as well as affordable housing and low-income housing. Approving the job order contract special provisions and authorizing staff to advertise for bids and complete street and sidewalk maintenance and repair work in Slough. Receiving and approving a joint statement condemning anti-Semitism and hate towards marginalized groups. The city will issue 2 proclamations, one declaring the month of November as National Hospice and Palliative Care Month, and the other declaring the month of November as Family Court Awareness Month. And the city manager will provide a brief report on municipal operations and activities. The San Luis Obispo City Council meeting will take place at City Hall on November 7th starting at 5:30 p.m. The city encourages your participation either in person or through 2 virtual options. To speak during the parking item at this meeting, here's what you need to know. First, fill out a speaker card when you get here. Speakers will be called up to the podium based on the amount of time they have requested to speak. If you want to speak for 1 minute and be at the front of the line, fill out the pink card. Names on the pink card will be called first. If you want to speak for 2 minutes, fill out the green card. Names on the green cards will be called to speak after all names on the pink card has been called. If you want to speak for 3 minutes, fill out the blue card. Names on the blue card will be called to speak after all the names on the pink and green cards have been called. To use your computer or mobile device, click on the Zoom link on the first page of the agenda. Then, when it's time for public comments on the item you're interested in, press the Raise Your Hand button. You'll be notified when it's your turn so you can take yourself off mute. To participate by phone, call 1-669-444-9171 and enter the meeting's ID listed on the agenda. Press star 9 to raise your hand when the comment period on your item begins. You'll be notified when you've been unmuted and your turn to speak. Whether in person or virtual, you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments. Get the full agenda and attachments at www.slowcity.org/agendas. Here's a preview of our next City Council meeting. Parking is on the agenda as Council will consider authorizing a request for proposals to conduct a parking rate study that will help the city strike a balance between generating revenue and ensuring equitable access to downtown Slough. Council will also consider solutions for providing near-term relief from downtown parking rates subsidized by the city's parking fund. Transit is on the agenda with a review of the city's transit innovation study, which has recommendations for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and increasing the use of alternative transportation options. The City Council will also hold a public hearing regarding whether to continue the San Luis Obispo Tourism Business Improvement District and related tax assessments that are expected to bring in $2.1 million used for the tourism marketing and promotions of San Luis Obispo. Also on the agenda are several routine matters on consent, which means they can be approved with one vote. These include approving the minutes of the October 17th and October 24th City Council meetings and the extending of the ground lease between the city and the YMCA located at 1020 Southwood Drive through February 2050. The YMCA pays just $1 per year towards the lease. Approving the Community Development Block Grant funding priorities for the next fiscal year, which includes homelessness prevention and housing as well as affordable housing and low-income housing. Approving the job order contract special provisions and authorizing staff to advertise for bids and complete street and sidewalk maintenance and repair work in SLO. Receiving and approving a joint statement condemning anti-Semitism and hate towards marginalized groups. The city will issue 2 proclamations, one declaring the month of November as National Hospice and Palliative Care Month, and the other declaring the month of November as Family Court Awareness Month. And the city manager will provide a brief report on municipal operations and activities. The San Luis Obispo City Council meeting will take place at City Hall on November 7th starting at 5:30 p.m. The city encourages your participation either in person or through 2 virtual options. To speak during the parking item at this meeting, here's what you need to know. First, fill out a speaker card when you get here. Speakers will be called up to the podium based on the amount of time they have requested to speak. If you want to speak for 1 minute and be at the front of the line, fill out the pink card. Names on the pink card will be called first. If you want to speak for 2 minutes, fill out the green card. Names on the green cards will be called to speak after all names on the pink card has been called. If you want to speak for 3 minutes, fill out the blue card. Names on the blue card will be called to speak after all the names on the pink and green cards have been called. To use your computer or mobile device, click on the Zoom link on the first page of the agenda. Then, when it's time for public comments on the item you're interested in, press the Raise Your Hand button. You'll be notified when it's your turn so you can take yourself off mute. To participate by phone, call 1-669-444-9171 and enter the meeting's ID listed on the agenda. Press star 9 to raise your hand when the comment period on your item begins. You'll be notified when you've been unmuted and your turn to speak. Whether in person or virtual, you'll have 3 minutes to make your comments. Get the full agenda and attachments at www.slocity.org/agendas. Here's a preview of our next City Council meeting. Parking is on the agenda as Council will consider authorizing a request for proposals to conduct a parking rate study that will help the city strike a balance between generating revenue and ensuring equitable access to downtown SLO. Council will also consider solutions for providing near-term relief from downtown parking rates subsidized by the city's parking fund. Transit is on the agenda with a review of the city's transit innovation study, which has recommendations for reducing greenhouse gas emissions and increasing the use of alternative transportation options. The City Council will also hold a public hearing regarding whether to continue the San Luis Obispo Tourism Business Improvement District and related tax assessments that are expected to bring in $2.1 million used for the tourism marketing and promotions of San Luis Obispo. Also on the agenda are several routine matters on consent, which means they can be approved with one vote. These include approving the minutes of the October 17th and October 24th City Council meetings and the extending of the ground lease between the city and the YMCA located at 1020 Southwood Drive through February 2050. The YMCA pays just $1 per year towards the lease. Approving the Community Development Block Grant funding priorities for the next fiscal year, which includes homelessness prevention and housing as well as affordable housing and low-income housing. Approving the job order contract special provisions and authorizing staff to advertise for bids and complete street and sidewalk maintenance and repair work in SLO. Receiving and approving a joint statement condemning anti-Semitism and hate towards marginalized groups. The city will issue 2 proclamations, one declaring the month of November as National Hospice and Palliative Care Month, and the other declaring the month of November as Family Court Awareness Month. and the city manager will provide a brief report on municipal operations and activities. The San Luis Obispo City Council meeting will take place at City Hall on November 7th starting at 5:30 p.m. The city encourages your participation either in person or through 2 virtual options. To speak during the parking item at this meeting, here's what you need to know. First, fill out a speaker card when you get here. Speakers will be called up to the podium based on the amount of time they have requested to speak. If you want to speak for 1 minute and be at the front of the line, fill out the pink card. Names on the pink card will be called first. If you want to speak for 2 minutes, fill out the green card. Names on the green cards will be called to speak after all names on the pink card has been called. If you want to speak for 3 minutes, fill out the blue card. Names on the blue card will be called to speak after all the names on the pink and green cards have been called. To use your computer or mobile device, click on the Zoom link on the first page of the agenda. Then, when it's time for public comments on the item you're interested in, press the Raise Your Hand button. You'll be notified when it's your turn so you can take yourself off mute. To participate by phone, call 1-669-444-9171 and enter the meeting's ID listed on the agenda. Press star 9 to raise your hand when the comment period on your item begins. You'll be notified when you've been unmuted and whether in person or virtual.
Good evening, everyone.
Make your comments.
Thank you so much for
Get
being
the full
here.
agenda and attachments at
And we still have everything.
www.slowcity.org/agendas.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you to everyone in the overflow room, and thank you for everyone on Zoom. Sorry, we're having a little technical difficulties.
City strike a balance between generating revenue and ensuring equitable access to downtown Slow.
All right, try again. And thank you for everyone on Zoom as well. For those of you who are on Zoom, if you wish to have a public comment at any of the points of our agenda, make sure you either press star 9 to raise your hand or go ahead and raise your hand on the actual computer. So first we'll go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance from Councilmember Francis. Please rise. Thank you, and I especially thank you for the Pledge of Allegiance today, as this Saturday is Veterans Day, and so I just really want to thank anyone who has served in our military. Greatly thank you. Wanted to give you kind of the lay of the land for today. I appreciate so many people being here. And we also have our chief of fire in here. You may be a little bit of a fire hazard if you're back against the wall, so they may ask you to move into the overflow. So please do not take that wrong. It's just we need to make sure everyone's safe. And we do have overflow. We are seeing that, as you can see on the screen as well. We are seeing people in the Zoom room too, so you will not be alone. What we are going to do is we have a couple of proclamations to do. Something that's always kind of wonderful in the beginning of the day is to be able to, or beginning of the meeting, is to honor some different events that are either happening or awareness, et cetera. Then we'll have the city manager give his report. It's usually about a 10-15 minute report, depending on the amount of questions we have. And then we'll have our consent agenda. We'll have public comment for items that are not on the agenda. So if you have a comment about anything that's on our agenda, hold on until that point. If you have a comment that's not about the agenda, you just want to talk about ice cream, let us know. Maybe not ice cream, but, and then we'll get into the public comment for the consent agenda, and we'll discuss the consent agenda. And then we'll get into what the majority of you are probably all here for, which is item 6A and our parking RFP, as well as potential parking changes. So then at that point, you may have seen earlier, we had a 3-2-1, which was 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes of public comment. We will actually only be having 1 minute or 2 minutes because we have so many people. Already we had, I think, how many was that? 27, so imagine 27 times 3, y'all can do that. So we will, Yeah, plus online. So we will do 2 minutes or 1 minute, depending on which one you have asked for the parking conversation on 6A. And then we will also probably have a break, probably right about after the staff presentation. So just kind of wanted to give you a little bit of expectations for the day, because it's a little bit of a long meeting, and want to make sure you know what you're getting into. All right. So first and foremost, we'll go ahead and do the first proclamation, which in a few moments, Susan Olson will be collecting at the podium and saying a few words for the National Hospice and Palliative Care Month. So we'll go ahead and start this off. So whereas hospice and palliative care empower people facing a serious or life-limiting illness to live as fully as possible, ensuring people dignity, choice, and quality of life. Whereas the hospice model involves an interdisciplinary, team-oriented approach to treatment, including expert medical care, quality symptom control, and comprehensive pain management as a foundation of care. Whereas beyond providing physical treatment, hospice attends to the patient's emotional, spiritual, and family needs and provides family services like respite care and bereavement counseling. Excuse me. I'm going to skip down to the bottom a little bit. Whereas hospice and palliative care organizations are advocates and educators of advanced care planning that help individuals make decisions about the care they want. Whereas Hospice of San Luis Obispo County, Central Coast Hospice, Dignity Health Hospice, and Wilshire Hospice provide hospice care and bereavement counseling, respectively to individuals within the county of San Luis Obispo. Now, therefore, I, Erica A. Stewart, Mayor of the City of San Luis Obispo, on behalf of the entire City Council, proclaim November 23, 2023 as National Hospice and Palliative Care Month, and encourage community members to increase their understanding and awareness of care at the end of life, and to observe this month with appropriate activities and programs. Susan, I'll meet you at the podium.
Hello, I'm Susan Olson, Director of Development for Hospice SLO County, and I want to thank the San Luis Obispo City Council for proclaiming November National Hospice and Palliative Care Month. In SLO County, we are fortunate to have 3 medical hospices and 1 non-medical volunteer hospice to help the ill, the dying, the grieving, and their families. Most common, the medical hospice provides palliative care for the terminal patient who has less than 6 months to live. Less common is the non-medical volunteer hospice, such as Hospice SLO County, that does not charge fees or bill insurance and has no federal Medicare restrictions, which means all of our services are free of charge, and we have more flexibility for when and how we assist our clients and their families. For example, we can support a client with dementia, Parkinson's disease, ALS, cancer, and other illnesses, and their families for years, not just the last 6 months. And I continue to mention the family of the client. In many cases, a family member is caring for the client, and more often than not, the caregiver is an elderly family member. And as you can imagine, caregiving for someone with a long-term illness takes its toll. Without the ability for respite and personal care, older adults age 66 to 96 who are caring for a family member have a 63% higher risk of death than non-caregivers of the same age. So yes, Hospice SLO County is there for the client and the family. Our specially trained volunteers can go into the home and keep the client safe and well cared for, while the family can have respite to care for themselves. And when the time comes that medical hospice is necessary, we educate our client and our family and their family and work with one of the medical hospice organizations in our area to make a smooth transition. We also provide free of charge grief counseling and support groups. Hospice SLO County is one of 17 non-medical volunteer hospices left in the country, and we are proud to have been serving this community since 1977. Thank you again for this proclamation and for allowing me time to explain our services.
Thank you so much, Susan, and thank you to Hospice of SLO County. Well, next we have Family Court Awareness Month, and usually Tina Swithin would be here from One Mom's Battle to share, to take this award, but she has her daughters here today to accept the, proclamation. So I'll go ahead and start this. Whereas the mission of the Family Court Awareness Month Committee, FCAMC, not sure if that's faster for me, is to increase awareness on the importance of a family court system that prioritizes child safety and acts in the best interest of children. The mission of the FCAMC is fueled by the desire to create awareness and change in the family court system for the conservatively estimated 58,000 children a year ordered into unsupervised contact with abusive parents, while honoring the hundreds of children who have been reported as murdered during visitation with a dangerous parent. The mission of the FCAMC is to increase awareness on the importance of using scientifically valid, evidence-based treatment programs and services that are proven in terms of safety, effectiveness, and therapeutic value. Whereas the mission at the FCAMC is to educate judges and other family court professionals on evidence-based, peer-reviewed research. Such research is a critical component to make decisions that are truly in the best interest of children. Now, therefore, I, Erica A. Stewart, on behalf of the entire City Council, hereby proclaim the month of November to be Family Court Awareness Month, and encourage all residents to support their local community efforts to prevent the harm of children in the hands of family members and to honor and value the lives of children.
My name is Kailani Swithin, and this is my sister, McKenna Swithin. Our mom, Tina Swithin, is unable to be here tonight, so we are accepting this on her behalf and on behalf of the San Luis Obispo High School Feminist Club. Thank you for proclaiming November as Family Court Awareness Month.
Thank you. Okay, next we have the city manager report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I have a report tonight to cover a few significant items I want to just share with the community. First off, I'll just share just the current status of the Lizzie fire, and just, I know this was top of mind for the community last week, and at 3 o'clock on Monday, we had 124 acres in total that was eventually associated with the Lizzie Street fire, which was contained by that Wednesday evening. We quickly went into unified command with CAL FIRE and with our fire department, and we activated our emergency operations center as the fire burned in both the city and the state responsibility area. The fire did result in evacuation orders and warnings, and we had a full EOC activation to support our communications, our field staff, and ensure continuity of essential services. We're proud to say that there was no structures damaged. Unfortunately, we did have one minor firefighter injury, and I want to thank the entire team for the quick, coordinated, aggressive attack on the fire from both the ground and the air, and we were able to evacuate both the neighborhoods and be able to return them to their home later that evening and Monday night. Our police officers did incredible work to ensure those in harm's way were evacuated with door-to-door notifications. We did issue a wireless emergency alert, which were issued for for both the evac orders and the warnings, and new evacuation zones that were recently developed in partnership with the county were used to evacuate and direct people on how to get out of those neighborhoods. And this was work that was done with our critical partners at County Office of Emergency Services. You may have read that the City Police Department made arrest in conjunction with the Lizzie fire, which is still under investigation between the City Police Department, the Fire Department, and CAL FIRE. You may have also heard that next week the National Weather Service is forecasting some rains, and this is typical what we see on the Central Coast and in Mediterranean climates where we have sundowner winds and then followed by a rain pattern. We've been anticipating that, and that day we completed our preliminary assessment, and we've identified some drainage areas and outlets from the Lizzie fire burn scar, and working to ensure that those drainages are clear and improve conveyance of water and possible mud debris. The CAL FIRE watershed emergency response team will be on site tomorrow to determine the potential threat to those areas below, and we'll be using that team to assess the severity of the upslope, debris loading, and channels and conveyance capacity for existing drainage, and then taking the necessary mitigation steps. And then our ranger services will assess the open space property and remove any down trees and limbs from the stream channel. I just want to add, we'll be incorporating the damage from the fire into our active recovery efforts related to the January and March storms. The council knows that we've had over $30 million worth of damage that we're still recovering from as a result of those storms. And so we'll be adding a multitude of tasks related to this fire to make sure that there's coordinated efforts across the city. I also want to share, because we've received a few questions about the retardant and then the red phosphate that you see on the hills. And it is really to assist the aerial firefighters in identifying previous drops. It is mostly made up of water, about 88%, and ammonium phosphate, which is commonly found in fertilizers. And then it can help revegetate the exposed hillsides. And so it is an integral tool that firefighters use in combating fires, and it really does not present a threat to any of the surrounding people. We do ask that people, if you're up in the area, to not make contact with it. Moving on to our next slide, I just want to share with the community as we get into the holiday season. And this is a program that we developed during the pandemic, is we're bringing back the Buy Local Bonus Program. And this is the 4th year in a row in which local businesses and shoppers have the opportunity to participate in the program. And it'll be the 2nd year of our Eat Local Bonus Program, which will happen in January 2024. This program is an incentive which puts money back in local business pockets through the purchase of $25 gift cards that the city buys. We use those gift cards to incentivize shoppers who turn in local receipts of $100 or more, and they get a $25 gift certificate to another local business. Last year, we believe that effort spawned nearly $1 million of local economy through the local bonus and the Eat Local Bonus Program. And so the city invested $125,000. We will again this year, in local retailers and dining establishments, and shoppers and diners are expect to expend about $826,000, which combined with the city's investment, as I mentioned, will be $1 million in direct local spending. So the program launches on November 24th, and so make sure you shop at a local store and save your receipts. And to learn more, you can go to slowcity.org/buy local bonus. I also want to share an update with the City Council. You may have read about the national shortage of bus drivers, and the city has not been immune to that. The council took action last month, or maybe about 6 weeks ago, to incentivize hiring bonuses to attract new bus drivers. And I'm proud to say we've cut the shortage of bus drivers in half, from about 10 vacancies to 5. So we still need bus drivers. So if there's anyone out there who wants to drive a bus, we've got got some opportunities. And that's been the reason we haven't been able to restore the slow trolley. But we were able to do that last month, and it's the classic cable car trolley. It will be in service through November 30th on Thursdays from 5 to 9 p.m. And it makes its way down Monterey Street. It loops the downtown and then runs up Monterey Street every 30 minutes. And we're hoping to restore that service and have more consistency when we get all of our drivers back in service. Next slide, I want to share with the community our continued efforts in slow in motion. And so our work on the North Choro Greenway continues. The contractor is constructing improvements to the Choro Street Highway 101 underpass. This has been a big request from the community to install irrigation and landscaping, and particularly lighting, because that's a main entranceway into the downtown. In addition, we'll be installing some of the bike medians on Choro and improvements at Choro Creek Bridge near the Lincoln intersection. So you may have seen some sidewalk and some other improvements. As part of our slow in motion program as well, we're working on our pavement maintenance and mobility improvements. And so construction crews will be focusing on concrete sidewalk repairs and replacements on Monterey Street, as well as new traffic signage throughout the project area. And commuters should expect travel delays. And for more information, you can go to Slow in Motion website. And we're committed to keeping the public informed. If you have questions about this, you can go to slowinmotion@slowcity.org, or you can reach us at 805-783-7887. And again, that website address is slowcity.org/slowinmotion. I also want to just share with the community some of our updates and parks and recreation programs, and we're offering 2 art-focused activities during the month of November and December. So the first one, Performing Arts Dance Fusion. It fosters an increase in confidence and self-expression. It's really no experience is necessary. It's for ages 7 to 12. It's a 4-week class held on Tuesdays from 4:30 to 5:30 at the Ludwig Community Center. The second one is really an opportunity to get crafty with a beginner class for 4 to 6 and 6 to 12-year-olds for our Arts and Crafts Club. And you can register for both of these programs at slowrecactivities.org or reaching us at 805-781-7300. Next, I wanted, and this is my last slide, and then I'm going to turn it over to Chief Scott. We are reinstituting our Winter Evening Access program. So it's the annual Winter Access at Cerro San Luis. It runs from Sunday, November 5th through Saturday, March 9th. It allows access for 4.9 miles of trails from 5:30 to 8 p.m. There are free reservations limited to 65 permits per day. And to reserve a permit, you can go to slowparksandrec.org, or you can call 805-781-7300 to access one of those permits. And with that, I would invite Chief Scott up. We want to just recap with the council our Halloween Safety Enhancement Zone report and share some other additional information about other enforcement activities.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council, for allowing me to quickly talk about Halloween and the Halloween weekend and the police activities. So we had a very active Halloween weekend, the weekend before Halloween, with celebrations occurring throughout the city, but mainly downtown. The police department saw a significant increase in contacts over that weekend before Halloween. For example, on Saturday, we had 214 calls alone into our dispatch center, which is about 3 times normal that we usually see. We had about half of those resulting in violations, so we were very busy out on the streets and in the community. We had 30 disturbance advisories, as you can see from the stats, with about half of those in warnings, of 18 arrests and 16 noise violations. The police department was at max deployment, meaning that we had all available resources out on the street each and every night, beginning at Farmers Market through the Halloween day. And that resulted in over 20 officers on the street, plus additional non-sworn staff coming in to support. Our partners with Cal Poly and California ABC also contributed, and that resulted in 14 additional violations, and they were able to be out in the community and help us as well. This year, the safety enhancement zone actually fell on Tuesday, which was Halloween Day, and that saw significantly less activity as most people had to get up and go to school the next day, so we didn't see a whole lot of activity on Halloween. But again, all of everything that we saw, the bulk of the activity really started on Thursday with Farmers Market carrying through Saturday and Sunday. So also, I would be remiss if I didn't give a special thanks to all of our staff that were out on the streets, not spending time with their own families to make sure that we had a safe Halloween event for our community. Any questions from happy to answer on that? Okay.
I think we have one more slide for you.
So this is a good time to talk about some of the activity that we are focused on downtown with providing a safe and welcoming atmosphere for our downtown core. And I just want to show some a brief snapshot on the criminal citations to date. And as you look at the slides, this is since January through today or earlier this month. And I just want to show you how active we've been in the downtown core. The city, and I want to give special thanks to this council for providing the resources, and I specifically our community service officer program has been very instrumental in having boots on the ground and making contact both with our business leaders as well as our visitors to our community and keeping a safe and vibrant downtown. We have 6 highly sworn or highly trained non-sworn staff members that patrol our downtown and assist with our, obviously, our sworn officer efforts. And the focus is really on nuisance behavior. And these are the types of behaviors that we see downtown that have a tendency to make our community feel less safe. The type of incidents that we're mainly focused on: drinking in public, smoking, being in park after hours, those types of violations. And that is what this team directly focuses on. These violations, again, continue to have an effect on your community, that tend to lead to larger criminal activity. And so just again, a special thanks to our community service officer program. We saw an increase of 256% over last year regarding the direct activity that you're seeing on the street. And this is mostly attributed directly to those public service officers. Again, I just want to thank that team for promoting a clean and safe downtown and maintaining our community vibrancy. Happy to answer any questions on those stats before you.
Thank you so much. Just on the previous slide, I know that we've spoken with Cal Poly and had some pretty involved conversations, and just wondered if you could talk about Tuesday was a Tuesday and not actually the safety enhancement zone as larger, what we could possibly be doing about that. I know we're going to talk about that as a council later, but maybe you could share a little bit.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, for the question. And just for the benefit of the group here, at the council meeting. So for our safety enhancement zone, that does, it is only for Halloween. And so we're seeing that a lot of people like to celebrate Halloween the weekend before, and the safety enhancement zone typically won't cover that time period. And for the people in the audience here, safety enhancement zone, the fines that you may encounter during the zone are double. So if you have a $500 ticket, it's now $1,000 during the safety enhancement zone. So we are having ongoing conversations with Cal Poly about not only assisting our police department, but looking for ways that we can better partner and keep the events out of our community, out of our neighborhoods, into more areas that can be done with more sanction control and less impact to our community.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember France. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Any questions for the city manager report? Councilmember Shoresman.
On a super light and fluffy note, the activities that you announced that the Parks and Rec Department is doing, I noticed one of them, the first one that was a dance activity, was like a 4-week course, and I think it started tonight. So if you didn't make it tonight, is it too late? Do you know?
That's a great question. Let me see if Director Avakian is available, whether or not you could join midstream. I don't see him in.
There he is.
Here he is.
Yeah, the question was that there's some activities noted in the city manager's report,
Yes.
a 4-week dance class, I think it was, and an arts and crafts.
Correct.
And the 4-week dance class, I think, started tonight. So I'm just wondering, is it too late to participate in that? Do you know?
Are you ready to go dancing? That sounds
Absolutely.
great. We'd have to check our enrollment, but I believe it made the manager report because we are looking for more attendance and registrations. and our staff are prepared to modify that. So
Awesome.
yeah, if you're
Thank
out
you.
there and you're interested, we call our number at 781-7300.
Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Great, thank you. I look forward to seeing you dance soon, Councilmember. Councilmember Francis.
I was thrilled to see that we filled 5 of the 10 bus driver vacancies, and that was in the time period since we put the additional bonus in place. Is that correct?
I can't speak to the factors why we had additional, we had some drivers that were already in training and then some who came on board. We hope to have more. We believe, we had long conversations with our contractor First Transit. We believe that the changes to the contract ultimately will incentivize new drivers, and we hope to get to that 10 number.
Excellent. I'd love to hear from that contractor, the feedback that they're getting from their applicants, if this has been a major driver or a major contribution to folks signing up to be drivers, and if these types of incentives might continue into the future so that we get that driver shortage taken care of.
And Madam Mayor and Councilmember Francis, you have an item tonight on the transit innovation. We'll have transit staff up, and I think we can probably
Excellent.
touch on that.
Thank you.
Sounds like a plan. Thank you. All right, without further ado, this is the time for public comment not on the agenda. So if you still have not had a chance to put in your slip, please go ahead and get that into the city clerk here or out in the hallway. City clerk, do we have any public comment not on the agenda items?
Yes, in the chambers, we have 5, and I'll read off 3. If you could line up and be ready to speak, that way we'll make this go a little bit faster. William Jodry, Maggie Glidden, Russ Gordon.
And before we get started, I realized I forgot something, so I apologize. There are a couple things. One, if you agree with something, please use the ASL applause. If you don't, you can put signs down or hands down or put a sign up, but no yelling or booing out because we need to be able to keep moving people forward and just trying to be respectful as well. And then we have civility guidelines, which are kind of basic common sense, but sometimes aren't always adhered to. So let's read those real quick. Listen first. We will make an honest effort to understand views and reasoning of others by listening to understand and not listening to find fault, allowing thoughtful discussion to lead to the best possible outcomes. Respect different opinions, show courtesy, criticize constructively, debate the policy, not the person. And thank you so much, Mr. Jodry, for standing there. I apologize, that's not to you, it was to everyone. Thank you so much.
We ready? All right, my name is William Jodry. I'm here to talk about safety in the parking structures. I want to read this one line first. That's out of the newspaper, which everybody I'm sure has read. The city has recently discovered that it may be taking in more parking revenue than it needs for the cultural arts district structure. So we know we have extra money, all right? So let's keep that in mind when I talk, all right?
Okay, and this is not about the parking, right?
No, it's not.
Just double checking.
I just said just keep that in mind. Okay, my son, Thomas Robert Jodry, died 4 years ago on a fall from the parking structure on the corner of Marsh and Choro. Since then, we've been appearing before the city council and talking to various people about making those structures more safe, but we haven't seen a lot of change. I stopped by the Marsh Street parking structure today to see what may have changed to make them safer. All right, I noticed there might have been LED lighting in there, which may be an improvement. I know they have improved some lighting in some of the parking structures. We were told a year ago that they were going to put cameras in the parking structure. I don't see any cameras in the parking structure. It's been a year. And we were really pleased to hear they were going to do that, because had there been cameras there, we may have been able to have a murder charge against the sex offender, David Knight, that my son was running away from that night. But with no cameras, there's no proof that he was with my son the minute he fell from the parking structure. We also asked that there be covers put over those big openings over the walls, some sort of breathable cover, plastic, metal, whatever. You see that in most city. Not only are there no covers, but the cables that were broken from the point on the 3rd floor where my son fell 4 years later are still broken, all right? The exit sign above near the stairwell is broken. Some of the lights are broken. So I see a deterioration or no change in that regards. So I think this parking structure could be made safer. And I think a security guard, which they used to have present, is no longer there. They use one security guard for all 4 parking structures, it's my understanding. There used to be one in each, was my understanding, because I knew some of the ones that worked there. I think it did, you know, there's people I know that won't even go to these parking structures because they feel they're unsafe. And then just one more point, because I'm running out of time, I think there should be accountability. When somebody called the 911 operator about when my son fell and got knocked out on Higuera and lost consciousness, one of the questions she asked was whether he looked like a transient, okay? Based on that answer, I guess so, she chose not to call an ambulance and sent a patrol car instead. That was an opportunity to save my son's life that was missed, because I guess transients' lives aren't as important as other people's lives in San Luis Obispo. Accountability for the police department as well, 3 months too late, when they thought they should file manslaughter charges. They sent it to the DA 3 months past the statute of limitations.
Thank you so much.
Maggie Gliddy, Russ Gordon,
Hi.
Alexander Levine.
It's a little late for me to bring up the bike lanes on Choro, but who is the engineer responsible for moving the center line more than 2 feet to where you cannot open your car door without people going into the other lane, the oncoming lane, or taking your door off? That seems ridiculous. And why did we need a dual lane for bicycles? You took away all the parking. My husband is a handicapped veteran and has the tag. Do we have parking? No, sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. How do we get a permit to keep his spot? That's my question. Who answers that?
Thank you so much. So one of the things for public comment is you can share all you would like, and then at the end, sometimes the staff has some answers, but since it's not something they would know what you're bringing to us ahead of time, they may not have all of the answers, but definitely there are staff here that can talk with you.
Okay. I would also like to give everyone kudos for the accessibility on the sidewalks. I think that's great. The only one is on Broad and Murray. There's no, crosswalk. There's a handicap ramp that goes across. There's no crosswalk. So that's what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Council. My name is Russ Gordon, and I live at 19 Chuparosa Drive here in San Luis Obispo. I'm here representing my wife and our next-door neighbors, Gary and Carolyn Wheel, who live at 25 Chuparosa Drive. Jeannie and I have been residents of San Luis Obispo for 32 years, Gary and Carolyn for 14 years, and we are here for an issue that may seem trite compared to the previous speakers, but believe me, it is important to us. The development immediately behind our 2 homes has recently created not 1, but 2 pickleball courts. Another dreaded P word for tonight. 2 pickleball courts, a mere 12 feet from Gary and Carolyn's main bedroom, and only 20 feet from our main bedroom and living area. Thus, we are regularly subjected to the very disturbing and loud noise that pickleball games create, along with the verbal yells and occasional expletives of the players themselves. We have attempted to resolve this issue through several conversations with representatives of the development's HOA board. We engaged the efforts of creative mediation. We consulted with the code enforcement personnel of the city, and yet the obnoxious sounds of pickleball play continue. The code enforcement officials suggested that we make you aware of this plight. Thus, Gary and Carolyn and Jeannie and I ask you to direct the code enforcement office of the city to enforce the municipal code as written and to amend it to specifically deal with the unique noise that pickleball makes. Hundreds of other cities in the US are doing just that with the onslaught and the growth of pickleball recently. Studies have shown that pickleball courts with sound mitigation should be at least 150 feet from residential homes to prevent disturbance. Without sound mitigation, the distance between pickleball courts and homes should be 500 feet. As a reminder, the courts I'm referring to are 12 feet from Gary and Carolyn's home. You have already received an excellent summary of our concerns that Gary and Carolyn have submitted to you. We trust that you have read it and that you understand that we have good cause to be here. All we want is a return to the peace and quiet of our neighborhood as assured us in the San Luis Obispo Municipal Code. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the applause signs. Appreciate it.
After Alexander, Ron Bierce, and then Carl Grisanti.
Hi, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Alexander Levine, and I serve as the Secretary of Campus Life for ASI Student Government Cal Poly. I come to you tonight representing the External Affairs Committee and encouraging collaboration with the city and Cal Poly. We believe it's important to be here and be involved, and we're always have a shared invested interest in San Luis Obispo County and city issues that affect Cal Poly students. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ron Bierce, and then Carl Grisanti.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council and everybody here who's concerned about issues. I was on the City Parking Committee many years ago, and I've been on the Chamber of Commerce Retail Committee. I had a downtown business, but I wanted to present some ideas that my wife and I are doing. Something good that came out of the pandemic is I learned to paint and I learned to draw. I grew up in San Luis Obispo, and I wanted to, my wife and I, whose family goes way back, wanted to present some of these drawings and paintings that I learned how to do. I didn't know I could do this. And I just wanted to say, this is the son of a pioneer in our county who's actually been pictured on these historic photos and things that are here. His father, Heinrich Ludeke, this is Henry Ludeke, had a carriage shop in downtown San Luis Obispo. And this was something I'm really proud of. On Facebook, this went crazy. But this is not a San Luis resident, but everybody kind of recognizes this guy. And we wanted to present these to the city in some way because one of them that I'm doing is a tribute to some of the fallen officers that we've had. And I was going to do our fallen officer. This was a young man from Fargo, North Dakota, who was only 1 month on duty. And I decided to do a pastel drawing of him. And just to say, we have to remember that people give so much and sacrifice so much for what we do. I've also done the Black Lives Matter victims and other people like that, trying to say, we're all people, we're all together in this thing, and we're all trying to come together. And I know from putting a ballot measure about parking on the ballot almost 40 years ago to date, we brought people together with different alternatives for bringing things together. I got involved in a lot of things because I love San Luis, and I love everybody who's working on things. And even though sometimes people seem like they're in conflict, we have a democracy here, and people are here trying to do something good. Sometimes there's miscommunication, there's other things, but I appreciate when people volunteer pretty much for the city council, the city staff, the police, the fire department, and the people pay for it all. And if we can find ways to come together, and I'm finding that through art. One thing we're doing is, this is more of a costume than I wear this every day, but we're in the Performing Arts Center opera company. I learned to sing opera. I learned to dance and things like that. My wife did too. And we're doing different arts, different theater. They were bringing people together. We have Latin music. We just got done with our Latin band practice. And we're trying to find ways through arts to bring people together. And I'm still going on terms of growing up here in San Luis and trying to bring people together. And I know a lot of people are trying to find common ground. And I think through arts, I think we might be able to do that better. So I appreciate all your time, and hopefully we can work together on things.
Thank you so much. Okay, I think Carl's next.
Yes, and just a reminder, anyone online who wants to speak, you should have your hand up now. If it's not for public comment, not on the agenda, can you please lower your hand?
Hi, my name is Carl Grisani, and I'm a resident of Choro Street, and I've been in San Luis Obispo 25 years. I'm not from here, but I love this town. I've become part of it, and I'm also a United States Marine, 2-war veteran. So what I'm here to speak about is we'd like the removal of the North Choro Greenway agenda. We want it removed. This is the vehicle that somehow wasn't spoke about this Saturday night, 2 weeks ago, the 28th, that crashed through a block and a half of Choro Street.
Carl,
ripped apart the whole
if you
car.
can present to us,
That's fine.
yeah,
Ripped
sorry.
apart the whole car, and these are just parts of it that flew across both sides of the street, through both bike lanes, all over the sidewalk, all over my yard, all over all the neighbors' yards, from Mountain View all the way to the 101 freeway. That's a block and a half littered with all of this debris that is like hand grenades going off. Sharp plastic, sharp metal, sharp glass, sharp concrete, exploded everywhere. And it wasn't even cleaned up until the next day when I saw Derek Johnson riding his bike through the Greenway. So the bike conveniently goes from the office here out to his house in Ramona, and that's exactly where this bike lane goes. So I'm wondering how this got pushed through, because I've walked the streets of my whole neighborhood and nobody wants this in my neighborhood. Choro Street is furious with this project. And now that we've had our first major accident where a car explodes over a whole block and a half, we're lucky that it was 3 o'clock in the morning because there was nobody out. If this was in the middle of the day, this would have killed many, many people. The cars. This is part of the rim right here. This was shot on my lawn. If my dog or I was on the lawn, or anybody walking down my street, they would have been hit with it. This shard's here. Look at this metal shard. If anybody been hit with that. Excuse me, sorry about that. This concrete with a bolt was shot across the street. That would have hit somebody going across the street. This is part of the engine where the actual cylinder is. Look at that. If that would have hit anybody. I mean, this is absolutely insanity. The bike lanes are dangerously set up. We need to remove them, and we need to find a better alternative. It's not on Choro Street with these dangerous bike lanes. Go down Choro and look. This woman talked about wherever she was about, you can't even open your door. I have a dog. I can't get out of my car. People don't want to stop. It's absolutely insane. It's very dangerous, and we need to either get it out or we need to get people out that want it. So that's what we need to do. Make sure you vote, people.
Thank you for your service and thank you for your comments.
Our last public speaker is Jeffrey Specht.
I think he has to unmute.
Mr. Specht, can you please unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. Jeffrey Specht, lifetime resident of San Luis Obispo. Tonight, I would like to speak. I would like to say, number one, your first speaker, Mr. Jodry, he nailed it. With all of the money that San Luis Obispo is wanting to spend on new parking garages, why is so long gone on? And the current parking garages with no video cameras, no security, and no covers over any of these openings, it is just asking for more trouble. There's already been several deaths from people that have fallen in one way or another from these buildings. Yet our city manager and our city attorney can't get together and put it on the agenda to vote to actually fix these things. You need cameras in those garages ASAP. And you're making our streets of downtown unsafe because of this. We need accountability. And we're not seeing it here. And I'm not real sure why our mayor and our council members have not been concerned enough to actually voice their opinion, speak up, and demand that this get put on the agenda. It's ludicrous. You're asking for more money, but delivering nothing. I said it once and I'll say it again. Get your hand out of my pocket, City Hall. You're not doing any good with the money you're collecting. And even more disturbing, with our most recent federal indictments that we're hearing about from Mr. Wright of PB Company and all of the activity and dealings that he did with the city of San Luis, just how deep is our staff, is our city manager and our city attorney's department involved in this? And I'm not real sure how they could not know or understand anything about it with the positions that they hold. And if it was going on under their nose, they're probably not the right people for the job. So next time, not only vote responsibly, folks, we need accountability with our manager and our city attorney. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
No, that was it.
Okay, so now, city manager, do you have, I know we've had some conversations in the past regarding the parking garage. I don't know if yourself or Matt Horn would like to share on that. The safety and the cameras and the Wi-Fi, et cetera, and or the pickleball and or North Shore.
Well, Madam Mayor, quite an array of speakers tonight, and happy to answer some of those questions. So first off, I'll talk about the parking structure. So the lighting has been upgraded, and we reviewed safety netting for the structures. The council may recall that the council have allocated about $500,000 to hire 4 community service officers that are dedicated to the downtown. And so they do patrol our downtown and our structures as well from until 11 p.m. Wednesday through Saturday and until 9 p.m. other nights. We have taken a look at lighting, cameras and closing some of the openings in the structures. We estimate that that's probably $3 million worth of expenses that we did not anticipate. So we're talking about the budget tonight, and so that is a significant expense that we currently do not have in the forecast. So I do want to invite Chief Scott to come forward and talk a little bit about the unfortunate tragedy that happened at the parking structure. With respect to the North Choro Greenway project, the construction is still underway, still in progress, so we'll continue to make progress, and there are painted crosswalks scheduled for all of those intersections. And with regard to pickleball courts, we have met with the neighbors several times. We did refer to them to creative mediation. As you know, the city pays for creative mediation as a way to try to resolve neighbor to neighbor and other types of disputes. We think that neighbor to neighbor disputes are often the best way to resolve those disputes. And so unfortunately those discussions did not result in resolution. And at this point, the assessment of the community development director is that we've exhausted the enforcement capabilities under our noise ordinance. So we would need to have a policy discussion from council if you're interested in providing any additional tools. With that, I want to just invite Chief Scott to talk a little bit about the Jodry investigation and where that stands and some of the measures that we've taken since then.
Thank you, City Manager, and again, Madam Mayor, members of council. And just before I begin, just expressing my deepest sympathies with the Jodry family and the loss of Thomas just over 4 years ago, this last September. And the SLO PD continues to support the Jodry family in their pursuit for justice in this tragic case. Out of respect for the family, I cannot go into any great details about the nature of his loss, but just saying that the PD did spend a significant amount of time collecting evidence, interviewing persons, and then packaging up a case to go over to the district attorney's office. Unfortunately, at that time, it just didn't meet the threshold for further prosecution. With that said, we do continue to interface with the family and seeing how we can do better in ensuring that our parking structures are safe and secure for all our visitors and people that may use them. And so looking over the data, we average anywhere from about 70 calls per year per structure for police services. And some of these most often are self-initiated, where we have patrol officers out there or our community service officers who may see something and log a call. Nearly all of these incidents, nearly all of these calls in each of the structures are all extremely minor. And so this could be somebody that may be intoxicated, or there could be open containers, things like that. Looking back to 2 years ago, we only had 2 assaults. Out of all 3 structures, we had 2 separate assaults that were minor in nature. So the structures are safe. We do conduct proactive patrols to ensure that they stay safe. And as the city manager mentioned, we are looking ahead at additional security measures, both in security cameras and enhanced patrols. Happy to answer any questions that you may have on that topic.
Did you want to add to that?
Do you have some additional information? I was sidebarring with our Public Works Director. I want to share, we do have about $2 million worth of maintenance projects scheduled for 919, 842, and Marsh. So some of the items that were listed, those are all deferred maintenance item, and we have that project scheduled. The project we don't have budgeted is cameras and essentially enclosing all of the openings or putting fences on all the tops of each of the decks.
Thank you. And I thought there was something to do with the cameras because of the Wi-Fi challenges in those structures.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, when those structures were built, there was no conduit put in for data. They were built in the 1970s before the internet existed. And so there was no conduit for data. And so we had a devil of a time just upgrading the lighting systems because of all the mechanical and other systems weren't designed to accommodate that. So that's why it's such a significant cost. And while it might seem fairly straightforward to close in all of those openings, that does require us to do some significant civil engineering to make sure that the structure is designed and can ultimately hold up, closing in those openings. At the same time, all of those structures were designed with idea of how to vent out the carbon monoxide from cars that are operating. So that requires analysis. And so that's why the cost is fairly significant to make those significant alterations to those structures.
Thank you. I remember you sharing that before. And one of the things that I've seen in a couple of our past conferences has been different ways that we might be able to have like repeaters or something for the Wi-Fi so we can try to get some sort of cameras in there. So just would love to hear anything more about that in the future if you don't have it today. Councilmember Pease.
Thank you. Thanks for the reports and updates. I guess I know in terms of the pickleball, we did get a memo from Timmy Tway with some updates on that. So I think it's still being reviewed. But the pickleball court itself is not a city court, right? It's their homeowner association installed that.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Pease, that's correct. So this is pickleball courts that are on private property that were built consistent with our zoning ordinance. And so there were lawful improvements. And so it's neighbors that I understand that are part of the same HOA.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification too. Just want to make sure I got all the questions okay. Well, thank you very much for the answers and thank you for everyone's comments. We'll go ahead and move forward to to consent agenda, and just want to see if any of my colleagues have anything they need to pull off of the agenda. No? Okay. So now, and thank you, Chief, sorry. And now is the time for any public comment for items that are on the consent agenda. City Manager, City Clerk, do we have any commenters?
No, I'm not seeing any online, and we did not receive any cards in chambers.
Okay, and thank you for the couple of people who did send in emails for the items that are on the consent. So thank you very much. We'll go ahead and move to conversation from Councilmember Pease.
I have no comments. I'd be happy to move the consent agenda and with gratitude for the additional item of statement condemning anti-Semitism and hate toward marginalized groups. I appreciate the addition.
Thank you. Councilmember Shorsman.
Councilmember Pease, you took the words right out of my mouth, and I'll second the motion.
Thank you so much to both of you for that. And City Clerk, can we have roll call?
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Shorsman?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Marks?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much. All right, the moment everyone's been waiting for, I believe, is item 6A. Will be multiple fold. It is the parking program update and authorization of advertisement of a request for proposals for a parking rate study. So we are here to talk about a parking rate study as well as the additional funding that has been identified to potentially provide some relief. And before we get started, I just want to say thank you so much to all of you who are here today. Thank you for everyone who sent in emails, phone calls, voicemails, texts, grocery stores. Thank you. We really do appreciate hearing the feedback from the community. And it has definitely shaped where we are today. And I'm sure there's more to go. So will you be kicking off, City Manager?
Yes, Madam Mayor. So I just won't belabor some of the comments you just made. I think that both the staff, the council, and we all share our passion for downtown San Luis Obispo. It is one of the most unique cities in the world. California, it's one of the few mission towns in California, and I think everyone is here to support and wants a thriving and vibrant downtown. To provide a little context, our community has gone through lots of changes in parking programs, and we've experienced some growing pains each time. Our concerns, and I don't know if everyone had a chance to listen in on some of the history of this, but concerns going back on parking in San Luis Obispo date back to 1947 when the first parking meters were installed. Again, in 2001, when the city expanded the Marsh Street parking structure, there were actually 43 of these meetings. And it seemed that anytime we make changes to parking services, rates, or technology, there are growing pains. And I'm here to acknowledge as your manager that some of the changes that we've made haven't gone quite as planned, but we have an opportunity tonight to make some adjustments, and we're going to talk about that as part of the presentation. Today, the city enjoys investments of roughly about $250 million worth of investments in our parking structures. There's no other city on the Central Coast that has something like this, perhaps Santa Barbara, and we'll talk a little bit about why that's different. When we build the Cultural Arts District parking structure, there'll be 1,700 parking spaces and structures and approximately 1,300 spaces on the streets. And this will be a substantial investment that's taking decades in the making. I want to be clear because I think something has come up is that the city needs cars downtown. We understand that tourists and residents are going to come to car by downtown. That's why we're building a $50 million parking structure. So that is certainly part of the future. With that said, I can assure you that we have the best intentions of improving parking services. We recognize that there has been a lot of changes that have been made in a short amount of time, some pilot programs, new rates, new technology, longer enforcement hours, and they've impacted the community in the way that we didn't anticipate, and we're here to talk about some changes tonight. We do think that if we put our head together with the community, we have done and solved big problems in the past. So in the presentation, we're going to share a lot of information tonight because I think it's important, and I want to demonstrate how the city is positioning really the downtown for the long term and really make sure that we're exploring opportunities and to make some adjustments. And we've got some adjustments that the council can direct tonight. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Assistant City Manager Whitney McDonald. She's going to lead in the presentation, followed by other staff.
Thank you very much. We just wanted to kick things off and first get everyone oriented a bit to how our presentation will go this evening. So we will be talking about the current state of downtown parking, a little bit of history as well about kind of how we got here, discussing our parking rate study scope, an update on our parking program fund, and then a discussion of near-term relief options that we've put together, presented in our staff report, and are ready to discuss in more detail this evening. Just so everyone's aware, our estimation of the time for this presentation is about 35 minutes. We have our Public Works Director, Matt Horn, here, and our division, our Mobility Services Division Deputy Director as well will be kicking us off and leading through the rest of the presentation. We also have a number of other staff here from our Deputy City Manager and Economic Development staff to answer other questions related to kind of how the downtown is doing, at least from the data that we have at this point as well, if those questions come up. So feel free. Our plan is to go through the presentation and then come back to answer any questions in more detail on the slides. Thank you. Just to go over our recommendation this evening, again, to review the project scope, strategy, and outreach efforts for our parking rate study, authorize the advertisement of the request for proposals for that rate study, authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with the selected consulting firm. And then finally, staff has presented what you would need this evening to go ahead and implement a first hour free program for all users in all three of our structures. If there are other directions provided, we can work on modifying that as well, but that is our recommendation at this point, and that's what staff has presented in the packet for you this evening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Whitney, and good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. And I'm Jennifer Rice, the Deputy Director for Mobility. And to start off the presentation and to start off the section of the current environment, I wanted to talk some about the parking programs that the city does offer, and some of them we have offered for decades. Recent engagement has made it apparent there's some opportunity that the city can do to share more information about these programs and let folks know what programs we already have. So the first I wanted to share is the parking validation program, and this program's been around since the early 2000s, and it allows businesses within the downtown to purchase 100 hours or 100 tickets for $200. And this past October, we actually just completed a promotion where businesses were eligible for an additional 50 hours with the purchase of 100. And then at next week's staff meeting on November 14th, staff will also be coming back to the council to recommend an allocation of $25,000 worth of economic development funding to further incentivize businesses to participate in that program. Another program that we have is the holiday parking, and this is the fourth year the city will be offering this program. It provides 12 days of free parking, but just within the parking structures, and that's between Thanksgiving and New Year's. Additionally, the city does have discounted parking programs. These programs are available to anyone to purchase, but they're particularly beneficial to people who work in the downtown or anyone who parks more than 7 days per month. The structure permit provides daily access to a structure, and the cost of that permit is $85 a month. The street parking permit is $60 a month, and it provides daily parking access to on-street parking in our 10-hour meter areas, and those are on the peripheral of downtown. An example of what the savings of that looks like: if you parked, let's say if you worked in the downtown, so you parked 20 days a month, like an average 5-day work week, with the structure permit, you could save up to $155, so that's a discount rate of 64%. And for the street park permit, you could save up to $420, so that's an 87% discount. And that program's also been around since the early 2000s, and right now we have about 470 people collectively participating in both of those programs. And then finally, I wanted to mention that the parking fund does support the Downtown Access Pass program, and it provides over $14,000 annually to allow anyone who works within the downtown access to a free parking pass. Free transit pass. So these promotions and programs are just to demonstrate that council's actions have done in the past to promote access to the downtown and support employees and the downtown communities. And also just want to note that the cost to the users of these programs were not adjusted with the recent rate increases that went into effect earlier in July. And that was done intentionally to maintain affordable options for our local community. So just to back up a little bit and look at the overall policy context, the parking fund was established in 1975, and it is one of the city's 4 enterprise funds, which means that the program shall be financially self-supporting. So it's not paid for by taxes, it operates with the revenue that it brings in. And due to that, the city does have a policy that states the city will set fees and rates at levels which will fully cover direct and indirect costs, including operations, capital outlay, and debt service. And the other enterprise funds within the city, just for reference, are water, sewer, and transit. The city has multiple adopted plans to meet its housing and development needs and long-term vision for the downtown core. The parking program's leading planning document is the Access and Parking Management Plan, and this plan supports and is supported by the Downtown Concept Plan, the Active Transportation Plan, the Climate Action Plan, as well as the General Plan. This map just shows a overall of where the color codes on the map show where our paid parking is currently. The downtown inventory has approximately 2,700 spaces. About half of those are on street and the other half are off street, either in a parking structure or a surface lot. Thursday nights are when we see the highest peak occupancy. Understandably, that's due to the farmers market. But the second highest occupancy that we observe is on a weekday during the lunch hour. And so just to summarize what that peak occupancy utilization looks like, the overall utilization rate during that time is 63%. But in the core of the downtown, so this blue square kind of highlights the main 12 blocks that we consider the core. Those on the peak times, 7 out of those 12 blocks are actually parked at 85%, or they have 85% utilization or higher. And so what that tells us is the outlying areas have less utilization, and so that's bringing down that overall utilization rate to the 63%. But this also shows, or it supports, that people will pay more to park closer to their destination, even when there are less expensive options that are readily available. So to set the stage a little bit and provide some context for the amount of change that the parking program has been going through, which of course equates to change for all users. In 2019, it became clear that there was a need for change when it came to the technology that the city was using. So the parking meters were so old that parts for them were no longer being manufactured. And the meters needed to be credit card capable, and the 2G technology at the time didn't support this. And then of course in 2020, the pandemic begins, which had a lot of impacts, but I'll focus on just a couple of them for purposes of this slide. So the first being that with the need for credit card capable meters, along with shifting priorities due to the pandemic, pay stations were ultimately the decision that was made to be deployed within the downtown core. And that was particularly to clear sidewalk space for social distancing and sidewalk dining and parklets. Another impact from the pandemic that was experienced in the parking program was a staffing shortage. And so pre-pandemic, the city had 45 parking ambassador staffs, and those are the staff that staff the parking structures. And now we're down to 10 staff. So during this same time, and actually over several years, the structures had been experiencing queuing on the street to enter and particularly to exit. So on Thursday evenings, it could be very long wait to get out of the structure, resulting in congestion and idling of vehicles. So about 2 years ago, conversations about gateless technology were started to address some of these impacts. And this July, the city did roll out one of the 3 structures as gateless to vet any issues. In the past, the city has done full-scale launches on programs and struggled through implementation. So we did take what we learned from past experiences and we made the decision to roll it out in one structure to test the technology, get feedback from the public, and make modifications along the way. Hand in hand with the gateless implementation, of course, was the implementation of a Parks Local pilot program. That's a program where residents of SLO County got to keep an hour free in the gateless structure. And this was a benefit that was previously open for anyone, however, would be ended July 1st, 2023 of this year with the new rates. And the Parks Local program came to be from the council and city collaborating with the downtown community and stakeholders to provide a benefit for locals. And as the program is a pilot, there have been many tweaks and adjustments and conversations and surveys and input received over the past several months, just as any good pilot program should have. But I'll touch more on that on some further on in the presentation. But overall, this is just to illustrate the amount of change that happened just in the parking program in a relatively short amount of time, so about a 5-year period. So this, along with other social and global challenges and changes, I think it's understandable that there are many who struggle with these continued changes. And it's just something to keep in mind as we gauge the success of some of these programs, and maybe their success would have looked different had the environment been different. So just something to keep in mind, does that mean that it was successful or was not successful? And meanwhile, during all of that, for the past 20 years, the city has also been planning a new parking structure, the Cultural Arts District parking structure, and it's finally becoming a reality. A number of folks, and Derek mentioned this earlier too, we have heard that there's a sentiment that the city is trying to phase out parking in the immediate downtown core. And we know that the downtown is the heart of our community. It serves as a center for culture, commerce, and government, and ensuring people can easily access the downtown is critical. Hence, the city is building a $41 million parking structure to support the future of downtown. The city has a history of building capacity for future demand and being proactive and creating the parking capacity to meet those needs of the future parking demands. So right now we have the capacity to cover all of our parking needs for today, but we won't in a few years. And the city's been incentivizing investment and development in the downtown, which is increasing that demand. As you know, parking structures can take 2 to 3 years to build, and as we've experienced, decades to plan and finance. So by the time this structure is built by the end of 2025, early 26, we are expecting to see the other parking structures at or near capacity on a regular basis. And this map shows some of the future projects already entitled that are on that west side of downtown. So it's almost 200 new residential units, 2 hotels, 28,000 square feet of commercial, and that's in addition to the new SLO repertory theater that will also be coming in. And I am going to hand it over to Public Works Director Matt Horn to cover the bonding requirements.
Thanks, Jen. Appreciate it. So during the funding package for the Cultural Arts District parking structure, the city was originally looking into the California Infrastructure and Economic Development Bank, it's the I-Bank, for debt financing for the Cultural Arts District parking structure. The city's previously used I-Bank for other loans, had good terms and a good relationship with I-Bank. I-Bank had certain stipulations on the city to use their funding for debt service. One was that the city needed to have 120% revenue to debt ratio. We also needed to complete asset maintenance in the realm of depreciation. So how much your asset depreciates each year, you need to reinvest into that structure. I-Bank also had some higher interest rates. So the city did go to the open bond market where we received a lower interest rate. There was no prescribed revenue to debt ratios, and there was no prescribed asset maintenance. It really wasn't a cookie cutter for asset maintenance. It allows the city to choose what level of asset maintenance that we provide for our structures. So we got favorable terms when we went to the open bond market. And some of the things that we heard in the open bond market was that we got good terms because we had a stable local economy, we had strong financial profile, we had a comprehensive collection of financial policies and practices, strong institutional framework and score. In reality, the open bond market looked at how the city manages its money and said, yes, we want to invest in you. So that is the story of the funding model for the Cultural Arts District parking structure. Thanks, Jen.
All right, so continuing with the current environment of the downtown, this slide shows a table with the current parking rates shown in the second column of this table. So on July 1st of this year, the new rates went into effect. But I did want to note that there were various deferrals in recent years that were made to support the downtown activity and address community sentiments, primarily due to recovering from the pandemic. The parking structure planning, as I mentioned, was already coming up quickly previous to the pandemic. And so these rate increases were actually originally planned in 2020. And so those were deferred and staggered to provide relief and support of the local community and economy. City staff has been collecting data since July 1st when the rates have changed, and we have recorded that despite rate changes, the downtown parking sessions have increased between this year and the same time period last year. It should be noted that this is just one piece of data and it's not indicative of overall visitation to the downtown. As you're all aware, there's many ways people travel and access downtown: biking, walking, transit, and so parking sessions do not equate to visitation. That said, some other data that we also have been looking at shows that about 68% of sessions are happening on the street parking. And we also see that 71% of payments are made at the pay stations. However, mobile apps and usage of the mobile apps continue to increase in locations where mobile app payment is accepted. And I also wanted to take a minute to talk about how San Luis Obispo compares with other local communities. We've heard a lot of questions about rates in other areas and how they compare to San Luis Obispo. And this table indicates what San Luis Obispo's rates and others what we'll consider local communities. In setting user fees, the city does consider fees charged by other agencies, and this provides helpful information in setting fees. However, fee surveys should never be the sole or primary criteria in setting city fees, as there are many factors that affect how and why other communities do have the fees set at those levels. So for example, Paso Robles and Pismo Beach don't have parking structures that they've built or need to maintain. And while you saw in the city's inventory, the 3 parking structures that we have account for half of our parking inventory and our major investments in our parking infrastructure. Santa Barbara, which is one of the other cities that has been mentioned a lot in public engagement, it does have free on-street parking, and then in the structures charges $3 an hour with the first 75 minutes free. Santa Barbara does have a downtown business improvement district that provides $1.2 million annually to offset that cost of parking in the downtown, allowing for what looks like an affordable price to the user, the consumer, but those prices or those costs are still accounted for. Okay, so we've talked a lot about the background. And as you've heard, a lot of these things did all culminate at one time. So naturally, we've been hearing from many folks within the community how all of these changes have impacted them. The city's not only received input via email and social media, but we've met one-on-one with business owners, stakeholders such as Downtown SLO and the SLO Chamber of Commerce. And this table is just a list of some of what we've heard in the past several months and some of the actions that staff has already taken to address these concerns. So for example, additional signage and sidewalk stickers have been added to clearly indicate paid parking areas and help visitors locate the pay stations. We've increased communication and program education so that businesses, employees, and the downtown community are aware of the resources and tools that are available to them. A communications plan has been updated, and we are working through the implementation of that and really focusing on clear communication and how the message is getting out. And then, of course, we've heard that the current rates are not in line with community acceptability. And to that, originally a Park Local pilot program was implemented in July 1st, and I'll talk more about that coming up as well. And then additionally, staff has been evaluating some near-term relief options for council's consideration, and those will also be presented this evening. Okay, moving on in the presentation to the rate study section. So what is a rate study? A rate study is an analysis conducted by a contracted vendor to develop a recommended rate methodology to manage parking effectively and support the needs of the community. The rate study has been planned since before the 23-25 financial plan adoption, and we've had a lot of folks asking why wasn't it done before the rates were raised. And this all goes back to the funding for the Cultural Arts District parking structure. And in order to secure that funding, the city needed to demonstrate that the rates were set at a level that we could pay back the planned debt. So it was always planned that once the financing was secure for that structure, then a rate study would be conducted to take a closer look at all of the rates and programs and make sure that those align with the city goals and policies, including supporting housing, sustainable transportation, and economic development, all while being a self-funded and sustaining enterprise. So what the scope of work includes is project coordination, community outreach, inventory of existing parking, parking usage and observation analysis, assessment of existing and future demand, evaluation of various scenarios, which I'll walk through on the next slide, identifying parking priorities and recommendations, and then finally a final report. So this list is some of the scenarios that are included in the rate study RFP. It's not an all-inclusive list, and additional scenarios will likely be added as the rate study is underway. The rate study will also be looking at rates and costs of program citywide, so while most of these are specific to the downtown where the paid parking is, there are other citywide programs as well. So just walking through this list, some of the things that will be evaluated: elimination of charging on street from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m., eliminating charging on street Sundays from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m., On the flip side, expanding the paid parking hours on Sunday, evaluating elimination of the park's local program and reverting to offering 1 hour free for everyone. Looking at rates specific to the new cultural arts parking district structure, block time payments, tier-based parking pricing, demand-based parking pricing, daily parking bundles, evaluating maximum daily rates in the structures to incentivize longer-term parking, evaluating parking permit fees, and this includes those for the downtown as well as our preferential parking districts, which are in neighborhoods, evaluating the current validation program and possible improvements to that program, impacts of changes to the grace periods for enforcement, and looking at the costs and benefits of users and of user experience enhancement options, including but not limited to license plate recognition auto billing in the structures, reduction in the number of supported mobile apps, signage and communication options. And additional scenarios that we've already heard and we'll be adding to the list is programs specifically for locals or other local specific incentives. And the draft scope of work for the RFP was also presented to internal and external stakeholders, including Downtown SLO and the SLO Chamber of Commerce. And so feedback from those stakeholders has already been incorporated into the final RFP and work plan. And some of that includes these items listed here, considering programs specific for employees, particularly part-time and late-night employees. The study should holistically review user experience rather than just rates. Consider programs to improve ease, convenience to the user that would also save on administrative costs. Consider business, community, and stakeholder input throughout the data collection and study, and prioritize that it is reflected in the final study. Okay, moving on to an update of the parking fund. The 2023-25 financial plan that had the parking fund forecast, it should be noted, was developed based on a specific point in time. So that was created in April 2023. And so that was based on assumptions at that time, which also included the cost of the debt assurance for the cultural arts parking district structure. So now that structure is awarded and in construction and the debt service and cost of that is known, staff has been able to update the parking fund's long-term forecast. And so some things that have changed with that update, again, the city was able to secure a loan for the parking structure that will be approximately $1 million less annually to repay than projected. The revenue projections have been fine-tuned based on updated parking trends. The expenditures do reflect a proposed reduction to the capital improvement program, specific for parking and asset maintenance. And that is setting the pace for what we think we can reasonably deliver. And so this accounts for staff resources as well as unforeseen priorities such as storms that came up in the past year. And in reality, we're just seeing projects take longer to deliver. So we just right-sized our CIP to be able to fit with what we think we can deliver. Additionally, the long-term forecast assumes no increases to revenues. So any future rate adjustments would potentially happen at the conclusion of the parking rate study, but this long-term forecast assumes none. So for example, there's already a council-approved rate increase for 2025 to increase on-street parking prices, and so this has not been included in the forecast. And the conclusion of the updated long-term forecast does indicate that there is an average annual surplus of a little over $1 million. And this is the result of the city and council's historically sound and fiscal management. And because of that, this excess is available now to talk about options that can benefit the community. So the good news is, because of the updated forecast with those changes incorporated, there are options for the city to support our local community and downtown businesses. But the reality is we can't do everything, and it's fiscally prohibitive to do it all. Parking is just one piece of the puzzle. There's many factors influencing how, when, and why people are visiting the downtown. So there are partnerships and ongoing coordinations that will need to continue to be prioritized to keep a vibrant downtown. So this table shows some of the near-term solutions. The first column shows revenues for the remainder of the fiscal year, and then the second column shows ongoing annual revenue. And again, this, just to note, the revenue, of course, for these programs is listed in negative revenue. And this table is also included on page 154 of the staff report. And so I'll just walk through these different scenarios, and this, starting with the structures. One option is the first hour free. Another option would be first hour free for an interim period of time, reducing the daily max in the parking structure to $9 a day, reducing the daily max to $6 a day, free parking on specific days that tend to have lower volumes within downtown, so free parking on Sunday, or another option, free parking Sunday and Monday, just again, specific to the structures. And then reduced hour costs, and so the revenue shown here is for each increment of 25 cents. And for an on-street option, adjusting the paid parking times, which is currently paid parking time between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m., and looking at adjusting that from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And just to note about the assumptions that went into the revenue for the on-street adjusted paid parking times, that does include not only the lost revenue of the on-street spaces, lost revenue due to citations, but also lost revenue that would happen in the structures to account for the shift in driver behavior after that 6 p.m. time period, when folks may want to move from the structures, which would not be free parking, to park on the street. Just some considerations when we're looking at all of the different options. The options really should consider the long-term implications and ultimate vision for parking in the city of SLO. We don't want to just kick the can down the road. As previously discussed, the fund should be structurally balanced. There are other economic development programs that we do have coming up. I think Derek mentioned earlier, the city does partner with the Chamber of Commerce, and this will be our 4th year putting on the Buy Local bonus between Thanksgiving and Christmas, and then the Eat Local bonus in January. Another consideration, there's always potential for other economic turbulence or uncertainties. And again, there's other factors that influence commuter or consumer travel and buying behaviors, such as increased inflation, labor issues, gas prices, and other factors. And then finally, it should be considered that once something is implemented, it could and likely will be very difficult to adjust or go back. All of that said, staff's recommendation tonight is to reinstate 1 hour free in the parking structures for everyone. And note, this wouldn't just be limited to the 842 Palm, which is where the current pilot program is specifically located, but this would be available in all 3 structures. Doing this would conclude the Park Local pilot program, which has previously, which has presented challenges both operationally and technically, as well as just user adaptability. So the technology for the Parks Local program hasn't been able to retrofit or be customized to easily incorporate the free hour. And so this does require manual action both for city staff and on the user to redeem the hour, and it has led to challenges both in communicating how to use the program, as well as just user acceptability and understanding. The challenges in effectively communicating the program has impacted operations and the ability of our staff to provide exceptional customer service for all of our other parking programs. So as a pilot, taking a look at these challenges and trying to work through them is all part of the process. And staff has been trying to work towards a more seamless program, but with the technology limitations at the core of these issues, it is leading towards a realization that the pilot program ultimately may not be successful if continued. And reinstating the 1 free hour is consistent with what the community has been asking for. While there are a lot of options and folks may even want more than this, the 1 hour has been a shared ask from the downtown and the local community. The timeline to implement this, we're aiming for Thanksgiving. It will include updates to the technology and signage and then just communication throughout. So what does this look like when we incorporate this option into the updated long-term forecast? So this chart is the updated long-term forecast, but it includes the proposed reinstatement of the 1st hour free. There's 4 different colors on this chart. The dark blue bar is revenues, the orange bar is expenditures, and that spike on 23-24 is associated to the financing and funding for the for the Cultural Arts District parking structure. So that's that spike there. The other 2 lines that you see, the red line is the unassigned fund balance with the free hour included. The black dashed line, make sure my colors look correct up on that screen. The black dashed line is the unassigned fund balance without the free hour, so it's there just for reference. So from the previous table a couple slides ago, you may recall the cost of the 1 hour free for the remainder of this fiscal year is about $830,000, and for ongoing annual program costs, it would be about $1.4 million. So as you can see, year over year, with the cost of the free hour program being greater than the anticipated excess revenue, each year does dip into the unassigned fund balance. And by fiscal year 29-30, the fund balance will be gone. So if council takes action tonight on this option or any of the options, the scope of the rate study will include evaluation of the other fees and rates to account for any ongoing costs for either the 1 hour free or any other option. And that may also impact or limit other options that the rate study may otherwise be able to present. So the next steps in the project plan, if council takes action tonight on the free hour, we do expect to have that implemented by Thanksgiving weekend. This month, in November, we plan to advertise the rate study RFP and select a consultant by next month. And then that rate study will take place between January and March of early next year, with the final rate study coming to the council in April 2024. And the intent of that is that that would be enough time, if there are any recommendations or adjustments to the rates, that those would be implemented as part of the next budget starting on July 1st, 2024. And I will hand back over to Whitney to close us out.
Thank you. So just a reminder of where we're at with what we're requesting this evening is really authorization to move forward with the request for proposals for the rate study, including authorization to the city manager to execute the contract. And then if so directed by council, our recommendation is to approve the resolution that's been provided to essentially reinstate that 1st hour free program. But we're here to answer any additional questions and talk through other options that council might want to explore. Just one point of clarification, an agenda correspondence was provided to provide a little clarification on the RFP language. We wanted to make it clear that what we're seeking here is, again, that's a stable fund that's looking at treating the parking fund as an enterprise and making sure that it's financially self-supporting. And so there is a little bit of a refinement of language there. Just wanted to call that out. So we're here to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just want to remind the people who are on Zoom right now, if you have a comment, or I'm sorry, if you have, yes, a public comment, please go ahead and raise your hand. Right now I see one hand raised. And when we get to public comment, that way we'll go ahead and make sure that you are included. City Manager.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I just want to make one indication for the presentation. One is we've cited parking sessions, and we think that that's not indicative of foot traffic or necessarily people coming downtown. It's just one data point. And we think that there's behaviors influencing that, and we don't want anyone to believe that it's indicative of economic activity. We think that there's no reason to correlate those two, and so it's a shared data point, but it's not comprehensive. The second point that I would make is that, in fact, we're proposing on 11/14 as part of your Q1 budget report to allocate $25,000 to help provide funding for validation programs. We know it's a burden for businesses to integrate validation into their overall business model, and so providing funding for free parking in particular would be helpful. And so the council may recall that when Measure G was originally passed, the council immediately set aside about $4.3 million for economic activity. We've spent about over $3 million on the downtown since that was passed in 2000. We have about $700,000 left, and so we're proposing to allocate some of that to really provide free parking for validation for businesses.
Can you say those two numbers again? You said 4.3 million was in Measure G, and how much was utilized?
So we've about 4.3 million total, and we have about $700,000, $600,000 left, and we're going to propose to use some of that to continue some of the validation work.
Great, thank you. I just wasn't sure that I heard that correctly. Before we get into questions, we're going to do a bio break. We'll see you all at 7:30. All right. I don't get to use this very often, but I'll keep using it. Thank you so much, and sorry the quick break took a little bit longer, but logistics, it just made sense. So again, for anyone who is on Zoom, if you guys can be quiet though, just because so they can hear, thank you. For anyone who's on Zoom, if you have a comment, this is the time to raise your hand because then it will close. It will not take any more hands. So I just want to make sure that you have your hand up if you're interested. Thank you so much, and we'll do all of the public comments from the room first. Then if you are called and you are in the room next door, the overflow room, you are welcome to come here and come to the podium to do your public comment, or you can do the public comment in the room next door. We can see you on the council hearing room screen, and we can hear you as well. So we have a deputy city clerk in the other room, and she will go ahead and unmute it so that we can hear you. So just wanted to give you all lay of land. We have, the city manager has a few more things to add to the staff report and clarifications, and then we will have our questions before we get to public comment, before we get to deliberation. And I just want to throw out to my council members, once we get done with the questions, if you can do a quick, I'm trying to think of the right word, a quick comment on what your initial thought is on, before we vote, obviously, on the 1 hour free in the parking structures. That way the public knows as they're getting ready to say their comments where at least the majority of us are at, or all 5 or 4 or 3, we have no idea. So as soon as the questions are done, we'll just ask you all to say a short thought, not your entire deliberation speech. I know we all have many thoughts to say out loud, but just at least that, so that way the community knows. So that is just, again, the next steps, letting everyone know, and city manager, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. A couple of points I want to make is one of the questions has come up around disabled parking and where disabled parkers can access. And just want to remind everyone, by state law, if you have a disabled placard that's valid, you can park in any street spot for free. It does not need to be a spot delineated blue spot. So you can park anywhere for free. It does not extend to the parking structures, and that's intentional because we know most disabled parkers want to park close to where their overall destination is.
When you say street spot, can you clarify, not passenger, not yellow, and not red loading zone?
Correct. That's correct. That's
just
correct.
making sure.
Additionally, I want to share with the council, we provided a general picture tonight of the Cultural Arts District parking structure. I just want to remind the community that includes a site set aside for the slow repertory theater. Those costs have been totally absorbed, not by the parking fund, but by the general fund. The general fund has absorbed those costs, both for street frontage. I also note what's not shown in the graphic is that you recall the site includes an area designated for affordable housing. That project, we will move forward the next couple years, and ultimately, we think that there's going to be some monetary value associated with the value of that site. Should there be any proceeds, i.e. value that's exchanged for that, that money would go to the parking fund. It would go to the parking fund to be able to offset debt. We don't know what that number is at this time. As you know, the housing market's fairly volatile with rates, and so we're in the process of trying to line up that entitlement to bring it forward, to offer it to the private sector to build that out. But I just wanted to share that with the council and remind the council that there were some unknown items that could provide some certain revenues. So with that, Madam Mayor, that concludes my additional comments, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right, so now it's my colleagues' turns to ask their questions. Councilmember Shoresman.
Thank you. Yes, and thank you, staff, for the very thorough report, and thank you for answering all the questions that I submitted in advance. I know my colleagues submitted some too, and really appreciate the thorough responses to all those. One question that I still had, and I had the benefit of agenda review today, so I talked a little bit about this earlier today, but you know, we heard from some 300 community members plus in email, and then not to mention the hundreds probably between the five of us of other conversations we've been having about this topic over the last couple of weeks. And it seems to me that a lot of the questions and concerns are about, sort of in my mind, two buckets: rates, and then confusion over the rollout of the various different pieces of the parking puzzle, whether it's the gateless, the park local, the use of the kiosks, the rates and the times of the rates, all of those things, the apps. So I'm just wondering, those seem like things that we need to fix. Do we have, regardless of what we decide tonight, do we have sort of a plan of action or a timeline for how we plan to kind of go about working on some of those things?
Yeah, I'll address the communications plan. Is that what you're getting at? I know that's what we had talked about earlier today. So there was a communications plan prepared earlier this year that has since been updated to address a lot of the comments that we've been hearing as far as communications, and so trying to update our plan to incorporate or address any of those challenges that people are having. And we are working towards implementing that. It is a slow process because a lot of communication, we had a lot of missed opportunity on communication. And so we are trying to make up some of that now. So it is going to take a little while to get ourselves out of that. But we do have what I consider a pretty robust communications plan moving forward. And we have been actively working together, specifically with our parking steering committee as well, and our stakeholders like Downtown SLO, to move some of those tasks forward and implement that plan.
Thank you. Yes, I think part of it is communication, but I think the other big piece is just working on the user experience in general and the apps and how it works with the technology and the structures. And so it's sort of two pieces. So thank you for talking about the communications piece and the importance of making that a more robust action. But what about the technical pieces? What are we going to do to kind of smooth this out over time and fix some of the difficulties that people are having?
I can jump in here if that's okay. Thank you. So we have certainly been hearing from folks, and we need to hear from people, from our users, from our customers. Thank you for letting us know what your experience has been. And we are actively working to try to solve every user experience issue that we've been having. We have quite a detailed chart and a project plan that includes a Gantt chart. So for any of those project managers out there who love Gantt charts, you would really be excited to see what we have put together. And we've been really diligently working through all of them. Some of the issues that we have require a much longer kind of period of troubleshooting and problem solving. Some of them with the technology, we honestly don't know how we're going to fix it. And that's where the park local program comes into play, I think is a good example of that. After rolling it out, we realized that our apps and the pay stations and the combination of trying to make it all work together so that it would be a seamless experience for people was really problematic, and we honestly don't have a great solution to that, especially with the apps themselves. Part of the first hour free program that we are recommending that we move forward with this evening would be actually a lot easier for us to implement because of the way that the apps are set up. The problem we've been having is working with 4 different vendors to try to get all of their technology pieces lined up and in the best working condition for every person who might be wanting to use them. So that's just one example of the various kinds of user interface issues we've been dealing with. So it kind of depends on the exact problem that we're trying to solve, but we do have a very comprehensive list of what we believe are those pain and friction points. Of course, we would love to say that we're going to make it all work beautifully for every user. some of these things I think may be challenging. I mean, we're hearing that just the kiosk itself, just working through what the kiosk is and how it functions is challenging as well. But we might not be able to replace or have a current plan to replace all of our kiosks. That's quite an investment for us. But we can work on signage. We can work on helping get information out to people on how to use it in the best, most effective way possible. So that's just another example of different operational things that we are working on. And as you mentioned, Councilmember Shoresman, you're absolutely right. There is a bucket related to rates, and that creates a pain point for people, certainly. And there are a whole number of other operational issues that create a different kind of challenge. And regardless of what happens with the rates, we will continue to work through all of those.
Thank you. Yeah, the rate study is a big piece of the rates analysis piece, but it's the technological stuff that I was obviously asking a little bit more about. You talked a little bit about Santa Barbara and some of our neighboring cities and the fees for parking in some of those locations, and how Santa Barbara, for example, has an assessment that pays for their first 75 minutes. I'm sure everybody would love if it was 75 hours free, but 75 minutes free. But we aren't the only, and Santa Barbara aren't the only cities with structures that have these barriers and have had to build these very expensive structures. And do you have any lessons learned or anything from other jurisdictions besides the Santa Barbara example that you can share about, we're not alone? Are there any models that we can look at for additional ideas or other things that they've done?
Of course, our local cities around here, we are the larger parking agency from our adjacent cities. Of course, we have some information on Santa Barbara, but really, we're excited. We're excited in following what the city of Boulder's doing with their parking work. They've implemented a new system up there the last month or so. It's a different kind of model, and it seems to be a much easier user experience. And so we're following that and researching that to see if a similar model might be able to implement it here. So of course, yeah, we're looking at what other adjacent localities are doing, but also kind of looking far out to see what other agencies are doing. One of our struggles here locally is we like to provide a number of different options for folks so that they have a more seamless user experience when they're coming into the area. But the number of options that we provide also provide a number of complications for us to provide a great working system with like 4 different apps. That's 4 times the amount of ability for error to happen. But it also does provide a great ability for someone coming from the north or the south or Cal Poly to use their existing app in our area. So we need to find that sweet spot that is providing great customer service and options by not overcomplicating what we're trying to do.
Thank you. Last, we've had some public comment tonight about our parking structures and some of the features and things that people would like to see in them, improvements that we could make in them. And I know that in this, in the staff report, it projects out, our CIP, our capital improvement plan, and the improvements that we already have scheduled to do in our structures. And it proposes to change the time frames upon which we're going to complete all our projects. We had, I think, to my understanding, a more ambitious capital improvement project plan, and now staff is proposing to stretch that out a little bit. So I'm just wondering what kinds of things, can you give some examples of the things? I know in your agenda correspondence you said something about it wouldn't impact our ongoing plans and safety issues, but I just wanted to know what kinds of things would change based on what our old CIP was versus what staff is proposing now.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you for that. In agenda correspondence that we issued earlier today, item 5, we provided more detail on what we're planning on doing, what we're proposing to do to the capital improvement plan to reduce expenditures and therefore reduce revenue requirements for our parking fund. We are proposing to remove some asset maintenance dollars from parking structures that was currently approved in our 23-25 financial plan. It's our general parking structure asset maintenance. So basically, the proposal removes $500,000 of expenditure in the 24-25 fiscal year. All of the expenditures programmed in 25-26, and then we increase about $500,000 a year in the out years. The thought process is this: we're building a new parking structure. We have an existing asset management plan. In our next year, we save that money, we take it, we update our asset management plan. We have a better comprehensive package of everything that we need to do to all of our parking structures, and we include all of those requests in the 25-27 financial plan. So you'll have the best available information with the new asset plan to be able to implement that in the 25-27 financial plan. And you'll also have the knowledge or the background information of what the parking rate study shows at that point in time too. So between those pieces of information, we thought that would provide everyone the best available information to do that. What that actually means, the parking structure asset maintenance projects, is spalled concrete, so cracked concrete, rusting connections in the structure. There's nothing that's prone to fail. There's just some areas that for improvement. There's some safety items that we're addressing now with a project that's currently let. So we've just let a large asset maintenance project for the 842 and 919 parking structures, and that work's going on right now. But technology improvements in that is not included in the stuff that we're talking about reducing. So hope I answered your question.
Yeah, so just that if I'm understanding correctly, the things that would be sort of postponed are not safety issues related to safety in the parking structures. They're more maybe cosmetic or superficial, smaller things. Am I understanding that correctly?
They are superficial, smaller things that are very important to do at some point in time. So not hypercritical, but can't be ignored. It's kind of like painting your house or doing some sort of like long-term maintenance item. It really needs to be done, but you can push it back a year or two and be fine.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Sounds like the roads a little bit. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you, staff, very much for that detailed presentation, and thank you, Councilmember Shorsman. I had a question kind of follow up on your last one there. Looking at the projected spend down of the unassigned fund balance, can you get into a little bit more detail on what that does to our ability to improve and maintain the existing parking infrastructure? And you might have kind of already answered that, but I think we were kind of looking at it from different angles. Will we have sufficient funds to be able to take care of the infrastructure that we have if we spend it down with the assumption that we give that hour back?
I would answer yes, and here's my thought processes. So our spend down goes all the way out to the 29-30 fiscal year. We are making some short-term proposals to reduce our expenditures in capital so we can capture that money and return it back to the community in that form of a one-hour subsidy for the parking fund. What we will be doing in the near term, though, is doing the parking rate study to better understand what we need to do. And we'll also be doing the 25-27 financial plan that we can also adjust to meet what those current needs are at that point in time. So what we're proposing to do tonight is a kind of an interim change, a short-term change, a change that we can, implement right now, and then we can look at that in terms of the parking rate study that we hope that council allows us to move forward with, to provide that long-lasting information about whether that's the best place to use the reduced revenue or some other places.
Okay, thank you. And if I'm remembering correctly, when we had the discussion about the rate change, what I remember hearing from a lot of my colleagues was a really deep concern about our local residents and making sure that we subsidize the local experience in the downtown. And that was kind of the heart behind the Park Locals program. And if I'm hearing you correctly, there isn't any way for us to move forward on a program that specifically targets locals because of the technology. Is that correct? Or do we think that there is an opportunity down the road for us to have a locals specific program? I'd just love to hear a little bit more about that.
I can tell you from the short-term perspective of what we've seen trying to implement a Parks Local program, it's been extremely challenging to develop, administer, and have the technology work together with what we want to do. So the system we're proposing tonight is uniform to more people. That'll allow the technology package to work better and hopefully increase our user experience, less friction when people are going to pay for parking in the parking structure. While we're doing that, as Whitney indicated, we have a long list of different things that we're trying to do to reduce friction, increase our customer service, and that's part of it, is looking at different ways, looking at different funding or technology packages that we can use to make this kind of gateless environment work for the community.
And that's because, as we were talking about earlier, you mentioned there were 4 different vendors we're trying to reconcile at this point. So are we at a place where we could just simplify down to a single vendor and potentially be able to implement some of these programs that we'd really like to see that target locals?
I would say we're not ready to reduce down to a single vendor just yet. And then that's just the front end vendors that you're seeing. There's also back end vendors for license plate readers and financial transfers and all that. So there's a long list of different vendors that we need to coordinate with.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just interrupt for 1 second?
Oh, yeah.
Did you have a comment on that, City Manager? Maybe I can get that. There you go.
That is the goal, though. That is the goal, is to have a simplified system, so it's not, you don't have to have a master's in slow parking to figure out how to navigate the program. That you simply have, a app that people know that they use. And so I think that we wanted to provide options for people. What we've learned is that all of our app vendors just are not keeping pace. And so we, as a city, we only can influence them so much. And so we're very much narrowing in on the app that's responsive to our needs and our customers' needs. And that's the goal.
Thank you. I was also curious why staff focused in on the first hour free as kind of the interim solution. When looking at the chart, there were a lot of different options on there, some that cost less money, but might have extended the amount of free parking that was available on particular days. And I was just wondering if you could explain the thinking a little bit behind why the first hour free was the option that staff settled on.
I'm happy to jump in on that. It was really a combination of that we were hearing from the business community and the public that was going to be kind of a major contributor to helping people. We were hearing it over and over again that would really make a difference to folks. And we wanted to make sure we were hearing that clearly. And then in the analysis that we did with the parking fund and the changes that we saw from the difference in the cultural arts district parking structure debt coverage and all the various scenarios that we looked at, including, real-time year-end actuals from our revenue and a number of different pieces that we were able to get a kind of clearer picture of where we thought we would be at the end of this year and then going forward. We were able to come up with a scenario where we believe that the fund can afford it. This way, we're not kind of accumulating more money than we need, and at the same time, we're providing what we think is, and what we've heard as being most impactful to the community from, on the benefit side. So that was really why we narrowed in on that one option. But we knew we'd heard there are questions and requests around a lot of other options, and so we've run some numbers and provided kind of the building blocks for a discussion, and our Public Works Director, Mr. Horn, is ready to, if we need to do some math together, he's really excited to do that.
In real time.
Real-time math. But at least you have the information, but again, that was really why we formulated our recommendation that way.
Thank you. And I think my last question, do you want to jump in? City Manager?
Yeah, just going to add that, I think it's fairly simple. The 1 hour free was what we had before. It's the most simple thing to restore. People are used to it. The community knows it. It's what the businesses asked for. I'd say the second piece would probably be, and you have it in your list of options, would be Sunday or Monday. And so we've provided those options as well. And so as Ms. McDonald pointed out, we're happy to do some math and show you what a combination of different programs can do and when ultimately we would then exhaust the unappropriated reserve. But those are probably the top two that we've heard from the business community.
I think my last question here, and I think we kind of touched on it a little bit during the presentation, but I was wondering if you could clarify again why this parking rate study is coming after the rate increase. I'm the newest one on the council here back in December, and a lot of these the decisions coming up on the parking garage happened before then. And so I just think it'd be helpful to talk a little bit about the history of the rate increase happening before the parking rate study happened. So why didn't we study that ahead of time?
Sure. And really the parking rate increase that we went through prior to today, that was meant to provide the best funding package, funding outlook for the Cultural Arts District parking structure they possibly could. So the rationale was we have a large parking structure that we need to provide. We're about to secure long-term debt and pay on that for 30 years. It's in the community's best interest to be able to secure the best interest rate possible for that long-term debt and then adjust our rates to be whatever they needed to be. That was the rationale going into it, and this is the best information that we have right now. We know what the bonding rates are, we know what the debt load is going to be. Now we have the information, we can push that out to a consultant group who can develop a list of options, do some outreach for us to find out what works best for the community.
So what I'm hearing is that a lot of the urgency was really kind of because of rising interest rates, and so there was a need to make sure that we could finance that or pay that debt down before that was issued.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Rising interest rates, inflation, the cost of construction explosion that happened kind of shortly thereafter the COVID pandemic.
I'm sorry, I actually had one more question. I was really interested to hear about the additional $25,000 in spending on parking validation. And I had heard from some of our correspondents that some of the issues of how to use validation and different kiosks and meters and places being not necessarily able to speak to one another to use different types of parking permits or validations. And so I wanted to dig into that a little bit and see how that program would actually work if we were to spend money on parking validation as a city.
Yeah, great question. The parking validation does have two different ways that it will function because we do have two different systems, right? We have the pay first, which is either paying at a pay station or with your mobile apps. And then we do still have the two gated garages. And so the way that the validation will work will be separate for both of those. The gated garages, if you've experienced those in the past with what we used to call our chaser tickets, it's the same situation where your validation ticket will be a physical ticket. When you're leaving the garage, you would put in your ticket and the 1 hour would be applied to your visit. You would pay for your session at the end. For the gateless garage, as well for the on-street pay stations that have just recently been installed in the downtown that do have the validation capability, those ones operate using a coupon code. So it still is applied for the 1 free hour, but because those are a pay first, you do have to have the code at time of payment. So businesses, many that I've spoke with, if they have the option to offer it to their customers or employees first. For example, if you're a business that has appointments like a hair salon or the yoga studio, things like that, that you could give your coupon code in advance. And other options would be that the coupon code would be more of a, please come and visit us next time, and here's your code, and you can use it on your next visit.
So some businesses would be, it would be easier for some businesses to utilize the coupon code than others. And perhaps there would be a scenario where some businesses might encourage the use of the parking garage in order to be able to issue chaser tickets for that pay afterwards scenario. Is that kind of what we're envisioning?
Yes, and it also is just preference on where the person prefers to park and how they prefer to pay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you. Councilmember Pease.
And this before. Zoom. Thank you for the questions so far. I'm wondering, in terms of the parking study and the utilization rates, you quoted some utilization rates already, and then the parking study is going to be conducted in kind of January, February into March. And so I'm wondering, that's obviously that's kind of just a snapshot of utilization. So I'm wondering, the utilization that you've already talked about, when was that taken? And then is it even worth doing a utilization in kind of the middle of winter and you know, what we would describe as kind of our lowest season? Or is there some way to prorate that or, you know, extrapolate some other times? What's the utility of the utilization at that point?
So our last utilization information came from the Parking Access Management Plan. That was done at 2 different times. One time when Cal Poly was in session, one time that Cal Poly wasn't in session. I believe in the 2022 timeframe. I would argue that it's of value to actually get the data with the parking utilization information. It's a point in time information, and also describes well the differential in parking usage. So on-street usage and capacity versus parking structure capacity. Those actually do have a relation to the rate as well. So usually the on-street spaces are more desired because of the ease of use and direct nature to the business that you want to be in, but you're willing to pay a premium for that. You're willing to also perhaps walk a little bit further to get a reduced rate in the parking structure. And if we have those parking usages are dissimilar, that's an identification point for us that we probably need to look at the differential in those 2 rates. And so, yes, I think it's important. Yes, I think it's a point in time snapshot. And yes, I think it'll help us all understand the parking dynamics in the rates.
Okay, and there isn't a newer technology of satellite imagery or, I mean, I know we have a lot of trees, it's hard to count from that, but, or cell phone, you know, big data kinds of opportunities? Not that we have right now, sounds like.
Yeah, there is big data information. I'm sure that, I think that the correlation between big data and people actually using parking spaces would not be a good nexus for us.
Okay, thanks.
I think City Manager wants to add to that.
Yeah, I want to just hop in because I belabored the point earlier about the parking sessions. What I just want to continue to remind, we don't think is indicative of foot travel. We are experimenting with some data. We're still working that out in terms of overall trips downtown. At least, you know, we've got some indications, and overall that we've seen overall less number of trips in our region, less number of trips in our city. But after July 1st, we have seen, you know, less trips downtown, and it's in greater degree, but by no means have we been able to refine the data. I mentioned that because I think we can look at that, Councilmember Pease, to see, is that ultimately a way that we could use to help be able to look at overall utilization in our parking structures in our streets.
Okay, thanks. And then I'm wondering if you could take a moment to talk about citations. I know that there's been frustration as people tinker and work on the technology itself, and then to have a parking ticket on top of that. So I'm wondering if you can just, it sounds like maybe we've already done some adjusting in how we're approaching citations during this time. And so anyway, what are the options there? Kind of what should our grace period be? What adjustments have we made, and could we make to make citations a little more user-friendly?
Okay, happy to tackle that conversation for you. So our parking enforcement team for on-street do focus on customer service, trying to help customers identify if they're trying to make a payment. Does that mean the people still get tickets? Yes, they still do. There are people that we miss. But our staff are trained to approach people at the pay station and identify if they are making a payment and for what vehicle, so we don't cite them. There is a grace period built into the end of a parking session, so that if you've exceeded your parking session, we're not immediately citing you for that violation. So that has been in effect. For the parking structures, we do have a very limited amount of enforcement for them. We're not in there regularly patrolling. Our license plate recognition cameras at our gateless facility do tell us when someone's in violation, and we can issue a drive off for that. But we're not directly focused on that for the parking structures.
Great, thanks. And so, and it sounds like, City Manager, I believe we talked a little bit about just kind of the conversation about a kinder, gentler approach during this transition time.
Absolutely, and I think, I've given direction to Mr. Horn and the rest of the team to make sure that we are leaning into how do we make sure that people understand the system, they're not being cited in a way that is punitive. And that we give people the grace. We'll continue to do that as we move forward. We've already reallocated some enforcement resources to make sure that we're being as equitable as possible throughout the city.
Great, so maybe some of the experiences have already been kind of corrected going forward. And then my last question here is, let's say beyond that first hour free, the 1.4 million that we've talked about, and I'm kind of like scanning to see who, I'll start with you. If there were interest from the community and colleagues up here to do something even beyond that, right? That's certainly been an ask, and we understand that there's, we can't do everything, we can't roll back. But if there were some interest in doing something in the near-term relief, not the we're doing a rate study and all of that, but in the near-term relief, something, maybe a short-term rollback of those evening enforcement hours or an additional day like a Sunday, where would that money come from?
So, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Pease, our recommendation would be to just draw down the unappropriated reserve quicker. So, for example, the second recommendation, what we would recommend would be Sunday, Monday. That is the second highest priority. And I'd ask Mr. Horn, who's committed to do real-time math of what that would do. I think it draws down, if we extend Sunday, Monday, it would draw down the unappropriated balance. We would exhaust it by, I believe, 27, 28, so about 2 years earlier, but I want to have Mr. Horn check that math. We've ran a couple different scenarios on that. And so that would be the next recommendation.
So in that case, if it were drawn down sooner, then that would be that much sooner. We would have to kind of revisit this issue when we do our rate study in order to be whole, or have a conversation about the enterprise, and this is, again, policy conversation, but the enterprise as a standalone versus are there extenuating circumstances that might warrant an outside infusion of money to be able to support economic vitality, equitable access, and those types of things.
Yeah, I think you'd have to have a policy discussion. I think you'd have to reconcile those actions with your general plan policies and your financial plan policies. And I think you'd have to make amendments to those or make findings necessary to do that. And so I think which can be a long process.
Long process.
And so
right. That's not near term.
That's why I don't recommend looking to that. I think you have some resources to look to within your parking fund if the council wants to go beyond staff's recommendation. So I'd turn to Mr. Horn to give us the real-time math on that.
So the 1 hour free has the unreserved fund balance going to the negative zone in the 29-30 fiscal year. If you were to add Sunday and Monday onto that, it advances it 2 years. So the unreserved fund balance goes negative in the 27-28 fiscal year.
So you essentially get about 4 years from now. So, and that would give you the time, you know, the rate study comes back in spring. And so what we've heard loud and clear from the communities, you know, you need to be very deliberate and methodical about any future changes. So when the rate study comes back, we wouldn't recommend anything take effect. We need to spend some time working with the community so that they understand any sort of rate changes. But you've got essentially 4 years if you choose both of those options before you have to make decisions to keep your fund in balance and in alignment with both your general plan and your financial policies.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Well, thanks for all this information. I appreciate that. And I know it's been a difficult situation for the entire community, and I appreciate everyone coming out tonight. I have a few questions. One is from people who don't have cell phones, or if they do have cell phones, don't like apps or don't want to use apps. What did they do? What kind of, or people who don't have credit cards. Believe it or not, there are people who don't have credit cards. Most of these people tend to be older people. I see there's a few people out there who don't have credit cards. But how do we accommodate people who could, in the past, just fish out a quarter or two and put them in the meter, and now there's apps and all this stuff?
The pay stations are an option for any of the places that you park, other than, well, and including at the 2 gated structures as well. So the gated structure has option to pay via pay station, or you can also pay at the exit. And then the other gateless structure, as well as the on-street, if you don't have a mobile phone or aren't comfortable using a mobile app, then you would pay at the pay station. And the pay stations do accept cash as well. Do they coin? Okay, on-street accepts coin. The gateless structure, all of the structures are not coin. Yeah.
Can I just add to that? So no check though, right? just checking, you know, of all the methods.
No check.
Okay, so that's status quo, but in terms of the kinder, gentler approach, how are we going to deal with people in that situation?
We do have more education opportunities that we're looking into. For example, we are looking into using volunteers as parking information sharers and education folks that could assist at pay stations during peak times and could be there available more frequently than they are now. Our enforcement staff, and we do have parking ambassadors that are there to help folks walk through it, but it's not on a continual basis, and particular during peak hours. So we are looking into having volunteers be present during those times to be able to walk folks through things. We've also talked about partnering with Parks and Rec to maybe doing some education at the senior center, or having some other just events where we go to the community, either the senior center or farmers market, and just have more education opportunities in those types of settings.
Okay, thank you. I have another question. I appreciate the accommodation for the holidays that's been made, and that we do have done traditionally, that we're going to continue to do. I'm curious if we could also look at no charge in the structures during the holiday parade. This year it's December 1st. And how would that impact? So I'm saying no charge 6 to 9 on December 1st and future holiday parades. And what I'm thinking about is we have a holiday parade, and then we have people who, at least from what we understand from our emails, are saying, I'm not going to the downtown because of the parking. Parking is too expensive. But we're having a holiday parade. I don't want people to come. So how do we, would that be something that could be feasible?
Sure, absolutely. So the holiday window that we have was adopted by council resolutions, very specific to the days that are offered. If council wished to provide another day for the holiday parade, monetarily it's insignificant into what we're doing, and of course we can include that in the future.
Okay. And I just wanted to go back to this concept of unallocated reserves. They exist, it's my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because when we set the present rates as a placeholder, this council understood that it was just a placeholder because we didn't know how much the garage was going to cost to build, and we didn't know what the bond debt financing would actually turn out to be. So now we have some certainty. So the present rates have created this unallocated reserve fund, and I'm just concerned about that whole concept, frankly. So is it going to be possible, would it be possible in the future to reduce requirements for various expenditures so that we didn't over-realize funds? In other words, why do we need to have an unallocated reserve fund? That's my understanding with the enterprise funds have a duty, really, not to over-realize revenue. And it's my experience on the Integrated Waste Management Authority. We managed to reduce rates as a result of over-realizing. Also, the city of San Luis Obispo reduced water and sewer rates around the year 2000 because we were over-realizing revenue. So can you explain to me why it's okay to have this unallocated revenue fund in the parking structure, in the parking fund?
City Manager, can you answer that?
Yeah, I just want to be direct in the interest of time. So that money was set aside if we had had a different type of debt instrument. That debt instrument we did not use, so we do not need that funding. So the council can spend that any way it wants as long as it's related to parking purposes. And parking purposes are defined in your parking and access plan. So by all means, we want to have a balance fund where revenues equal expenditures, and right now you have the ability to adjust rates and use that money, and that's the proposed source to make the adjustments.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have for now.
Great, thank you, and thank you to my colleagues for your many questions. I'm going to start my first round, then I'll come back to your second rounds. I think I have 4 pages worth of questions, so we'll try to make them as consolidated as possible. First, when you shared many things, I might have missed it. Did you share how many parklets came down versus what are left up? Because that's been on some communications and correspondence, so if you don't mind just sharing that, that would be great. And sorry if it's a repeat.
Yeah, and I did not mention it in the presentation. So the parklet program, obviously during the pandemic, there were many parklets. Since we've established a formal parklet program that does, people do have to pay a fee to participate. We have seen a lot of those parklets come out. But since last year to now, we've had about 30 parklets come out. So that has gone back into our parking inventory for the on-street. But again, our on-street is about 1,300, a little bit over 1,300 spaces. So it really had a minimal impact as far as making a change to the occupancy or the availability of parking.
So how many left do we have? Do you happen to know? Sorry, City Managers. maybe answer that question.
Yes, so we have about 10. There's about 10, at one point we were up to about 100 or so parklets, and so the majority have moved out. Most of the remaining ones are transitioning to permanent curb extensions or other investments in permanent dining.
Thank you. And then on our free holiday parking, of course, I was here and passed it through, but I realized there's kind of a weird Sunday left that isn't included. So we have Thanksgiving Sunday and all the Sundays in December, but not the one Sunday that's in between. So I was just wondering if there was a way that we could add that back, what that would cost. I'm not asking you to figure out that fast math right now, but just curious. And then back to the apps. No, there's just one Sunday that's missing. So anyway, surge parking. So we've talked about surge parking. We've talked about park local. I know there's a lot of different options. Pismo, I noticed that, on our chart, it's $6. As of September, it was $7. I think it's going back down to $5 because they have this, they match their parking with how busy it is in Pismo. So I'm just wondering, even outside of our kiosk, outside of our gateless structure, is that something we could do in the future? Because we had talked about locals as well as we talked about surge pricing in the future. Is that something that still can be looked at with a rate study RFP?
Absolutely, we can include that in the scope of work for the rate study, not a problem.
Perfect, thank you. And then I appreciate the streamlining goals of the apps. I'm also extremely concerned with that. One of the things that we just talked about was Wi-Fi and cameras and the difficulty about that. I was just talking to someone last week, the reason they have one app on their phone for parking is because it was the third app that was on our list, but it was the only one that would actually download in the structure. So when we talk about streamlining, what is that goal of streamlining versus our Wi-Fi? Because it seems as though Wi-Fi and that is not on the same picture of our budget over here for rates. So would that be something we looked at the RFP or something totally separate?
I don't believe we would, speak Wi-Fi, I don't believe we'd encounter that in the parking rate study RFP. We could look at technology and modeling in the parking rate study. That'd be a good use. And honestly, we're all going to struggle with the number of options versus simplicity, and we're going to have to find that spot that works for everyone. There's a push-pull. So
got it. Thank you. Appreciate it. And I do want to say thank you so much. There's that little, I wish I had brought it today so you could put it on the presentation. The one that you created, it's like a business card that has a QR code to the apps, a QR code to the citation and appeals, a QR code to get the permit. That's a fabulous business card, really clear and really helpful for people, whether they're using cash or whether, whatever it might be. So I forgot to write down the page, but there's a page that talks about phone calls. I think it's the agenda correspondence. One of the things that I'm struggling with is there are people who have told me numerous times they couldn't get through it all or they didn't want to leave a voicemail. And so I feel like whether they were saying something positive or negative, so I feel like that's hard to manage. Can you look at missed calls? Like how do you identify the answers that are not on that survey, I guess?
Yeah, thank you. So we also got a lot of those same comments about how difficult it was to get a hold of our staff. So we have made changes within the office to be able to allow people to get through. We did realize that there were some IT settings set up that we weren't aware of that weren't allowing people to leave messages during certain times of the day. So we have fixed all of those, and we know it's working because usually we have tons of voicemail logs on Monday when we get there, and lately we've been able to clear those through at a faster rate, and so we aren't having them bombard us all at once anymore, and so we know that it's been effective. We've also changed the voicemail to have information letting people know some of the frequently asked questions that we get that when people call aren't something that can be done over the phone. For example, wanting to pay a citation is one of the main things people call about, and we can't accept payment over the phone. So we did update the voicemail to list specific things that answer frequently asked questions, like please go online to pay your citation. So some of those operational improvements we have changed, and I think that that's at least helping the access to our staff. And other than that, we can track the missed calls. We don't necessarily rate any type of sentiment to them. And that is one thing about the sentiment tracking, is that it really can vary what the overwhelming sentiment is based on what type of platform that we're recording the sentiment on.
Got it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And as far as the 6 to 9, regardless of whatever we decide, that would still be part of the RFP. And when we talk about that, there's definitely some equity issues of, you know, a bank or an office that's open from 8 to 5, 10 to 6. They're paying, their customers are paying it the entire time. Maybe not a bank, because a lot of them have their own parking lots. But then a restaurant or bar that's open up from 12 to 9. If we shorten up that time of everyone gets to park wherever they want to on the street at 6, then is there not some equity issues regarding the different what kinds of business you are? Have you been discussing that at all?
Yeah, we have been discussing that, and it is an issue. And regardless of what we decide or what council decides here today, if we choose not to implement that, that will be included in the parking rate study. And again, we're going to get into this place where we're going to be making decisions that, aren't the best for, individual people, but might be the best for the collective whole. It's going to be, we're going to have to come to some resolution on what we want as a community, and some people will be more negatively impacted than others. I don't have a great answer for you on the diversity component of that. So
yeah, not diversity, just the equity of the different types of businesses that are maybe experiencing a positive or a negative around that. So okay, thank you. And then lastly, and then I'll move it on, with the communications plan, if we're keeping, I assume no matter what, we're keeping kiosks, right? Okay, so in the communications plan, is there more information or more plan to create more instructions for the kiosks themselves?
Yes, and there are various things specific to that, a lot of different strategies that we'll be trying to do. So we did recently, within the last month, do how-to videos on all of those things. So there is a how-to video on the kiosk. So that's just one thing of several things. And then also, as I had mentioned earlier, we are looking into having volunteers be physically out there and have more of a presence, at least for like a good chunk of time, to continue that education and to hopefully reach enough people to have them feel comfortable with it, and also going to more community events like a presence at farmers market. And there's some other opportunities that we haven't necessarily been taking advantage of that are included in our updated communications plan to be able to hone in on and help with that education and that messaging.
When you say video at the kiosk, you don't mean like at the gas station where you can actually see it happening. It's just a URL, right? Like, yeah, okay, it's just a URL to it. So what I'm saying is, so if you're physically touching, I mean, if you're physically there and you're not technologically savvy, what we were just talking about. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, okay. So if you're not technologically savvy, just trying to figure out how to use that, which has been many comments that I've received. It's just confusing. So I just was hoping there's going to be like a physical instructions there at the kiosk.
Yes, and just evaluating signage in general and how easily it is to understand the signage, whether it's at the kiosks or in the structures, just in general, is one of the things that's on our list as well.
Awesome.
And then I also did just want to say one of the items that was in the agenda correspondence, we did do a user intercept survey at the pay stations, and about 75%, yes, indicated that they were relatively easy to use, but I think it was about 79 people that participated in that survey.
I'll just tell you from surveys that I've done just by walking and talking to businesses, that is the number one thing they've had to do was stop and explain to customers how to utilize it. So in addition to the frustration of the cost, so that's why I'm just asking these questions. And lastly, I don't know if it's a question for Whitney or for Derek, but just to understand, I know parking pays for parking. Are safety upgrades to structures something that can be taken out of different parts of the budget, not necessarily just the parking fund?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, you could do that. You'd have to recalibrate your future capital improvement program if you want to add those in and reprioritize other things that are in your budget. It would be a departure from your policies. I think you need to make some findings about why you're investing general fund dollars in these improvements, but the council could do it. I want to follow up with a comment or a question that you asked about the individual pay stations going away. And I'll just, maybe a lot of people don't know this, that the city was, ultimately there was litigation filed against the city. And part of our settlement of that, because under the American with Disabilities Act, because the allegations were that our old parking meters were not ADA accessible. And so that was another driver as well. And so these pay stations do meet the requirements of the ADA.
Thank you for that reminder. And thank you very much for answering the questions. Councilor Schwarzman.
I'll try to make these quick. I know this is round 2 for me, but that's what happens when you go first. Sometimes you end up with more questions at the end. Just to follow up on Councilmember Francis's questions about the $25,000 in the validation program, and that is one thing that I've received comments about from people, is that it's one of the things that is confusing, and it sounds like even from your description, it's used differently, and the capabilities are different depending on the structure that you use. Just wondering, again, not to add another complication to the whole mix, but do the validation codes or the validation program work with the apps at all, or is that, and do they work with the kiosks on the street?
They do work with the apps, correct? Yes. Oh, turn it over to Gavin.
I can tackle this one. So one of our apps does take the validation codes that we utilize. That's the one that's affiliated with our on-street pay stations and our pay stations in the gateless structure. The other apps, 2 of them, do take validation codes. It would be a question of whether we're going to take the $25,000 that the city could possibly put towards this and create accounts in those individual apps, which are Park Mobile and Pay by Phone, that do offer that. So we could have a validation program through them and issue out those validation codes through the other apps too.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that?
Of course.
Thank you. So if I am a business and I want to purchase validation opportunities for my customers, then I have to purchase codes and tickets?
You could purchase either or, depending on how you want your customers to interact with parking. So if you're using one of the gated structures, we have the tickets, the Chaser ticket program for the gated structure. Our gateless facility and our on-street parking, you could get a validation code for those.
Got it. Okay.
Thanks for that. So if I understood you correctly, and I just want to make sure that I heard you so that when we go into deliberations, we can take this into account. But it sounds like, I know staff recommendation is to do the first free hour now. That's what you're all recommending. If we did more than that, the more other sort of things that we add on, or different things, the amount of money that we spend now kind of limits our options later after the parking study is done. Is that correct?
Yeah, the amount of money that we that we annualize, we select, we add to the budget will decrease the reserve amount that we have faster. So we will be presented information in the parking rate study, and we will have options though to change and correct that. But that will not be able to rely on a glide path using the unreserved fund balance for that.
Right, okay.
So it'd be a little harsher of a transition if we wanted to do something.
Right, so for example, if we wanted to keep, I suppose if we, it sounds like if we wanted to say, give the first free hour back for a period of time, then when that period of time was over, we might have some more options and sort of room to move around with the rates based on what the parking study comes out. But if we decide to go indefinitely into the future with something like the first free hour, then that limits our ongoing opportunities to tweak things or do different programs later, right? Because that money is already sort of spoken for.
That is correct, and indefinitely would be at the 2930. It would be in a negative zone in the unreserved fund balance, and then depending on whatever types of changes to the parking rates that we want to do in the near term, depending on what those changes are.
City Manager, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think there's two components. One, spending down the reserve, Councilmember Shoresman, and two, I think we want to create some customer clarity about expectations, right? So I think if the council's thinking tonight they're going to make adjustments, those adjustments you're making you should be thinking about ultimately how do they fit into the future. And so we know that what is very much valued right now is the 1 hour. And so I would, we're going to move forward with the rate study with the foundation that perhaps that continues to happen. And then what other rate adjustments you might make. Going beyond that, temporary measures, I think, create some confusion in terms of the signals to the community ultimately about what's going to be the baseline expectations about parking. People want clarity and certainty when they show up, and they want less friction, and that's what we should be shooting for.
Thank you. Last question, with regard to the rate study, if I understood correctly from the report, it sounds like even just knowing that there's going to be results of the rate study in April, there will be many opportunities for folks to participate in the rate study process, feedback opportunities, that sort of thing, as part of the process of the rate study. Is that correct?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah. I just have one really brief question in the spirit of exploring kind of short-term relief options. We'd gotten several correspondence from some businesses on Lower Higuera who were particularly concerned about their employees trying to navigate finding parking just due mostly to construction limitations and there not being sufficient parking close to where their businesses were located. And I was wondering if we could explore some sort of temporary program in the interim between now and when the parking garage is completed on that end of town that would allow some more flexibility for employees to be able to find and access parking with the parking permits that give them some subsidized rates.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I think that my recommendation would be that we revisit the authorities that are provided to the Public Works Director for Dana Street. Dana Street is the transition street. It's right now during the day and evening, it's quite vacant. I think that there's the opportunities for us to be able to develop some parking on that edge of town to be able to address what is taking off the on-street parking, or excuse me, the surface parking lot associated with the Cultural Arts District. We see that there's other construction projects, the Marsh Street Lofts, San Luis Square. We showed a map of those tonight. I think that's the vicinity that doesn't have access to structured parking. And so in meeting with some of the neighbors down there, and we heard from one particular business owner down at the Creamery, that is something that if council's inclined, you could give direction. We could come back with a very selective change to give us the authority to be able to make those adjustments.
When we get to deliberations period, I'd love to hear any feedback on that particular proposal. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And just want to apologize, earlier I was confused by the Sundays because we have the whole Thanksgiving weekend, so sorry for confusing things even more. Okay, so now comes the time that you've all been waiting for, which is public comment on this 6A topic. Oh, thank you. And yes, and because many of you, I would assume, have at least one message, which is please give back the first hour free, and it is the recommendation of the staff. I just thought we'd do a kind of an informal straw poll by default. That's not the official word, of course, but each of us, if we just share not all your deliberation, not all your other thoughts about what you might want to do, but are you open to giving that first hour free back? It may help our commenters in what they have to say. Vice Mayor Marks.
Yes, I'd like to, I support reinstating the 1 hour free for all users of the city's parking structures.
Thank you. Councilmember Shoresman.
Yeah, I'm generally in support. I know that it's been a difficult time the last couple of years, and I know we need to do something in the short term, so I'm generally supportive, but I would like to talk about it more.
Of course. Thank you. Councilmember Pease.
Yes, I'm also supportive, and I'm super interested in hearing feedback from our community to see if there's other conversations to have.
Perfect, thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, I am also supportive, but would like to have some conversations to make sure that we have plenty of options once the rate study is done, so that we have flexibility to be more responsive to some of the things that we're seeing on the ground.
Absolutely, thank you. And I just excuse me, I know that the ability to just stop off quickly, do a quick errand and come back and just have that hour free and not have to figure out Park Local and all the rest. I think we made a good intention of trying to help our local community. And the Gateless had this great technology opportunity, it's just not quite there yet. So we've heard very much from the community how this is so important. So I'm definitely important of that as well, or supportive as well. So we'll move forward to public comment for people in this room. Then we'll bring over the people from the overflow. Then we'll bring people on from the Zoom. Those who have a 1-minute comment, you get like a quickie ability to come to the podium first, which is kind of nice. So if you have a 1 minute, you'll be going first. If you have a 2 minute, you'll be going after the 1 minute. And if you have a 3 minute, you still get 2 minutes. So City Clerk, can you please call roll, or not call roll, but call the next commenter.
Yeah, but I just want to make sure that we're clear. We are not going to accept any more speaker cards as of this moment.
As of this moment, all speaker cards, and again, I'll just say one more time on Zoom, this is it. If you have a comment, please raise your hand at this time. Thank you.
Okay, because we have 37 speakers in person, and at this moment we have 5 on Zoom. Okay, so again, I'm going to read 3 at a time. If you could kind of line up, and I'll repeat the names again, but just so we can try and get this as fast as possible. And if you're in the hearing room and you want to stay in there, my deputy clerk is in there to assist you. So Brenda Amorano, John Garcia, Kathy Godfrey.
My name is Brenda Altamirano, and I am an employee at Williams & Sonoma. I make $16 an hour. My shifts generally last 4 to 5 hours. 1 hour free will do nothing for me as an employee, because basically right now I'm working 1 hour just to pay for parking.
Thank you so much.
John
ASL, please. Thank you.
John Garcia, Kathy Godfrey,
Good evening, Mayor and also City Council. I'll be brief. I do believe there is a fundamental disconnect with the existing city charter and the business owners and the community of San Luis Obispo at large today. Parking is an issue that is directly correlated to some of the actions your predecessors, both in the mayor's office and the City Council, who clearly prioritized bikes, minimizing traffic lanes and parking spots over some of the business issues. These might have been aspirational plans, but all these people here before you tonight are going to express concerns, worth listening to, of course, that this previously laid plan is not working. One of your team recently sent out a note, and I quote, "Our city has prioritized climate action as a major city goal. The only way we'll meet our ambitious reductions in GHG is through a focus on mode shift to transit, carpool, bikes, pedestrians, and trolleys. The bike infrastructure and road diets are an important step towards achieving those goals. This is not in line with supporting the city, the downtown business community of San Luis Obispo." Thank you.
Thank you.
John Little, Madeline Ropner, Lee Lingman.
And when you come to the podium, please go ahead and restate your name. We're trying to furiously write public comment down.
Hi, I'm John Little. I am in support of having the first hour free. I do not think that this should extend until 2029. I think that having a couple years to adjust and figure out a new plan is optimal. As discussed at a previous city council meeting, one of the options we have with this parking structure is the option to retrofit it for electric vehicles in many of the parking spots. And I think that we should use some of that budget that's a little bit dwindling. We shouldn't just dwindle it out, but we should make use of it in that way. I think as in terms of consumer choice, you can take the bus, that's $3. You can buy a parking spot, that's $3. If the city's gonna commit to a 2035 zero carbon action plan, I think that making that a clear choice is gonna help us a long way. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Madeline Ropner, Lee Lingman, Mary Jane Daughtry.
Hi, my name is Lee, and I'm the store manager of the downtown Sephora. So since the new rates and gateless entry is implemented in July, it has negatively impacted Sephora's traffic and sales. Since July, our traffic has dropped 30% and sales have dropped 20%. Our clients are complaining that the gateless entry is confusing, parking is too expensive, and they are choosing to take their businesses away from downtown. The new parking system and parking rates have negatively impacted my store's employees as well. Due to a drop in sales, there has been a decrease in payroll hours given to employees. Their paychecks are now smaller when the cost of living continues to increase. If employees choose to park in the structures, they lose almost an hour of their pay just to come to work. Many of my employees only work 1 to 3 shifts per week, so the parking permits are not realistic for them. The new rates are causing employees to quit or turn down employment opportunities at downtown Sephora. If they choose to park for free in the neighborhoods, they're having to walk quite far. It's causing tardiness and a disruption as business, as well as my managers having to drive them to their car at the end. I just suggest that you give employees either halved off parking rates or offer them the first 2 hours free.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madeline Ropner, Mary Jane Daughtry, or Jim Johnson.
Hi, I'm Madeline Ropner. I'm representing the Odd Fellows. I'm the district deputy grand master, first woman to be that. Also the first noble grand of Choro Lodge 168. We are on Dana Street, 520 Dana. We have approximately 45 parking spaces. We could do a deal, banker hours, we could rent out maybe 20 spaces to people who work downtown, but we need to find out how to do that with insurance and other things. I have another speaker coming up to elaborate on that a little bit, but we have questions how we can make this work for us and make it work for people who need some parking. You know, work out like a honor system with stickers or something where people could park in our lot safely. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mary Jane Daughtry, Jim Johnson, Curtis Campbell.
Hello, my name is Mary Jane Jodry. My husband spoke earlier. One thing that was not mentioned was the fact that last year I met with State Senator John Laird and talked to him about getting money for the parking structures for these safety upgrades, or safety things that should be done. You know, these are not cosmetic or anything else. I want to know what happened to that money, and I want to know when we're going to be putting those cameras in, because the money was definitely there for that. And the other thing that I want to mention, and I really am so appreciative that we have the new chief. He did talk about the current conditions in the parking structures, that there haven't been serious problems. But somebody died this last year. Another person died. And this is exactly what we're trying to prevent, is another death in the parking structures. And a person dying every year and a half is not just the cost of doing business. We need to just prevent this altogether.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Johnson, Curtis Campbell, Vicki Chavez.
Hello, my name's Curtis Campbell. I was born and raised here, raised my family here. I just opened up a brick and mortar down in the Creamery, the Banshee Beauty Company. I work at Tiger Lily Salon and run other different events and programs in this area. Thank you for considering the 1 hour back, but that is like the bare minimum. So I could take my daughter to get a library book for free, And 100% increase on parking, even if it was a delay because of COVID, does no one any good. Every day is the second most expensive place to live in California, or where it is now, third, but we ain't pulling it, It's just frustrating. And I wanted to come up here and look at your faces and let you know, all of us middle-aged and younger, we can figure out the dang kiosks. But you're hurting our wallets, and you know where the money comes from? The tips from the waiters and our currency that we lose for your parking projects. And thank you.
Thank you.
Vicki Chavez, Mike Chavez, Karen Gray. Oh, okay, just a second.
I think next door.
You're looking.
Oh, look at this. Oh, there you go. Yeah, so look towards the screen and stand back just a little bit. Okay, there you go. Perfect.
State your name.
Hi, I'm Vicki Chavez, and I just proposed instead of an hour and a half, but free parking.
Thank you.
Mike Chavez?
Yes, my name is Mike Chavez. I've lived here in San Luis Obispo for about 40 plus years, and reinstate free parking. Give a break to the businesses. I'm a foodie. I'd like to put a commercial in for Giuseppe's, Novo, Luna Red, all those great restaurants. The people that are working there are on minimum wage, and then they have to pay more on top of that for parking. It's unheard of. You go to Fresno, you go to River Park, you go nice restaurants, they're free parking. Go to Madonna, go to Laguna, Giuseppe's, move over there where Tahoe Joe's was, and Hometown Buffet, and it's free parking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Karen Gray, and first of all, I want to say I think you should roll back parking to where it was. I like the idea of Sunday, Monday free. I have my kids just moved back to town with young children, and they were just saying it costs them $6 if they want to go to the library. You can't take your kids to the library every day. $6, by the time you take out the stroller, you're looking at 2 hours. They can't go to the Children's Museum. Everything is expensive. We've been here for 28 years. We love to eat downtown, but we have friends that say, everybody let's go to the public market. Let's go to the new market that's going to Madonna. I think we're going to lose restaurants downtown. And as you can see, there are so many vacancies downtown. You better roll back that parking and fill up those buildings. And once you fill up your buildings, then you could talk about raising parking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine Hicks, Leslie Bierce and David Gray. Leslie Bierce, David Gray, and Ron Cogan.
Am I on? Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Leslie Bierce. I've lived in San Luis all my life. I've seen a lot going on in the downtown with parking, with retail, everything. My great-grandfather had a blacksmith shop at the corner of Broad and Higuera in the 1800s, and the picture of it is right out here in your hallway. My husband, Ron, who spoke earlier, and I had a downtown business, retail business in the 80s. So we have seen a lot going on. My daughter, Christina Bierce, she's award-winning videographer, works with nonprofits. And my son, Robert, also worked with us in our business. And what I see is you should take away the study and just get the business people together, make a consensus of what they want. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Gray, Ron Cogan.
Hi, I'm David Gray. I've had my business here in downtown for 28 years, and I have not seen a combination of the vacancies, the restaurants going out of business, with the public not wanting to come here because of parking. It's, on the way over here, I was listening to the Dave Congleton show, and he had a restaurant expert on, and she said, why would anybody want to open up a restaurant in downtown, in San Luis, with the parking rate so high? So I say, go with the 1 hour free parking, reduce the rates back to what they were before, put the resources into this town in order to make that happen and make our a thriving downtown. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ron Cogan, Victoria Cromhut, sorry, and Steph Stackhouse. And just give me 1 minute so I can adjust to 2 minutes time.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart, City Council members and staff. My name is Steph Stackhouse, and I'm here
Hold on
tonight.
1 second, Stephanie. We need to put the timer on. She's working on that.
All right. My name is Steph Stackhouse, and I'm here tonight representing the Downtown SLO Board of Directors. On behalf of Downtown SLO's Board of Directors and Parking and Access Committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide input. Downtown SLO is in support of reinstating the first hour free, which will encourage people to visit downtown. Downtown SLO has and continues to advocate for the first hour free to remain in place permanently. In addition to the proposal to reinstate the first hour free, we'd like council to consider additional measures to provide short-term relief to businesses before the final rate study is complete. We understand that the city needed to make changes to parking enforcement and rates as the city works to build more garage parking through a cultural arts district parking structure. Yet our downtown business community is telling us they're seeing negative impacts from these parking changes on their businesses. Whatever measures the city ultimately puts in place, we highly recommend the city focus on the user experience when parking downtown, including moving back to a park, play, pay model. It's important to create simple processes and messages to consumers. A user-friendly system will encourage drivers to use the city's parking garages, which has always been the message to visitors planning on extended visits, and alleviate the confusion and frustration shared over these past few months. A prime example of a successful community using new technology in garages and a park, play, pay model is downtown Boulder. They have gateless parking and users are billed upon exiting the garage. Having a thriving, sustainable, vibrant downtown has been a constant goal of our community. We appreciate all the support from city staff and council on this front over the years. Thank you for considering our suggestions. We believe that these measures will help improve the downtown area and support local businesses. And on a final note, we have a number of events planned for the holiday season starting November
you.
24th.
Thank you so much.
Ron Cogan, Victoria Cromhut, Pete Evans. Chris Russo. Go ahead.
I'm Pete Evans. I don't know where
Okay,
the
yeah,
others
go
are.
ahead.
Hello, I'm Pete Evans. I'm a recent immigrant. I got here in '69. My first council meeting I went to was a bunch of old white men. Quite a change. I want to add some information. The mayor announced many sources of information, social media, emails, blah, blah, blah. And I would like to encourage you, if you haven't, to also listen to the Dave Congleton show when they cover these issues, and Cal Coast News. There's some interesting comments in there. One large one from me. I think the parking conditions that we're living under right now have been ill thought out, not well planned. You can see the devastation that's caused. My friends Patty and Jim D of the Palm Theater are here. The Junk Girls on Monterey Street, they're here. And many others protesting this. I'm not a business person. I'm just a pawn. And I think your medicine is killing the patient. I'd like to start a movement. It's going to be called 1 hour is not enough. I want 2 hours free parking for everybody all the time in the structures. And I'd like free parking downtown from Saturday afternoon till Monday morning. Or till Monday afternoon, I forget what the proposal was. And invite people to participate in our community instead of punishing them for it. And I think you will see this movement will grow. I know you need money to manage our affairs. We all need money. But this isn't the way. You're killing the town. And I know that's not your intent. So I suggest an injunction against all the rate increases, all the new hours, throw all that out, go back to where we were, add the suggestions that I
Thank you very much.
proposed,
Thank you.
and then study the issue. Thank you.
Chris Russo, Shelley Schaefer, Bailey Boslov.
Hi, I'm Chris Russo. Thank you for the time today. Number one, I think you're at a precarious point. You're trying to balance short-term pain with long-term debt management. And so that's one of the big things you're trying to figure out, so I understand that. But I think you're gonna have to take a look at what's happening right now, because this is a tipping point where people will abandon downtown and not come anymore, because habits will form and they'll start staying away from downtown. I'll go, the restaurant I always go to on Saturday night is this restaurant outside of town instead of downtown. So that's something to consider first off. Second thing is, I don't understand what metrics or goals you're trying to achieve. So how do you know you're successful in what you're doing? So what's the metrics that you're using and what are the goals you're trying to achieve? Because I haven't heard anything about that. I've heard points raised, but not goals and what metrics you use to achieve those goals. So consider that in terms of how you're making your decisions right now. The third thing is, if you drive, I don't hear how sales revenues downtown is being considered in terms of offsetting parking. If you've got downtown sales revenues go up, sort of like a cycle, where if you raise sales revenues can feed or offset parking debt, which can then reduce, which can make parking changes, which is sort of that cycle that you consider see. So how have you considered sales revenues increase in terms of perhaps helping the long-term debt? And then the last one, have you considered an advisory board to help you make these decisions? So who have you sort of brought in from the community, tech, citizens, landlords, and restaurants and other types of businesses downtown to help you make the right decisions as opposed to trying to make it yourself. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Shelley Schaefer, Bailey Osrolov, Leanne Heidler.
Hello, my name is Bailey and I'm the manager of Hands Gallery. Recently, I have become interested in the history behind our building on Higuera Street. The oldest business that can be traced back through photos, which stood where we are today, was called the Whistler Bar back in 1908. Since then, just like many other downtown, that building would house other small businesses. Businesses with owners who wanted to share their dreams with this community and make downtown SLO special. Places where you could make memories with your families. The place where you couldn't wait to run and tell your favorite clerk that your daughter got engaged last week. And the first place you felt safe going after the loss of a family member. A downtown where locals thrived and tourists were welcomed. Hands Gallery has been the residing business in that building for 33 years now, and there will come a day when a new one will stand in its place. It's the issue of parking that will determine whether it's one that keeps our downtown special or makes it look like every other outdoor mall in this country. Because it's not just the price, the kiosks, or the inconvenience of parking that has left these business owners with no other choice but to fight. It's the fact that all of these issues combined have led to an unwelcoming experience downtown, therefore leading to the absence of our local customers. We are fighting for them because without our local support, there's no us. And without us, there's no reason to stop by downtown SLO on the drive from Los Angeles to San Francisco. My hope is that we can reverse this damage that has been done to our downtown's reputation so that we can keep SLO special for not only us to enjoy, but for those who come after. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leanne Heidler, Hans Hirschberger, Cecilia Radovich.
Hi, I'm Leah Heidler. I am a hairstylist at Tiger Lily Salon, and I'm also a resident of downtown. I'm actually one of the 400 people in the 10-hour parking program, and I can tell you it doesn't do much for me, I'll be honest, just because where the 10-hour meters are located and how few there are now, and as a resident, it doesn't matter having the 10-hour. Honestly, it's kind of a waste of money. Me and my partner each have to have a car, and so we have to pay $60 for each car each month, so it's $120 a month, and we still can't park the 10-hour overnight, so we have to park our car blocks away and then sometimes walk in the dark in poorly lit streets, and we're taking parking from the residential areas that we have to park our cars in. And since we live past Napomo on Higuera, so I was wondering if there was a way to, because the new parking structure is going to be so close to, but the residential parking district stops at Napomo. So I was wondering if in the rate study, if there's a way to include possibly the expansion of the downtown residential parking district, because I know the people that live in the downtown, they can get a permit for like $20 a year, I've heard, but we're not included in that. So we're paying $120 a month because we live one block away from the district. And we're gonna have a massive parking structure so close. And I know, my community, where there's like 60 units in our community, or in our little complex, and they're pretty affordable. So it's a lot of families with young kids that are crossing really busy streets, sometimes without crosswalks, because it's the path of least resistance to their car, which is 2 or 3 blocks away. So thanks.
Thank you so much.
Hans Hirschberger, Cecilia Radovich, Reginald Corella.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, hello, my name is Hans Hirschberger. I would like to thank the city staff for such a comprehensive and interesting, to me at least, study on parking. And I think just the big takeaway I had is free parking is pretty expensive, isn't it? And maybe not for us, but for the city where we live, you know, city that provides us with services. And I think it's a damaging assumption to think that all of our economy should be based on the car. So I support the raising of parking costs downtown. I personally wish it was to support public and active transportation rather than, you know, another parking garage. The most valuable land in our city is downtown, and it should be, and as it should be, in a fiscally solvent community. There's a lot of business people that understand if a thing doesn't pencil out, you don't do it. So why would it be for any different for our cities? Those who lease public land therein as a storage for private properties, such as a vehicle, should pay the market demands. I suspect, you know, just to me, that none of this would be happening right now if it were not for the weighty burden of minimum parking requirements on new developments like the San Luis Square. So kind of in an interesting spin, I would humbly ask you, our city's government, to consider altering our minimum parking requirements to maybe minimum parking recommendations. That's kind of an interesting thing that I could see coming out of this. So thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Cecilia Radovich, Reginald Corella, Christopher Bangs.
Good evening. My name is Cecilia Radakovich, and I'm here to tell you how disappointed I am with what the council has done to our town. Raising the parking rates as high as they are has forced the residents of San Luis Obispo to stay away from the downtown, shopping, going to restaurants, all of that. Not only is this hurting us as residents, but the merchants as well. It's been told that we should shop locally. Well, that's not going to happen with the rates being so high. They're going to go to Target. They're going to go to all the other places, you know. They're not going to come in town. I hear from friends that they're going to go to the box stores. I think you are hurting the people that have been doing business here for years, and ultimately their families whom our children grew up with. These families that are trying to make a living, but they're up against the box stores. Now, don't do this to them, please. Reconsider a different way to raise the money, which should have been figured out a long time ago, in my opinion. Reduce the rate and give us back free parking after 6 o'clock. Give us leisure dining and family conversation. You know, we can have a good time. Sure, some of us can park at the structures, yeah, and walk to shop, but there are those that need a curb access for lack of a mobility, some that don't have that handicap sticker. And it would be nice for them to be able to have an hour off free as well, close by. Hope you consider any of this. It would be nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Reginald Corella, Christopher Bangs, Galit Batan.
Nasoan. First Nation Ohlone tribe, 15,000 years of generational. Born and raised in 80 with San Luis Obispo. I came here and I listened, and I listened, and I listened. And I actually heard, and what got my attention, there was a young lady that's on this council that spoke on Dave Conklington's show. And she talked about parking. And then we're business people that talked about parking. Your people are in duress, and you are leaders, and you have a responsibility. You'll notice that I have a placard on me. It's called the Odd Fellows. There's a young lady that spoke before me who is the first Grand Noble in all the history of 168 years of Odd Fellows that spoke. We have abundance. We have 68 parking spaces, and we're addressing the business community first, people that work, businesses, and hopefully we can have a collaborative agreement with that, along with the Community Foundation, who has parking on Dana Street, and also Reese. We did this collectively during the film festival. We can rally again. Don't have a degree. I have one called common sense. I listen to my heart. I'm also a veteran. Your people are in duress. We are here to give a solution and to give you relief. And we have to do this collectively as we vote and contemplate our actions about supporting our community. Thank you, Ms. Solon.
Thank you.
Christopher, Galit Patan.
Hi, my name.
Christensen.
Hi, my name is Galit. I am the owner of Lucky Blue Lux downtown, and I am actually really outraged by the parking situation. I feel that $4 an hour is insane, and it should definitely be coming down to back to the $2 an hour. I want Sunday, I want Monday off as well. I don't think that was too much. I don't really care about the 1 hour free parking for everybody. I think that's just not enough, and it's just a drop. I do feel that because you guys have all that money in reserve, it shouldn't be a problem. I also am really upset at the parking authority in general, because we had beautiful parking structures. We had like open parking with trees like in Santa Barbara, and now you guys are building more parking structures where people don't want, people fall and die and get injured, and it's not safe, and nobody even likes those parking structures. Why? And then you like took the money, and I don't know what you did with it, but you brought all these box stores, and now like people that want to come downtown and shop, they can't, and because it's too much money. And there's Nordstrom Rack, there's Target. Why would people even want to come downtown and shop? And these are businesses, like we brought all this. Like without us, without our small business, downtown is nothing. It's nothing. We bring all these people and like on our backs, and now like, you know, box stores are coming in, H&M and Francesca's, and like, how is that helping anybody? I really think, I don't know how many meter maids there are, but I feel like there's too many, and I feel like a lot of people are feeling like they're being harassed. It's not good for the business.
Thank you.
Josh Christensen, Janice Christopher, Erica Hamilton.
Hello, I'm Janice Christopher. My family and I, as a little girl, would come to the coast, and we would go to Morro Bay and Cayucas and Avila, and I never even knew about San Luis Obispo until my kids were ready for college. And then they both came here in the year 2000 to 2009. So they were each 5 years in school, overlapping. And they both became software engineers, very proud of them. And my husband and I fell in love with San Luis Obispo. Every month we would come to visit them, and we'd eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner downtown. We would shop. I'd go in and out of every store. My husband would be having coffee at one place, and then he'd go have coffee at another place. And it was just like, oh my gosh, when we retire, this is where we want to move. And so 5 years ago, we moved here. So now, with the parking increases, I've been shopping at Madonna Plaza. I love coming to downtown, but I don't want to just have to go in and buy one thing that I maybe want and then leave, and not have to go and not be able to go to all the stores, in and out of every single one of the shops. That's what I used to do. The last time we wanted to eat, we said, we're gonna go downtown for dinner. Let's go to Public Market. Parking's free. And then just the other day, we were going to the movies. Well, we're gonna go watch a 3.5-hour movie it's going to cost us $15 to park. Gee, well, let's go to Morro Bay. They're playing the same movie. We went there, parked for free, ate, had dinner. We did the whole thing there, and we're thinking we're living in San Luis Obispo, the place we wanted to be.
Thank you so much.
Do not kill the goose that laid the golden egg.
Josh Christensen.
ASL, please.
Erica Hamilton. Jack Semanzik.
Requested 3 minutes. I requested 3 minutes.
Unfortunately, 2 is the max. We already have over an hour.
My name is Josh. I'm from Sidecar. Couple stats. The Anholm Bikeway, the green lane between Choro and Broad coming downtown, was proposed to be a little over $1 million. Now it's going to cost over $7 million. City Commission, appointed to oversee Measure G20 funds, recommended against this expenditure, but the council approved it anyway. Recently, City Manager Derek Johnson admitted that only 3% of city residents use these bike paths. So 97% of us are paying for 3%. 1 million to 7 million, 1 and change. And it will probably be more than 7 when it's all said and done. The folks advocating for parking to be more expensive or to maintain what y'all have created as our now status quo, they're called Slow Streets for All. I find it interesting that their logo, Slow Streets for All, does not include a car. It is a stroller, a person walking with a cane, and a bicycle. There are no cars. Streets for all, huh? Party people. They also claim, as one of their talking points with regards to tonight's meeting, they quote, make downtown feel safer for biking and walking by taking a bigger step in making downtown car light. I can tell you right now, and they say that my experience is anecdotal, but right now I'm telling you right now that no one downtown is safer. Trucks are unloading, which create a single lane throughway on our 2 main thoroughfares through downtown. They become congested, they become confusing, people are less safe, there are more hazards than ever before. I'm not even talking about my personal experience as a business owner. I'm not talking about the revenue. I'm not talking about the patrons who are talking to me daily, that they don't know how to use the machines, that they don't want to pay for parking anymore and come downtown. My last statement is for the people in this room. No, they're not coming to save us. We need to get together.
Okay, thank you very much.
We need to get together.
You've missed the 2. You've got it. Thank you.
They're not coming.
Erica Hamilton, Jack Semanzik, and Alberto Russo.
Hi, my name is Erica Hamilton. My family has owned a business in downtown SLO for over 20 years with Blackwater and H&G Boutique before that. Your parking policy has been a disaster for us and everyone downtown. With the removal of the first free hour and the increased rates, our customers have vanished and the vibrancy of downtown SLO with them. You're forcing this fantasy of a car-free downtown on us, but all you're doing is driving a once thriving community into the ground. You're pulling the rug out from under us, expecting us to smile as we fall. Reinstate the first free hour. Make it simple. Make it available to everyone who makes a decision to shop in downtown SLO. Make Sundays free again. Lower the hourly rates. And this is speaking for just me, but I don't care about the parking validation program. I'm not going to pay for it. We just want free parking. Salvage what's left before you turn downtown into a wasteland. Act now or be remembered as the council that killed downtown SLO.
Thank you.
Howdy, Madam Mayor, members of council, city staff. My name is Jack Semanzik. I am a resident here in San Luis Obispo, and I'm here to support the current parking program and the current fee schedule for the parking program. A program that I want to reiterate is being used to pay for more parking in the downtown area. There's been a lot of posturing here tonight about the impact that this program is having on local businesses. I know there was a public comment last week received by the council, or excuse me, on October 17th, received by the council, submitted by a number of businesses in the downtown area, suggesting to this point. But yet no substantive evidence has been provided to suggest that it is in fact the program itself that is causing this loss of revenue, if indeed it exists at all. Now, I do think that it is worth looking into the impact of this parking program. I do support the study being conducted, but in short, at this time, the concerns are unfounded. In fact, studies seem to contradict this overall. It has been shown through many studies that businesses drastically overestimate the share of customers arriving by car, and I suspect that this is the case for downtown businesses. But if revenue increase is important to our downtown businesses, then we should increase bike infrastructure, improve and increase the frequency and availability of public transit to our downtown area, as studies have shown that pedestrians and cyclists tend to spend more than those who drive to these locations. So we should not relent to these baseless demands, in summary, and I urge the council to maintain the current fee schedule and to look into the study.
Thank you so much.
Alberto Russo, Watson family, and then Ron Barnice.
Before you start, can you all please keep it down? We just want to hear the person that is speaking, please. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Alberto Russo, and I own Flower House downtown San Luis Obispo. I'm here because, the parking problem is not just the parking problem. The parking problem is the next slap in our face. Downtown is dirty, disgusting. It's not safe for how much you guys want to say that it's safe just because the cops, they're around 9 p.m. and the weekend 11 p.m. I live at work. I stay downtown from the morning and night, 14 to 12 to 14 to 15 hours a day. You guys probably don't know what it means. I do it every year, 8 years in my life. And I challenge all of you. I go to work and my first things that I do is cleaning human poop on my property. Puke from all the college students, they go drink because they don't pay parking. They get Uber, they don't care, they go drinking and they puke. And guess who cleans? Moi. All the time. So the parking is a slap in our face. $4 an hour. And it's like, that's why we're here to complain. We're not here to complain because of the parking. It's the overall situation that we are suffering downtown every day. That's why nobody is coming to invest downtown. Nobody's investing downtown because they don't want to. It's dirty, smell like pee, homeless. People that come from LA and go back to San Francisco, they go down from San Francisco to LA, they feel home because it's like, oh, another homeless land, okay? And that's what I do every single day. Before I start my shift, is cleaning around, smelling. And what's the things? I have 2 kids. I don't go downtown to walk downtown with my kids. It's the only place that we have as a family to walk somewhere. There is nothing else in San Luis Obispo that you can take a walk with your family, get an ice cream, maybe buy something, maybe stop for a dinner. You don't have that. It's the only place is downtown. If we don't take care of downtown, we don't have nothing. That's all we have. That's where the revenue comes, is downtown. That's where the family wants to go. And we spend our time in downtown. We know what people need. So that's all it is.
Thank you so much.
Watson family, Ron Barcy. Sorry, Jim Dantona, and then Stephen Wick. Those are our last in-person speakers.
Can you repeat who's next?
It says Watson family, Ron, I'm sorry, Barcy.
So close.
Oh.
Spears. It is Welsh.
He changed his hat.
Thank you. I feel kind of like I'm in one of those Back to Future shows, movies, because I wore this jacket here 40 years ago. And Howard Lewis, who had the Lewis store, told me, you're right about this. Dave Romero, who's a public works director, said, you know, you're right about this. I had a question that ended up on the ballot, and it ended up passing, I think it was 2-1 or something like that, to not build the most expensive parking garage that people could come up with. There was a huge communication gap between the public and what the business people and the environmentalists and other people wanted, and it was resolved by the ballot measure. And it turned out they said, yes, you can put deck parking on the street across the street from where Shanghai Low was, because Howard Lewis, who had the Lewis store, said in 1950, he had to do a petition drive to save his family's business because they bulldozed down Chinatown for that parking lot. And Dave Romero said, that parking lot is actually supposed to be decked. It was that simple. And I kind of wonder if 30 years of debt is worthwhile. I don't know if anybody can, you know, you talked about credit cards, you talked about the debt, and we are so heavily in credit card debt in our country, just the federal debt, other debts, 30 years of going through the future and wondering what would it look like. Because I kind of wonder if Marty McFly came here and came from the past and said, what the heck were these people thinking? There's empty parking garages. We don't necessarily need them for 30 years. And, you know, it's like, you'd say it's heavy, and it is pretty heavy. This is something that maybe can be looked at. I have a question. I did really well with math in the high school here. Is it possible to figure out how much per space each of these spaces will cost as a net gain of this? And how much will the debt be for 30 years for that? Because it's possible you could buy somebody a new car and just tell them to keep it at home. And maybe, possibly, get rid of the parking meters or the parking fees, because we looked at that years ago. If you didn't keep building parking garages, you might be able to have something else. And possibly, is there a way to use the electronic system to not have to have the parking fees the same all day? Because when it's half empty, maybe they can be half full. So, but I appreciate everybody's work on this. Thank you.
Jim D'Antonis, Steve Wick, and Paul Reese.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart, council members. My name is Jim D'Antona. I'm president and CEO for the San Luis Obispo Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the chamber, we really appreciate you taking up this item tonight. I want to first start by acknowledging that we recognize the council and the staff of the city of SLO do value our downtown businesses and economy as a vital piece of the health of our community. In March 2020, when the pandemic hit our world, the city jumped right in to aid our business community, whether it was providing direct financial grants to local businesses, allowing parklets and outdoor dining, or free parking at all meters and parking structures. You took down the barriers to ensure that our economy thrived. Additionally, as we come to the fourth round of the Buy Local bonus program that the city started during the holiday season of 2020 and will launch again in a little over 2 weeks, you have invested dollars once again to incentivize people to come to our local businesses and shop. That program has been a huge hit and an incredibly valuable tool to invest in our local businesses. So it is within that same intent and spirit that we can assume you rolled out the current parking program with the idea that would help further grow our downtown economic vitality with a new parking structure on the west side of downtown and new technology to make it more seamless and an easy process. Unfortunately, as you've certainly heard, that has not been the case. We recently held a committee meeting to discuss the release of the RFP rate study that we think is an important tool to reassess the current financial structure and its impact. Our committee's feedback was primarily about the struggle with the user experience. In addition, one of the other recommendations that made its way to the top of the list was resuming the first hour free program to improve the use of the structures. As with all programs and policies, when we see something has not gone to plan, I think we can all admit this has not gone according to plan. It is okay and it is right to say that we need to stop and take a step back and make adjustments. Tonight, we are hopeful that you will do that through the modifying the parking management plan that was previously approved. Then we can once again make the Buy Local bonus program that has been a tremendous supporter of our local business the headline. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Stephen Wick, Paul Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members, for allowing me to speak on this matter tonight. My name is Stephen Wick and I own 2 retail shops in downtown SLO. The current dominant approach to development and public investment isn't working out. Current agenda concerning parking and changes to downtown core is not financially stable for the retail businesses and restaurants operating in downtown SLO. Changing minds isn't easy, but it's one of the most powerful things you can do to make your town stronger, which is why we're all here to make our voices heard. 1 hour free in the structures is not enough. Free hour everywhere makes the most sense, and not just for a period of time, it needs to be permanent, as well as not increasing rates in the future. There's been significant damage to the way people of SLO County view our downtown, and it's affecting the bottom lines of my business as well as others. What are you going to do besides the free hour to remedy the damage caused by your fast-track changes you've implemented, as well as your assumptions? We see other plans that you have for the future of downtown with this current topic as well. What are you proposing to do in the future? Have you considered the possibility that these changes negatively affect downtown businesses? The talking points that I've heard from the city are out of touch. Are these actually your views and beliefs, or are these instructions from higher bodies of government and organizations like ICLEI? This leads to me to believe that none of you have any experience operating a retail business. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able, or you'd be able to relate to the current struggles that we're facing that your council is responsible for creating. Also, the younger generations that are for this nonsense have no idea how the real world works. They don't have their entire life invested in downtown SLO. Thank you again. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Paul Reese, been a resident for 42 years here. I've gone to hundreds and hundreds of city council meetings. This is the most, you can see this is not just about parking. This is about people who have their lives dedicated to being business people, and they have their heart and soul in here. Downtown is the heart of our city. When people come here, they want to come downtown. If there are buildings vacant downtown, they will leave the heart of the city. We will get more money, including your study, how much money we'll get if rates are reduced, but taxes increase due to more people coming downtown to buy, to go to restaurants, et cetera. Now, I've been here long enough to know 60 minutes is not the most recent drop. Those parking structures were built 90 minutes free, more than 30 years ago, I believe. And so let's go back to at least 90 minutes. All right, now I'm going to speak tonight on something new in my life. That's disabled parking. I would like to have disabled parking in the parking structures too. The city's promoting the parking structures to be in. Why are they saying if you're disabled, you have to pay in the parking structure? I want to park in the parking structure. My car stays cooler. I don't mind walking. I'm okay. Those who want to park on the street, fine. Many times the street is taken up. I don't ever want to park on Marsh Street and get out of my car and have to put this out here because the cars coming off of 101 are very fast. And I've been inches away from getting nailed before I even put my crutch out. I hope this isn't permanent. I don't want to be worse. But let's have free parking in the parking structure too for those people who want to be there who are disabled. I'd like to see free parking in the parking structures here on the night there's city council meetings or other meetings, planning commissions. I mean, people left tonight because they had to go, they couldn't pay their 2-hour parking, okay? Okay, last, signs in the street should be user-friendly. You can't see the signs at nighttime.
Thank you so much.
Small print. Thank you.
Okay, that was our final in-person speaker. We're now going to move to our online. So
Including next door?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Our first speaker virtually is Jason Dornish. After him will be Kevin Hamill, and then Donna Hare-Price.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jason Dornish, resident of the Margarita Avenue neighborhood. Plenty of folks have discussed cost issues today. I would ask Council to ask staff to clarify the proposed customer interaction process for redeeming the free hour in the 842 Palm Garage. I hope it's more intuitive than the Park Local program was. I urge Council and staff to consider the failure of the implementation process. I ask you to better consider the customer experience in the parking technology rollouts of the future by engaging with stakeholders and IT and parking experts. On another note, I have read and appreciate the proposed parking rate study RFP. However, I would consider adding language that the proposed study explicitly consider subsidizing parking validation for nonprofit public service institutions such as the SLO Library and the various museums downtown. These organizations may not be able to afford the market rate of validation passes, and the people that these serve may not be able to afford the high parking rates. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kevin Hamill, then Donna Hare-Price, then Raquel Tomaluso.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Kevin. I'm here tonight to challenge this notion that reducing car parking downtown hurts local businesses and to voice support for focusing on access for different people-centered modes of transport, not just sunken costs of car-centered infrastructure. So there is a myth circulating around our communities that if local governments take away a travel lane or on-street parking spaces, the lack of vehicle access will negatively impact local businesses, and it is simply not true. The opposite actually happens, and there are numerous documented examples around the US to show that. One example I'll share with you tonight started in Chicago in 2014. The project called Chicago's People Spots installed 8 parklets around the city near businesses. These are the same parklets that we've come to know recently. The Chicago Metropolitan Planning Council then sought to quantify with numbers the positive effects that people all around the community noticed. And 80% of the 40 business owners interviewed that day said that these parklets actually increased foot traffic on their block, and they credited them to a 10 to 20% increase in sales since they were installed, comparing year-to-year revenues. And there's the same story across studies. Data shows consistent positive responses for businesses when people are prioritized. Sidewalks feel more vibrant, they're more inviting to people, they provide for more seating for restaurants and spurring spontaneous encounters and purchases, all of which are great for local business. And now I just want to address a common reaction that people usually ask, well, how are people going to get there if there's no parking? But what this question really means is that this person is subconsciously aware that there are no safe, convenient, comfortable, and timely alternatives to driving. They may not realize it or be able to put words to it, but that's essentially what they're communicating. And to that I said that we should continue to build out safe, convenient, viable alternatives to driving with protected biking infrastructure, with enhanced bus coverage, better frequency of routes, and more weekend operations to reach those people. If you build the safe infrastructure and reliable services as viable alternatives, people will use them. I'm a strong supporter of the Master Bike Plan, and I urge the City Council to continue implementing it, not sink money into more car-centered infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Donna Hare Price, Raquel Tomoloso, Slow BL.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Donna Hare Price. The economic impact of COVID, our winter storms, and inflation has impacted our ability to accurately measure our economic outlook and true downtown revenue over the past years. I think we as a community are reaching for a simple solution and culprit and not seeing all the issues that might be affecting downtown businesses, such as the high cost of rent and housing, poor wages, and lack of quality public transportation. I hope we can expand our rapid transit program as an additional solution to this complicated parking issue. Expanding, improving access and service to our downtown with our transit gets people downtown and frees up parking for those who need it and our visitors. I would love to be able to take the bus into town, chat with my neighbors as I ride downtown to shop, eat, and hang out, and then hop on the bus to return home. Easy, affordable transportation to our downtown improves our economic vitality and ensures our downtown employees can travel to their workplace efficiently and economically. Bolstering our transportation services is good for our downtown businesses, grows our community cohesion, and can be an additional remedy to this multifaceted problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Raquel, then Slow BL, and then Kimmy N, and that's our final speaker.
Thank you.
Is Raquel still speaking?
Yes.
Hi, sorry. Can you hear me?
That's okay. Yes.
Hi, my name is Raquel. I'm the general manager at the Downtown Center Cinemas in San Luis. Ever since the parking rates have increased, we've noticed a great decline in our business. Our customers now have to pay roughly $9 to watch a movie at our theater, as most movies are over 2 hours. So just to give a little perspective, they have to pay $11.50 for a movie ticket. So they almost have to pay the same amount to park to watch a movie, which is beyond absurd, as the woman who just commented drove to Morro Bay instead of watching a theater in San Luis Obispo. That's absurd. So a lot of people are attending movies elsewhere in San Luis Obispo. We hope that the city will bring back the first free hour, although I don't think that that will do much to increase business downtown. So I think the city should do 2 free hours for people. And also, we feel the city should pay for some of the parking validation for our customers, because us personally as a business, we cannot afford to pay for parking validation for our customers as our business is suffering. And we also feel that the city should implement the $6 daily max rate to help with our employees who have to pay an absurd amount for parking downtown just to work there. And we're working full time and we don't have any options for parking that are good.
Thank you, Raquel.
Slow BL and then Kimmy N.
Hi, my name is Barbara Rosenblatt. I'm a 28-year resident of San Luis, and downtown slow was one of the things that brought me to this community. This increased rates and burdensome structures have taken all the fun and enjoyment out of going downtown. In addition to providing for 1 hour free parking, we would ask that you eliminate parking fees after 6 p.m., reduce the meters to no more than $2 an hour, and ensure that visitors can pay only for the portion of an hour that they use. I have looked in extensively to other cities within California, all which have vibrant downtowns. These cities are very diverse. They include Santa Barbara, San Carlos, Monterey, Palo Alto, San Jose, Ventura, Fullerton, Santa Cruz, and Burlingame. All have free parking options downtown and low rate convenient parking choices. Most do not charge after 6 p.m. We need to keep our businesses alive. We need to keep the enjoyment in coming. We need to be able to come downtown and run into a neighbor or a friend and chat for a few minutes without having to worry about paying more than we can begin to afford. So I would ask you to please consider what you're doing to the businesses, what you're doing to the residents of this community. I have never in 28 years seen the community as irate about a city issue as this one. I would suggest City Council that you listen to your community and respond appropriately. The individuals who are suggesting that we keep the parking rates do not own businesses here. They are concerned completely about the issue of one solid issue, but rather than keeping our businesses vibrant, please, City Council, listen to our community today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kimmy N.
Hello, members of the City Council. I've got a bit of a cold, so please bear with me. I am not the biggest fan of the new $50 million parking structure, but as long as we are moving forward with it, I do believe we ought to pay for it. Otherwise, free parking is a subsidy, and our city has been absorbing that subsidy forever. I believe most of us probably love the free market, except for when the demand for land comes to take away our simple conveniences. Land is crazy expensive downtown, and my friend lives in a tiny 200 square foot micro unit just 2 blocks away from Higuera. It is not free to live in that apartment, but a 200 square foot parking space on some of the most expensive land in the Central Coast, for some reason we expect it to be free. Why? I don't believe free parking is the only way for downtown to thrive in the future. I think it's a piece of the puzzle, but it's only a piece of that puzzle because we're stuck in our cars and we're stuck in our ways of thinking. We're looking at 50 years in the past and saying this is what our community should look like forever. I don't believe long-term cheap parking guarantees downtown future economic health or thriving. So I would urge everyone in the room and our council members to please look at how you can support more public transit, walkability, and also housing of all types to bolster our downtown. I know the city has been taking steps forward in these areas, but vocal support for these issues helps a lot. And I believe these are the pieces that center people, and they center our downtown businesses rather than centering cars. I hope we can create that lively and welcoming environment that we can enjoy and that has a true economic future. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that the final speaker?
That's the final one.
Okay, thank you so much. Whew. All right, I feel like we need the 7th inning stretch. I guess first and foremost, I'll ask the current main 4 staff members, do you have any comments to any of the public comment that you'd like to share now? City Manager.
The only comment I'd offer is there's been some really good suggestions, and so we'd look to council for direction. I do just want to remind the community, one of the speakers spoke, is we are anticipating, and we showed a graphic up there, we're anticipating about $300 million worth of investment over the next 5 years in outside of the parking structure, between San Luis Square, the projects in Higuera, Monterey Place, the lofts, the Creamery lofts. We have a substantial amount of investment that's going to be occurring. And I'll just remind the council that the Slow Repertory Theater, when we provided the grant to them, their estimate is that roughly that venue would generate about $3 million a year in economic activity in terms of people coming for shows and then dining and shopping afterwards. And that's not to discount any of the changes that are being requested tonight. I just want to remind the council, because I think that has been the forefront of why we need this parking structure in kind of looking ahead. So we're happy to take any direction, and I think Matt's got his calculator, and we're prepared to receive that direction tonight.
Well, I think there are 2 things that were mentioned through a couple things that, to a couple comments that I think it would be helpful to have staff response on. There were a couple people who've mentioned, did we look into sales revenue? I know that staff did, so I think it'd be helpful to hear about. And then I just completely lost the other one. So when you answer, hopefully I'll remember it.
Yeah, so Madam Mayor, we certainly take that into account as we think about the whole downtown ecosystem and the ecosystem of the city. I think it's important to remember that the revenues that are generated out of the downtown play for a whole range of services. It pays for police and fire, which are a significant portion. About 25% of our call volumes for the police department go downtown, and so public safety is our biggest cost center in the city. So we ultimately look at, it will be incorporated into our financial models in the future, new projects as they come in line, and then we make adjustments based upon overall business activity. Unfortunately, I think as we've heard tonight is that, we are seeing just a general, what I've called economic headwinds and turbulence in the economy. The latest forecast that we just got from HDL is predicting that we're going to see about a 5% drop in overall growth in California over the next year. So we're going to have to be very attentive to that. And I think certainly there are some things that have been suggested tonight that the City Council can take a look at in terms of parking rates. And I don't think that the conversation ends there. I think there's a lot of work for Molly Cano and Greg Herman and the rest of our team who leads the economic development effort to make sure we're complementing any sort of parking changes with a concurrent amount of strategies around economic development. We know that people who want to come downtown are looking for experiences. They want a different, authentic experience than they can get at any of the, big box centers. And that's what we need to offer. And so I've been having some of those conversations. I look forward to having some of those conversations with Downtown Slow. And what we did, we had some great activations during the pandemic that brought people down for those experiences. And I think we need to look to make sure we're having those again.
Great, thank you very much. Councilmember Shorsman.
Thank you. Yeah, there were a couple of things that came up that I just wanted to follow up on with maybe a little follow-up question that people mentioned in their comments. One was, so if we do give the first free hour back, how will that work? There's been confusion with the processes now. So what do we know what that will look like logistically on the ground?
Yes, and so that's a good question because we obviously did have some struggles with the Park Local program, but those struggles were specific and the challenges were specific to us trying to have a benefit for a very specific group. Being able to implement it across the system as a whole, we don't anticipate any issues with that.
So it will be more seamless like it was before?
Yes, so as an example, you go to pay and your first hour costs $0 and your second and subsequent hours after that would be whatever the rate is. So we will put communications out about it, but the idea obviously and the intent is that you won't have to think about it at all. It will just, you'll go into the you'll park either in the structure, in either of the structures, and it'll be just automatic that you have the first hour free.
Awesome, thank you. And then a while back, I don't know if she's here anymore, but she was talking about the safety of the parking structures and potentially some funding from Senator Laird. I just wanted to see if we actually did something actually materialize or not.
Madam Mayor and Councilman Short, thanks for that question, that reminder. There is no funding, state funding and grants for parking. There is no funds. There were no funds awarded to the city, and there are no federal funds for parking. Parking is one of those public policy infrastructure issues that from the federal to the state to the local level is really one where it pays for itself or tries to pay for itself. And I know, and that makes it really difficult. That's why this is so hard. That's why this is so hard. Unlike bike lanes or roads or bridges or parks, they have dedicated funding sources. That's why we can provide free parks. That's why we can provide bike facilities, because like the North Trail Greenway project, the majority of that project was paid for by grants. And so that's the distinguishing factor.
There was one other.
Can I add a follow-up to the first one? So back to, you don't have to think about it, on the first hour free, there's still no, back in the day, not that long ago like a year ago, when we didn't have the gate list, you got a ticket. So at least you knew at 10:03, so I have to be back by 11:03 if I want that first free hour. Now there's not a ticket, so how would it be, how do they know?
If you're in the gateless garage, it is still the pay first. So you'll still start your parking session in the beginning. If you're staying less than an hour, it will show that it costs $0 for you. But if you're staying longer, you'll still have to anticipate how long that you'll be there and start your parking session.
Thank you.
Okay, the last one I had was someone brought up, and I know I've asked about this before, but just so others can hear, the difference between park pay play and park play pay. I wanted to make sure I said that right. Right now, park pay play is where you go in, you pay, and you estimate the amount of time that you need, and then you go and you play, you shop, whatever. It's the last step. In a lot of places, and our historical model is the park play pay, where you pay at the end and you don't have to worry about how long you're staying and you just pay at the end. Is that an option for us anymore to go back to something like that? Is that something we're still looking at? What can we do?
Yeah, let me jump in here. Yes, we are going to look at that. I would just say that Boulder is 30 days into their program, so we don't know how that program's going to work. They have their own proprietary ecosystem, their own app. So I think there's a lot to learn about how that will work. You know, I do think that that is the park play pay model is the one we want to go to. I think the question I'm going to push our team on is, you know, what would we need to change on our system to get to that model? But I think the first step is if council makes changes tonight, we want to get to just restoring the first hour free in addition to other things, and then we'll work on other elements of feedback that we've heard.
Okay, and last but not least, someone mentioned an advisory committee on parking, and I know I've had brief conversations with you, Derek, about that. And so I think there are some committees that are associated with Downtown Slow, and there will be lots of opportunities for feedback during the rate study. What do we know what that will look like? And is there ways for others to get involved in that committee that does exist?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Shores. There'll be ample opportunity to be engaged. We do want to bring something back to you by April. And so we will be using Downtown Slow's Parking and Access Committee. And so we would encourage downtown businesses to engage with Downtown Slow. And so we'll be working with Adrian and I think Ms. Stackhouse, I don't know if she's still here, but we'll be working with the board to make sure that we're trying to collate as many comments as possible, because I think we're going to hear some good ideas. I've heard some tonight. I had some sidebar conversations with Cannon about structure for parking rates that I think will be very valuable, and that's what we really want to do. And that's what we've intended to do all along.
I've heard some great ideas too, so I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councilmember Pease.
Great. Thank you so much. Gosh, what a, honestly, hearing the frustration is, it is heartbreaking. And so I appreciate how deeply people care and the passion and commitment that they have for their businesses and downtown. I do believe that downtown is a gem of our city and in a lot of ways our region, right? So I definitely want to take steps to keep that treasure. I know that, and it was acknowledged by a couple of the speakers, that that's what sparked how we got here in the first place, right? So we want to support arts and culture and this long planned parking structure, and there's a bunch of development projects down at that end of town that needed the parking structure, that had paid into the parking structure, and so that was the investment. It was super painful when the costs went way up. What do we do now? We've already made these investments. And it was too late to try to downsize the cost of the structure itself, because then it just would delay it and then the cost would come out the same anyway. And so as Vice Mayor Marks mentioned, when we did that initial study, there was definitely a sense of a placeholder. We're like, you know, okay, we're going to do this in order to make sure that we can finance the thing at the very best rates, and so that's what went out there. So I'm delighted to be able to be in a financial position where we can bring that first hour free in the structures back. That was our intent all along, and kind of the locals was a placeholder to be able to stay within that financing lane, but still try to address kind of that foundational, the library, being able to just walk to the creek, do the quick cup of coffee, you know, stop by City Hall. So I do want to invest in that first hour free long term that recognizes it. I also want to recognize some of the good things that I do see going on. I know there's been comments both ways about bike lanes, maybe appreciation for some of the sidewalk and curb cuts that are meeting a lot of needs. I bike, a lot of us bike, and I also drive a car, and I use the bike lanes a lot. I feel a lot safer. I talk to other people who feel a lot safer and seen. I feel very seen. Like, okay, if I were coming into this town, I'd be like, oh, this is a town that really wants to support multimodal transportation. And I think the transit, you know, we're doing the study, et cetera, on the transit, because that would, as Donna Hare-Price noted, that would be delightful. And we got ahead of being able to accommodate that, right? I don't think that we are at a place where we can try to move toward that car light dream that will create all the vitality that are that some of the folks have talked about that would reduce the cars. And I'm going on a little bit longer here because I feel like that we do need to do something more. I'm looking forward to the rate study, and I would be interested in another, maybe there is something else that we can do in that near-term relief package. I understand that would kind of take down some of our, that reserves a little sooner, reduce some of the flexibility. But I feel like we need a shot in the arm in order to kind of really let folks know that they are invited and welcome downtown. So I don't know what that second thing might be, and I don't even think that we're in a position tonight to make that decision. So if there's consensus that we even want to do something beyond, then I think we need to schedule some other way to talk about if that's a, you know, Sunday, Monday, or a 6 to 9 p.m. relief, but just during the winter hours or something. But I think our community might know what that is. So, and even once we have the parking rate study complete, I don't think that the narrow definition of the enterprise fund is serving our purpose in this moment. I think that we need to explore that. We can't, again, it's in our general plan, but I think that it's a blurrier line than we say, right? We provide free parking at all of our parks and our open space. I mean, city does provide parking in other situations, and we support economic development. So maybe there's something, there was a question about the parking structures, like, oh, so if we do safety improvements to the parking structures, does that have to be out of the parking fund? Maybe that isn't, and then that gives a little bit of flexibility somewhere else in the parking fund, or maybe there's a pocket of money that says economic development. But I don't think the bright line serves us well in these, you know, just extraordinary circumstances right now. I think it should be the long-term intent, but I just don't think that we can make it all come together right now. So those are, I have some other smaller thoughts. Well, actually, let me just rattle them off real quick, which is just that, like, validation. You know, I was thinking that was going to be a cure-all, but it seems like it's going to be more confusing, and maybe we need to debug that. And then just the that Boulder system, the kind of the fast pass model would be the dream. So some of those types of approaches as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Councilmember Pease, for your thoughts. And I too wanted to start by acknowledging the fear and anxiety that I heard from all of you tonight and from all of your correspondence. I know there's a lot of economic uncertainty, and for our business owners, it's not just about parking, it's about your families, it's about your livelihood. And I hear you. And all of those experiences are a huge part of the decision-making that we're going through tonight. I also, secondly, want to admit that, you know, the tech rollout just was fraught with difficulties. And, you know, I think there was really good intentions with trying to run it as a pilot and work out the bugs, and in some ways that have complicated things more, because then there were multiple systems to try and navigate. I experienced challenges parking downtown. My friends and family experienced challenges parking downtown. So I know that that was a real struggle. In an ideal world, we would have run the rate study before we changed any rates, but the truth was we found ourselves rushed into change by the challenges of replenishing our coffers from the deficit created from free parking during COVID, which meant that our rates had to change in order to qualify for the bond before the interest rate rose any higher. And now we're rushing again to make a decision without data. We don't have the whole picture of what economic challenges our community is facing. And I'm wondering, will our third quarter sales tax data show a dip just in the downtown, pointing towards parking correlation? Or are we gonna see a citywide dip that points to a broader softening in the economy? And the latter wouldn't necessarily preclude re-examining our parking policies, but it might point towards the need for broader actions across the entire city to help all of our business owners, not just downtown. Our balance sheet shows a little more than $1 million in over-realized parking revenues annually, and this money most certainly needs to be used to help our community. And we have this menu of options of how we can do that, including the 1 hour free being returned to all structures. We can also improve affordability and accessibility for our downtown employees. We talked a little bit about trying to make sure, especially while construction is happening on Lower Higuera, that we're providing other alternative options for those employees. But once we spend that $1.4 million to fund the first hour free, it's gone. And that leaves us with fewer options if in another quarter we're seeing greater slumps in other areas. So the other challenge is our responsibility to maintain a balanced budget and ensure we can pay our debt service, not just now, but in the future. And that 1 hour free option already puts us in the position of depleting our fund balance by 2030, meaning we'll need to fund that gap at some point. But I know from my conversations with all of my constituents here that we are not in a position where we can wait for all the data to be in place and for all the studies to be completed. You guys are asking for help now, and we have to act now in order to shift the trends that all of your businesses have been describing. First, I think we need to reinstate the first hour free, at least through July 1st of 2024, or approximate date determined by staff that would get us to a time when we're ready to reevaluate what systems and rates would be most beneficial to you all by listening to you all as part of that process. And I know there were other options that cost less, but not all those options impact all the businesses and users equally. And so I think this is going to be kind of the happy medium to make sure that everybody has equitable access to that first hour. And while I wish we were focusing on providing debt relief more specifically to locals, the current tech isn't going to accommodate that focus. And so I think this is just kind of a nice compromise. I also want to see that we're moving to the park pay play model, as Councilmember Shorsman was mentioning earlier, ASAP, with a focus on a user-friendly experience, getting that tech in line. And also want to reinforce that tonight I am really excited that we're going to be focusing on our transit innovation study that provides a lot of interesting ideas around providing safer, less expensive, more reliable, and more frequent transit into our downtown core and to all parts of our community, which I hope will help us address a lot of the concerns that we've been talking about this evening. I'm really eager to hear what the rest of my fellow council members have to say, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Shorsman.
Well, Councilmember Francis hit a lot of my highlights, so I'm going to peruse through my notes and won't be as polished as she was because I am going to skip around a little bit. Again, appreciate everybody's comments. I mean, it was a packed house. It's now 10:15, so understandably, lots of people have gone home. Maybe they're watching at home, but clearly this is something that everybody feels passionate about. I feel it sitting up here on the dais. I experience downtown the same way many of you do. It's the beating heart of our city, and the business owners and the folks that are running the businesses downtown, and you all create the experience and make people, including myself, want to come to downtown and want to continue to come downtown. So I also have that perspective of having a small business in my family. My husband owns a small business. It's not a brick and mortar downtown business, but I have experienced firsthand how difficult these last few years have been. It's been really, really rough on everybody. And I know that you all are working every day trying to keep your families fed, as Councilmember Francis alluded, and you're just trying to keep your businesses going. And I empathize with that, and I, 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 there's been a lot of change, and change is hard. It's frustrating. It's scary. It makes people feel uncomfortable, and we're asking for more and more and more change. And there's more coming down the pipe. So it's not going to end anytime soon. But we are looking for, and I look forward to staff's ways of improving the customer user experience. Again, working on the Park Play Pay, and just trying to make our systems as good as they possibly can be. Also wondering how the transit innovation study will figure into this in short range transit. I had many conversations over the last few days with people where I literally asked them, okay, if you had the option of a short range transit option, a trolley or something like that, that circulated around downtown and maybe circulated to other parts of the community, would you use that rather than driving and parking downtown? And would you go downtown more often? And almost everybody that I asked that question of said yes. So I think there is a place for that. And I know, but yet I know that our community is not necessarily ready for that to be the only option. We need this new parking structure, especially in that end of town. Those businesses have been waiting for it. The slow rep's been waiting for it. And so we need to do that, and we can't turn around at this point. I think where I'm at in terms of the timeline, looking at the amount that we have, the fund balance, the unanticipated revenue that we have is about $1 million. The first free hour is about $1.4 million. So we're already, just with that one fell swoop, we're already using basically the money that's available to us, at least that we know of right now. So I have a hard time, especially knowing that that will eat down our fund balance. I have a hard time right at this moment doing more than that, although I recognize there's a need, but I just don't think, in agreement with Councilmember Pease, I don't think that tonight is the night to do that. I think we need to save ourselves some room for when the parking study comes out, because I hope that there will be some better options both for locals and for employees that can come out of that study. And I hope that everybody who is here tonight will participate in that process. Also, with the parking study, a couple of things that I mentioned earlier today, and I saw some of them show up in the staff presentation that I hope go into the parking study review. A locals program, further examine of the parking validation concept. Obviously, that is not as smooth or the savior that we would hope that it would, partially help with. And then something hopefully for low-income people and those who frequent downtown, especially for employment. I think, the one other thing that I wanted to say is I really, really appreciate the folks from the Oddfellows jumping in with a really constructive idea. I don't know how that would be possible, or if there's permitting or permission needed from the city in order for them to lend out their parking spaces to employees in that part of the neighborhood. But I really, really, really appreciate the sort of team effort approach and their willingness to jump in, and they have a resource and they seem really willing to help. And so I would love to support them in making that happen if we can. And thank you all for being here and for doing what you do every day. And I know that we can work on this together, and we're all going to win when we do. So I just want to keep that in the forefront of our minds, that we are all one community and we love this community. And I know I heard it and I feel the passion in all of those speakers, and we want to all move forward together constructively. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Well, it's been quite an evening, and I want to thank everyone, especially the people who are still here in the audiences, including my colleagues, because it is getting pretty late. I just wanted to focus my comments on kind of the larger concept. First of all, over the years, many people have said that the city should run itself like a business, more like a business. Well, I think what we're seeing with what's happened recently is that the parking fund has been treating itself like a business. That's why there's been such an emphasis on revenue production. There were lots of reasons why. Basically, we didn't know, we didn't have the data, we didn't know the firm amount of the bid, we didn't know what the bond funding was going to do. So we didn't have the information that we would need to do a more surgically correct kind of analysis of the parking rate. So what we've got right now is over-realizing revenue. One of the comments that struck me in one of the emails, and I'm just going to quote it, the city's pivot away from supporting accessible, community-driven commerce to what feels like a revenue-first approach is disheartening. Let's come together to find a balance that keeps the vibrancy of our downtown alive, supports our small businesses, and maintains the welcoming atmosphere that's always been San Luis Obispo's trademark. I think we do need to strike a balance. We do need a parking structure, a parking study, sorry. But when you read the RFP, the way that it's been proposed, it starts out saying that the goal of the parking rate study is revenue optimization. This attitude, in my opinion, is what's gotten city residents and businesses so angry at the city council and staff. So I'm offering some alternate language. Were you able to make the slide for me? And I'm not saying, this is an idea of alternate language. At the beginning of the RFP, it's in section A, introduction. Okay, the RFP right now is asking the applicants to weave scenarios for turning the parking fund into a for-profit business. And I believe our city has a higher standard. We need to reduce fees when it's fiscally responsible to do so, and I think we can. Okay. So I'm suggesting something like this language. It doesn't have to be every word, but the city is requesting proposals from qualified and experienced firms to conduct a comprehensive parking rate study for the parking fund. This is an enterprise fund, which by city policy is required to produce enough revenue to cover core costs, including debt obligation, but not to over-realize revenue. We are interested in understanding our current parking rates, evaluating competitiveness of our rates compared with other municipalities, and identifying opportunities for revenue, and I'd say stabilization, not maximization, to cover the parking fund's costs for ongoing employee and maintenance costs and bond debt obligations now and in the near future. And I think something else we should add here is the question of the user experience. If we're going to employ these consultants to do the rate study, they should also be looking at the user experience. So I do support reinstating the first hour free in the structures and simplifying the parking payment process. I don't know if that's something that the rate study can do, but it's obviously something that we need. And let me just make sure we got the other one. Oh, I really feel it's important that we uphold the general plan policy for the parking fund to pay for itself, and that we not start subsidizing the parking fund with general fund money. Having said that, when we're talking about something like cameras in the parking structure, we have cameras in the streets, and it's paid through the police budget, right? Or is it through, I don't know exactly which budget is through Public Works, the cameras, whose budget is?
City Manager, did you want to chime in on that?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Marks, it's through the general fund, so the police
Yeah,
department's funded,
but-
and then there are funds that come in on special grant funds from time to time.
Right, but the point is that if the cameras are there for safety, that to me, it is not a parking thing, it's a traffic thing, okay? So anyway, Just to finish this off, I want to say that the only other small thing would be, could we, in a short-term way at least, provide free parking in this, or free, no charge in the parking structures for the holiday parade, which this year is December 1st. And I've had a couple people say to me that they're not going to come to the holiday parade because it's too expensive for the parking. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out. Could we have the recommendations up there again? So I do with number 4, agree with that. You know, to just discontinue the present locals only program and have the 1 hour free. Going backwards with 3, authorize the city manager, yes, to execute an agreement with a consulting firm, but let's do some more fine tuning after listening to tonight and all the emails and all the testimony. And let's see if we can change the purpose of this RFP so that it's closer to upholding the core values of the city. So 2, I would say yes. And number 1, I think we've kind of done that actually. I don't think that we're in a position, and I agree, we don't want to be making decisions if we don't have the data. We aren't going to have the data till we have the rate study. I would love it if we could have it sooner than April. I don't know why it should take so long, but anyway, that's my input for now, and I'm ready to vote and make a motion when it's appropriate.
Thank you so much. Well, I too thank you for those of you who are still here. Amazing. And truly, though, we are a truly blessed community to have this many people care so much. I know this is frustrating. I know this has been a frustration to the businesses, to many community members, but really, I have to roll it back for a minute. Remember, why are so many people mad? Why are so many frustrated? Why are people concerned? Because of their own livelihoods and the changes that could happen in this community and the changes that have already kind of happened in this community, quite honestly. And it's concerning, and I get that. And I understand also, as a past business owner and now a current business owner, what it means to feel like it's the final straw. I've probably told the story a million times, I'll keep it shorter, but I had a business right next to where the SLO County was building their building, and the majority of businesses closed there because it was just too hard when you can't get your delivery trucks in and you can't get people to stop by and pick up their stuff. And one of the comments that I saw, it was just total flashback of, I can't even just drop off my aprons because it's $4 and I need to find a spot. And I just hear that. So, and as Councilmember Schwarzman said, I mean, these last couple of years through pandemic has been really, really tough for a lot of businesses. And obviously some businesses couldn't even be here today because they don't exist anymore. And so that is something is deeply important to me, is seeing our downtown and our entire community thrive. Whether you're in a car or a bike or walking, I just want everyone to be able to get to where they want to get to safely. And if we can have the many forms of transportation and make that happen, that's what we're hoping for. I know that later on, the transit study today, or maybe a different day, was the plan, and I was really excited to hear that, because I really do think it's important that we have the many different ways. In many cities I've lived in, there have been ways to get around in an easier way than just a car, and I love the fact that we're looking at that. I think the user experience is so important. I really appreciate what you said, Vice Mayor Marks, around, I read that in the agenda correspondence quickly as I was coming here to the meeting, and I appreciated the changes. The user experience, I feel, has been, I mean, everywhere I went, I would come back in a week or two and tell city manager, city attorney, Here's more things. Here's more things. The user experience has been so challenging. So when you take the user experience and the cost, it's just made a terrible recipe. And I know so many changes have been made, and I really appreciate, you know, the YouTubes and the changing out of the white text and on the you know, vinyl, and yes, these things are changing, but unfortunately, just the experience has been, at this point, just such a bad taste. So I really want to get people to be able to come back downtown and know that we are here for them and to have our businesses thrive. And I think that, and I'm hearing that my council members might not be on the same page as me, but I feel that from now through the holidays, this is the time where a lot of people are making their big money that lasted the whole entire year. And so to me, the first hour free, I think that's just a given. If I could tear out the gate list right now so that it was just easy and we don't have to deal with coupon codes and the chase for tickets, like that is what I would do. I know that logically we can't necessarily do that, so I'm not throwing that out there as an option, but I do think we have to think about that. If the software doesn't work, if the technology doesn't work, maybe that is something we have to do. And I know that sounds horrible, but I have to put that out there. I think that a lot of businesses are closed on Sunday, but I also know that a lot of businesses are struggling, and Sunday, Monday are the most difficult times. So these are things that I've been considering as we look at, like, what are these other options? And then adjusting the paid parking times from 9 to 6 and getting rid of that 6 to 9 time. I just feel like right now, again, we're trying to get people back downtown, and we're trying to get people back downtown during the holidays. We have a buy local program, but then we're saying, here's $25, but it's going to charge you $16 or $12, sorry, maximum, to come downtown. It doesn't make sense what we're doing. So to me, that's if it were up to me, and I know that is right there when I add those three together, that's the 2 million. So there's no more to go. And I understand we have a bank, and I am not trying to push us past that $2 million. So if it were up to me, that's what I would do. I hear everyone's wishes of moving it all back and having it all free, and we do have to pay for what we do. You know, when I think about, actually, I think it was Mr. Horn's quote, and there was the end of his quote in the Tribune was, we also need to cover the cost in managing and providing public parking services downtown. And that is a reality. We do have to look at that downtown too, or not just downtown, but everything we have as far as the city is, we do have to pay for these things. And there are limited ways to pay for everything. But I appreciated, you know, I appreciate Councilmember Pease, and I believe it was Cannon, who talked about there are other places we have taken Measure G money or something else to pay for different parking in different parts of our city. And so while I do appreciate the revenue aspect, we've said this is a clear line, but is it? You know, when I looked at some safety things that I saw strangely at the Tesla takeover of Madonna Meadows, you know, I saw some opportunities to look at some different technology that maybe we could do cameras in the structure, the whole different repeater thing and blah, blah, way more technology than I have. And I'm not asking us to do that today, but my point is we have to like look at other ideas, and there isn't always grants, but sometimes there are for some of these really updated technology things, and that's what we're seeing. There's not grants for parking, but there's grants for bikeways, because that's what the state and federal government want to do. That's what some nonprofits want to do. So I see, you know, that's what we're looking at. So sorry, I'm very scattered at this point because I've heard so many great ideas that I don't want to necessarily go down all the ideas you've all shared already. But I just really think it's important that we look at, how do we help the local businesses thrive? How do we help local community members get around our community physically, but also just enjoy their time downtown? And parking is part of this experience. So I don't think today's decisions are going to be perfect. They're not going to make everyone happy. You know, someone in our public comment said the 1 hour free wouldn't do much for her. But as she described her 4 hours, and I don't know how many days, would that parking pass maybe work for her? And so we also have to look at different communication and help people think out of their box a little bit too, which is hard. Because I mean, education we've been trying lots of different ways, and it still seems like we're not necessarily getting the to and from. But what I saw today was a community, not just today, but I mean in this last couple of weeks, was a community who pulled together and said, all right, let's do a letter and let's talk about this is what matters most to us to the city council and get them to make a decision. And then I saw social media saying, come to the city council, this issue really matters. Well, I hope that the education is also something that y'all come alongside us with. Because if we don't have the education, that people won't know how to get downtown. It doesn't matter if it is $1.50 or $3. If we don't have the education, they don't know how to use the bike lanes or use a bike light or whatever it is. So we really need the community to come alongside with us. Otherwise, it really doesn't matter what we do because people won't hear and they won't do the action as well. So I'm just throwing that out there. So I think at this point, when I look at the recommendations with the suggestions of changes from the vice mayor for the RFP, I'm very comfortable with that. I will put it out there and y'all can decide what you want to do, but I really feel like it's very important. First hour free was shared with us from so many community members and so many businesses that this first hour free was important. I think the adjusted parking times was also shared quite a bit. I know it was a second, but that 6 to 9, what are we trying to make thrive downtown? I mean, the banks are done at 5. So we're trying to make the retail shopping, we're trying to make the food shopping, we're trying to make the movies happening downtown. So that's where I'm at.
Could you clearly state you would like to reinstate?
Yes, I would like on table 3 on page 154, beyond number 4's resolution of 1 hour of free parking for all users of the city's parking structures. I would also like to include the free parking Sunday for the 2023 to 24 revenue is $96,000 loss. And I would also like to include on the on-street parking, the adjusting the paid parking times to 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., which gives that 6 to 9 p.m. back to our community members. It is $1,057,000 negative. That equals to almost about $2 million, which is about the amount that we're looking at to match. So that's why I'm suggesting those 3. Go ahead, Councilmember Shorsman.
Maybe I missed something, but where is the $2 million that we have? I thought we had $1 million in fund balance. So are you seeing something that I'm not?
I saw something earlier in the presentation that said it was $2 million.
It's what we're burning down.
Yeah.
We go through it in a year.
Staff, Mr. Horn or City Manager Johnson.
Staff.
Yeah, let me give you the numbers. So that scenario right there has us going negative in our fund balance in the next fiscal year. So 24, 25, we need to find an additional $300,000.
Can you, was that in the slides? I'm still a little bit, I'm sorry. That slide I thought was just the first hour free. We would run out of fund balance in 28 or 29, 30.
That's a projection. No, when we're gonna run out of fund balance. That idea of when we're gonna run out of fund balance is a total projection that it's the best guess, but it's a guess. Okay.
I understand that.
So, yeah, so it's possible that there will be more people parking in the structure. There'll be, it's possible there'll be an uptick in the economy and like that. Maybe it'll go the other way, but it's still, I don't think we should look at that 2029 as like an actual a hard stop in terms of this, what we're talking about. There may be things that we can do to actually reduce expenditures within the, within the structure. So what I'd like to know is if we had free parking all day Sunday is what you're saying, and and we stop enforcing we stop asking for paid parking at 6 p.m., how much would that be? Because we can't vote on it if we don't know.
Yeah, I'm still.
Very true. I think, Mr. Horn.
I'm sorry, can I understand the scenarios one more time? Because I did a calculation for the first hour free and the 6 to 9 p.m. And so that projection has us running out of fund balance next fiscal year. And I would add that as we project into the future, it becomes more and more fuzzy. As we use the information that we have based on current parking trends, the near term is pretty good. I would argue that we're actually 21% within our projections. So based on our last little bit, we're 1% off on our fund projections. So we've done a real good job at that. And so I think we're pretty good in the near term. So if I could actually, what are the three scenarios that we're coupling here?
It was the first hour free, which was the 830. Correct. It was the free parking Sunday, which was 96,000, and then the getting that 6 to 9 p.m. back, which was 1,057,000.
Oh, okay.
That was, yeah, because we don't know until we get that parking rate survey. I'm sorry, parking rate study back. We can't decide beyond that.
So you're saying for the remainder of the fiscal
You're not looking out beyond the year.
Correct. So I'm saying for 23, 24, that is the plan, because we can't, until we have the data back from the RFP and from the study, it doesn't make sense to me that we can make any further decisions.
So it would end
fiscal year 23, 24, so in June 30th. It doesn't mean that it has to end forever. It just, at this point in time, we can't make that decision. Council Member Pease, sorry.
Thank you. And, I think conceptually I'm supportive of that. I am wanting to do something more between now and the results of that parking rate study. I feel a little uncomfortable, again, just at this hour, not knowing if we're going to blow $1 million. Is that the right $1 million to be spending on that, right? So, and because we don't know the rate study, it means that, I'm pretty committed to keeping 1 hour free because of those reasons of the kind of public access aspects. And so if the rate study comes on and people decide the most important thing is to get street parking from $4 to $3, and then we've got to do something to get the parity at the parking structure, we've kind of burned through it. Unless we are okay for the conversation that it's not a standalone fund. That feels like, and then that's a general plan. I'm already seeing some head shaking, so maybe some head nodding, but a minority of that. So I'm not sure that I would be, as much as I want to, I just don't think without having some other accommodation, or maybe we have direct staff to evaluate as something over the next month. We'll have Sundays free for, starting Thanksgiving through the holidays. If we can add that, that Friday, I would support that. And then maybe we direct staff to consider, is there additional relief that can be accommodated within current general plan policy, but maybe there's some other relief. And just, I'm just, rather than trying to figure out right now, as you noted, these different businesses want different things.
I see City Attorney lit up, so I'll go ahead to go to her. Maybe. There we go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. I just, as the council deliberates, want to make sure that we're aware that parking regulations have to be posted on signage and are only enforceable if posted on signage. So if we're talking about changing wholesale on-street parking, that is a significant undertaking, or your regulations aren't enforceable. So just so that you have that piece of information to consider.
Thank you, appreciate that. City Manager.
That was exactly what I was going to say. And I would just say that I would just ask for the council to be clear and decisive, and then clear if we come back what you're asking for. What is it, and what is it beyond the options that we've presented? So if there's any additional scenarios you want us to come up with that we haven't developed, then we need to understand what those are if we're going to have another hearing. If I'm understanding Councilmember Pease, maybe perhaps I'm not following you.
I think what I would be interested in is an evaluation of a priority beyond what we just, right now, we have a list. We're picking this one, and we're agreed on that. So like, yes, let's implement first hour free in the structures. And then I guess I'm checking maybe the time frame is that it gives us, that we have 2 years of cushion, that we don't, what could we do with another $500,000, and can we work with the Downtown Slow Parking and Access Committee as supplemented in order to understand, like, hey, the council can't do everything, but we can do something. We can do $500,000. Would that be best for free parking on Sundays for the rest of the year, or 2 months of free parking after 6 p.m. in which we do temporary bags, printed with the messaging and, some kind of like a quick build for a parking fix? Yeah, so, yeah. So I don't know.
Councilmember Shoresman, you've been waiting patiently.
Thank you. So we have, between now and the new year, we have our free parking days. We have 12 days. I'm open to adding that extra Sunday that happens to fall in the middle of, oh, okay, never mind then. I thought we were missing a Sunday. So we have that short-term thing happening automatically to help businesses. I think staff is asking for clarity. And what I was understanding, and I think I'm still not totally clear of what you were asking for, Mayor, but what I heard and what makes sense to me is, given the $1 million revenue, unanticipated revenue that we have, and the first free hour costing $1.4 million, that it makes sense to do that for a year until we have, that gives us 3 or 4 months after the parking study comes out. Parking study comes out in April. That way we have all of the feedback and the data from our parking study.
When you say year, do you mean 23, 24, or do you mean all of the rest of 24?
I would say fiscal year, yes. So, till next July. And if staff thinks that we need more time to kind of massage the rate study and actually make something happen, then I would say maybe 18 months, just whatever reasonable time frame we need in order to improve the user experience and give something back to the businesses that are struggling, and make it clear for staff. And I recognize one of the problems that I had with the first hour free is that I feel like it's not necessarily equally impacting evening businesses versus daytime businesses. So I really do feel the pull of the 6 p.m. Stop and enforcement time, but it's $1.8 million, and that gets us a year, and that gets us way above what we have to offer right now. So to be fiscally responsible, I feel like a short-term solution would be that first free hour for an hour, maybe hour and a half. I would defer to staff. A free hour for a year or a year and a half. I would defer to staff on what the time frame would be needed in order to implement some of the rate study proposals. and do that for now, knowing that this is just a short-term thing that we can do to help businesses right now in the interim while we wait for the rate study.
So Madam Mayor and Councilmember Shorsman, so my recommendation, if you're gonna do anything temporary, it's 2 years. I think 2 years, you have to have enough time because it's gonna take some time to work through implementation of the rate study and any other future changes. So if I could ask staff to bring up the recommendation again, and I just want to walk through the council and you can decide that this is not the right action.
Before we do that though, please, where you were just a minute ago, was I think where I wanted to look at, please.
All right, and so I think 2 years on anything on temporary, and then we can talk about if there's anything beyond the 1 hour you want to do. Then I've got some suggestions for you, and we're happy to come back. I've had some sidebar discussions with Gavin around other options. Here again, my strong recommendation is to be clear and definitive of what we want to do and for whatever duration and time frame, so it's clear to the business community.
So there was something where I saw 2 million, and now I'm feeling like I'm losing my mind, but.
Yeah, I don't know where
Oh, it was maybe the favorable flat rate that we got from the bond.
It's at the bottom.
That's 2.5. That's the only one that I come up with.
Unreserved fund balance.
Oh yeah, the whole thing, that's what I'm looking at. So if we were to do the, sorry, going back to that. So if we were to do the first hour free, the Sunday, and the adjusted parking rates of this, getting rid of the 6 to 9 p.m., that takes us to where, Mr. Horn? As far as going negative?
Yeah, no, I know.
Thank you.
We finished this fiscal year
course.
in positive territory. It's next fiscal year is the problem. The city manager Johnson was mentioning, I think we owe it some level of perhaps consistency in the downtown as
Agreed.
far as rates and what we want out of the community. And so this would be a very short-term implementation, perhaps a little chaotic to make it happen quickly. And I'm not exactly sure you get the user experience that you're looking for out of
Yeah,
this.
sounds like it. So as far as the going through 24, 25, that's when we'd be negative 200,000?
Yeah, after we hit the fiscal year 24-25, into fiscal year 24-25, we are negative $560,000.
Where do you see that? 'Cause I only see negative 199.
I'm doing
okay.
it. So what I did here is
Got it.
Yeah,
Got
it's
it.
real
Thank
time
you so
math,
much.
but
Thank you.
What we wanted to show here is, because we were looking at the bar graph the other day, it only had one scenario on it. And basically what we're doing, the top part of the graph is revenues, the middle part's expenditures, and the bottom's your savings account. And so as we decrease revenue and increase expenditures, the savings account decreases. And basically all I'm trying to do is tell you what fiscal year the savings account goes negative.
That's what I was looking for, so that's perfect. Thank you so much. Vice Mayor Marks?
Okay, I'm gonna try to make a motion, see what people say. I have to say, I love the idea of stopping, enforcing parking after 6 p.m., but I'm queasy to do that without having the rate study, because I don't really know what the consequences would be. So I would like to move staff's recommendation with the change in the scope of the RFP, as mentioned in my slide, with the 1 hour free parking that would last for 2 years, and the holiday parade dates for the next 2 years. 6 to stop enforcing paid parking at 6 p.m. On the night of the holiday parade, whatever that is, and free parking on Sunday. Now, the reason I'm going to throw that in is that it wasn't that much money. It might end up being a big deal in terms of when people decide to do their shopping. I don't know. So that's, I'm going to make that as a motion. Can you put your microphone on? So
She wanted to know
hear you?
when those would expire.
2 years.
So the end of fiscal year 2024. I'm going backwards in future. 2024 to 25. That's the end.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's actually 18 months. It's 18 calendar months, but it's this fiscal year and then the next fiscal year.
So through 2025.
5, yes.
So through fiscal year 24, 25 is what you're proposing. So you're proposing free parking on Sundays because that's only $163,000 a year.
It's not that much, and it might make a big difference, so.
I guess my only concern about that is that it's yet another daytime benefit for businesses that operate during the day. Are there a lot of evening businesses open on Sundays, or?
Well, actually,
Restaurants.
I think, yeah, you hit restaurants and some retail.
Okay. I guess I don't have too much of an opinion.
Sorry, I was trying to get you back on, sorry.
If there's not a second, it will die for lack of a
Well,
second.
Councilmember Francis is her hand up, so go ahead.
I just wanted to see the numbers on Vice Mayor Marks's proposal here, just so we can make sure that pencils out.
Sure, yeah, the first hour free parking for 2 years.
I'm
Actually, it
sure you
goes-
can't factor in the parade, but adding in at least the Sundays.
Yes, so basically what I have is Sunday and first hour free, and basically we're good, up to the 28-29 fiscal year. At the end of the 29-30, we're 1.1 negative, 1.1 million negative. So it's a minor increase in the total, there's a minor increase in our depletion rate, but we'd still make it all the way out to the 29-30.
And forgive me, can you put that chart up again about the various options and how much each of them costs?
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
So it's a minor adjustment in the negative depletion rate in 2029.
Absolutely.
Okay, no,
Well
I just
stated.
want to, I'm just repeating back to make sure that I'm hearing it, because now it's 11 o'clock, and now we need a motion to see if we can actually go beyond 11 o'clock according to our policies and procedures.
Hold on one second, City Manager, did you want to add to that same statement that Vice Mayor just said?
That's it. I was just going to say the council does, per your council policy procedures, need to vote. We need a majority vote to continue. Otherwise, we need to conclude the meeting.
Yeah, my question was going to be, do we have to do that before we have a second coming on? Love technology.
My recommendation is take a pause and have a motion from the council to continue the meeting beyond 11 o'clock and then resume the conversation and the motion.
Sounds good. I'm really hoping that we can finish this conversation, so I'm going to motion that we move past 11 o'clock. Is there a second?
There's a second.
All right, can't we have roll call?
Mayor Stewart?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Shorsman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Marks?
Yes, and I also think we need to table the transit study.
One step at a time.
Okay.
All right, so motion passes 5-0. We'll go past 11, and I thought I was hearing a second from Councilmember Francis, but I'm not sure.
I'm just making sure we've said a lot of things before I know what I'm seconding here. It's reinstating the first hour free through 2 fiscal years. It's the holiday parade. It's the Sundays. I would also like to, and this doesn't necessarily need to be in the motion, but make sure that we are staying focused on helping the businesses who are in the construction zone access parking for their employees, special permits, Dana Street, whatever it happens to be. I want to make sure we don't lose sight of that. And also making sure that, and again, this doesn't have to go into the motion, but that we are moving to that park pay play model. park play pay model as soon as possible. Thank you. With a focus on the user-friendly experience. And with those caveats, I'm happy to make a second.
Okay, and also including the language about the scope of the RFP.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Could we pull up that language again? Because what you read is not exactly what the staff slide is,
well,
correct?
I couldn't.
Is it, right? It looked a little different than when you were reading it, so.
There was also agenda correspondence that went out about this too.
Correct, but is this proposed language exactly what Councilmember Marks, or this is what staff adapted based on hers? Yeah. Okay, so I wanted to make sure, one, that Councilmember Marks or Vice Mayor Marks understood that this is a different language. It was in the correspondence, but it's different. And then that last sentence, the addition there, I don't think is helpful. I appreciated Vice Mayor Marks's original wording, proposed wording at the very end, identifying opportunities for revenue stabilization, period. I think it's kind of hitting you over the head about this self-supporting now and in the near future, I think kind of is a little too narrow. But I agree. I think optimization isn't maximizing, but I'm fine with stabilizing as well. So I would accept this language with that one change instead of.
Oh, okay, so that you're saying identifying opportunities for revenue stabilization and then to ensure the city parking.
No, and then just period. And just not do that whole last sentence.
No, that's fine with me.
So amendment second, okay with the change in that? Okay. Councilmember Francis says
sorry,
yes.
can I, before deliberation, you had alluded to maybe some sidebar discussions with Gavin on other parking things, or was that not relevant to this?
That's not relevant. I think the council's moved on.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Shoresman.
Yes, to add one or two more little elements to the RFP that I brought up in my deliberation comments about making sure the RFP scope includes a locals preference program of some type, some sort of local bonus program.
Could we put that back up on the screen, pretty please? The RFP factors, for lack of a better word. Perfect, thank you.
Right, so adding to this list some sort of local program. And was parking validation current? So evaluating parking validation programs.
Yeah, that's number 12.
And low-income employees in there or employees in there.
So that is a rate study scenario. It doesn't affect the language in paragraph A of the introduction.
No. Just the scope of this is the scope of things that the rate study would cover.
That's the scenario. So we were talking about the language of the first paragraph.
I'm okay with what you've proposed.
Got it. All right.
I just wanted to add a few more elements to the rate study scenarios.
Okay. Well,
being a locals program and making sure that there were evaluation of employee programs.
I support that, but it's not really part of the motion, so could we?
Well, but I think it is actually in a way, because as far as making sure we're covering what the rate study is to study, and I think that there was one more that I don't know how else to say this, so I'm just gonna say it. One of the things that you mentioned earlier, Councilmember Pease, was, okay, but what if all the rate study's done and we have to take the meters down $1, and so we wanted to do something else different on the structure, but not necessarily, because maybe the rates are saying that we're taking it down on the street, staying the same, but the fact that you can stay as long as you want in the structure, hopefully, that would be enough motivation versus the 2-hour max on the street. So I think it's okay that we look into that. So with the rate study, I was just saying that, let's say at the end of the entire rate study, the analysis says take down the meters by $1. We don't have to necessarily do a corresponding reduced dollar at the structures, right? That's not a correlation that has to happen according to our policies or anything?
No, that doesn't have to happen.
Great.
Basically, the parking study will tell you, based on projections, where they think parkers are gonna go and what
Right.
revenue you'll get from that.
Right, so maybe the idea will be, that's fine, keep it the same amount of dollars, but I love the fact that I can stay here for the whole day or whatever. Yeah, and you get the first hour free, exactly. So, okay, thank you for your patience. Oh, that's a separate motion altogether, isn't it?
$5 is gone. Is that what you mean? Sorry, so we haven't officially taken down the $5 anticipate, the jump to, that would be 2025. Does it make, in this moment, do we need to, because the budget projection has already taken that out, can we go ahead and agree to that?
My understanding is we had to vote on this first, and then at a future meeting, we would vote on that. Is that correct, City Manager, or no?
Yes, that's correct. Okay. That's correct. Yeah, we can come back. We're going to need, there's a technical issue here. Rates and structures are adopted by resolutions, and rates on streets are adopted by ordinance. So we're going to have to bring an ordinance back at some point to make that change.
For the on-street.
But
okay.
For purposes of planning and budgeting, there has been no assumptions that the rates that the council has adopted will take effect. So there's a cleanup, but you can't do that tonight. If you want to signal that as part of your motion to direct staff to bring back that ordinance, that would be helpful.
Got it, thank you.
Absolutely.
You'd like to update that
Yes, I'd like
motion?
to.
Well, right now it's Vice Mayor Marks
Sorry, it's
and
Marks' motion.
Francis that seconded, so Vice Mayor Marks.
Okay, so that, I accept that friendly amendment. And does Councilman Francis as well?
I second that.
Okay.
All right, any other questions or comments about our current?
Can I just offer, as your policy advisor, I think you ought to, the council, have any temporary programs 3B through the end of fiscal year 25. I just think for purposes of planning.
That's what we said.
Yeah, okay, just so we're clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, just want to clear with everyone, because I think businesses will be making decisions.
Absolutely.
And so they want certainty and clarity about what they're doing and what's happening. As much as we can provide those signals, I think that's helpful. So do you want us to read back the motion to make sure we've got everything?
I think you would like that.
Yeah, I think for purposes of just trying to make sure we got everything. So if I could ask staff to bring forward the recommendation, and I'm going to do my best because we've been trying to track the bouncing ball I have, and so it's review and provide, so direction on scope, strategy, and outreach efforts. So you've done that. You've authorized the advertisement of the RFP for the rate study, vendors with changes provided by Council Marks and with amendments made by Council Member Pease.
And
Shoresman, to include as part of the analysis, locals preference program, making sure there's evaluation of employee programs, making sure that I've got those right. That's the totality of it. And approving a draft resolution of the city council authorizing 1 hour of free parking for all users in city programs through June 30th, 2025, and for free parking on Sundays in the parking structures through June 30th, 2025.
And the date of the holiday parade
and
for
to include
23 and 24.
Free parking for all users, both streets and structures, for the 2023 holiday parade.
And 2024 holiday parade.
And the 24, sorry.
Keeping consistent with the year and a half.
Okay, from 6 to 9. Okay, from 6 to 9 p.m. And then lastly, directing staff to return with the necessary ordinance and change to delete and remove any planned rate increases scheduled for July 1, 2025.
Councilmember Francis?
I just want to make sure that we also aren't forgetting about the employee parking on Lower Higuera, the businesses in proximity to the construction, making sure that we're figuring out an option for them.
But that's not part of the motion. That's guidance.
But it's not going into the RFP, so I just want to make sure that that's.
So,
Right.
and then, so if I could add, and then direct staff to return with proposed changes necessary to authorize the Public Works Director to implement any sort of employee parking programs on Dana Street.
Thank you.
And that needs to be part of the motion?
I think all of that would be helpful. I want to check with my colleague here to make sure that
We haven't jumped outside the bounds of what is agendized.
No, I think you're fine within the scope of your agenda notice. We signaled there were plenty of options on the table there.
Got it. Thank you so much. Okay. Any other questions, additions, changes? Can we have roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Shorsman?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, with very begrudging feeling about the 6 to 9 p.m. But I do understand we need additional data. Motion passes 5-0. Now, time for another motion. I am motioning that we table the item, let me just make sure I get the right number here, 7A, which is the transit study, transit innovation study review. And I would like to suggest a date certain in January.
Madam Mayor, if you're open to a suggestion from staff, I would suggest January 23rd, 2024.
Yes, and before we do that, though, we do have 2 people with comments. So can we hear those comments today, or do we have to wait till January?
You can certainly hear those tonight, and then you can just keep the public comment period open, and then we'll take public comment again.
Great.
Oh my gosh.
So I would just love to be able to make sure that, are there 2 people here that had a comment on the transit innovation study? Okay, love to hear your comments. City Clerk, sorry to throw you off there completely, but I do want to make sure we get the T-bid later. Do we need to vote on this before we vote on tabling before we hear the public comment?
My recommendation, go ahead and take the comment, and then you can then trail after receiving the public comment, and then trail and continue.
Perfect. Councilmember Pease.
Thanks. I just want to check in if we are postponing until January, how might that impact the short-range transit plan, which is, I think, in progress?
Since we weren't voting.
So they'll absorb it as it is, presumably.
The short-range transit plan, it's a longer phase implementation. This is one of the many studies that are going to inform that. So this is not going to impact it negatively.
So scooching it to January is okay?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question. Okay, City Clerk.
Nathan Perez and Yiming Liu?
I'm a first-year city planning.
I don't think it's on. 1 second, please. Do you have a button you could press right in front of you?
Oh, there we go. Sorry.
We go.
Hi, I'm Nathan Perez. I'm a first-year city and regional planning student at Cal Poly. And on the topic of bus transit, this summer, my city, Visalia, California, weathered a pretty tricky situation with their transit contractor and the Teamsters going on strike. And I understand that SLO is also in a transit contract situation, right? Or are the bus drivers directly paid by the city?
It's
contract? Okay.
Yeah.
So I use the bus a lot, or at least I try to use the bus a lot since first year. I can't drive a car. And I really appreciate the existence of the bus in this small town. And I understand the difficulties with working with the contractor and the bus driver shortage to get that additional frequency. But I can definitely speak for the rest of my students that if there was more frequency, we'd definitely be willing to go downtown more often, regardless of the current parking situation. To speak to that a little bit, coming from where I'm from with Visalia, we have a great main street, but the rest of the downtown was flattened by surface parking. So I really love to see what you guys are doing here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Yiming. I'm also a first-year CRP major. I really appreciate how thoughtful and thorough everyone was in these council. You guys really went over every possibility and combination, even if you put the staff at a little bit of pain. Thank you, the city manager, for allowing us to speak after 6 hours. I like how you guys put estimated time 90 minutes. Oh, pretty big error. Hopefully the error is not that big for the parking estimate, right? Okay. Anyways, so for the transit innovation program, I quickly skimmed it right before this. The number one feedback was bus headways need to be improved, and I just want to echo that. Our current bus headways on the 4A and 4B are every 45 minutes. If you think about it, we have 5,300 freshmen who don't have a car, and if we had a great bus system, you could get downtown. I don't know what kind of business would want to reject 5,300 customers. You have a huge base, you have the density that we can do, and it really seems like a really pragmatic solution that we can do very quickly. Other than that, I would like to say to the business owners, Kennedy Library is closed until 2025. If you make your cafe into a really nice library atmosphere, you get a lot of business until 2025, and even hook the people on until, for the rest of their Cal Poly careers. You really have a huge business opportunity. The Cal Poly food plan right now is not that good. I mean, if you have really good food and really good buses, this is huge profit. So I think the business owners, I feel like, I'm not a business owner, but I feel like they are a little bit pessimistic about how all this parking issue is going to kind of cause a lot of strain for them. But I want to remind them that, we have Cal Poly. Cal Poly has 22,000 undergraduates and, a couple postgraduates. But we are a huge, tax base, consumer base, and we want to spend money in the downtown, but, I can't take the bus home back now. I have to walk home now because the headways are for every 45 minutes and they end at 10. If you think about what young people are doing, they're going to bars. They're not stopping at 10 p.m. They're going to go way later. Not me. I don't drink alcohol. But I'm just reflecting the neighbors. I live in a dorm. People are not officially drunk because I don't want to get my RN in trouble. But anyways, you have a huge business owners, you have a huge opportunity in front of you. Get some buses downtown. Us students, we would love to spend. I have a 48 the pass from the Palm Theater. 6 movies, $48. If there were better headways, I'd spend $500. I don't know, but just better buses, better business, better everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Vice Mayor Marks, did you have?
Yeah, that was my question. If you could take the bus home now, if you can't, so if you need a ride, I can give you a ride. Okay.
And in summer, it's done at 7 p.m. Anywho. All right, so transit innovation study has been tabled. Did we already officially vote? Yeah, thank you. Whew. All right, so we do need to do the T-bid hearing though, don't we? Molly. Well, thank you, and I'm sorry we're having you here at 11:22 at night, but thank you for being here. We have the annual public hearing for the Tourism Business Improvement District. And we'll go ahead and Greg Herman, start this off.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. We have a very brief presentation for you this evening. This is a follow-up from the presentation you received at your last meeting with the annual report. Tonight is your opportunity to continue the assessment that funds the efforts of the TBID, joined by Molly Kano for her first presentation in her new role as the Economic Development and Tourism Manager. I'll hand it over to Molly.
All right. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. As Mr. Herman mentioned, this evening we will be presenting the report for our public hearing for the TBID. Yes, something happened with the font. So yeah, technology. So that says City of San Luis Obispo in hieroglyphics. Yes. Exactly. So the hearing tonight before you is the second part of our two-part process that we do annually for the TBID. The first part of the process, of course, consisted of our report on our annual activities and our annual report that we brought before you on the 17th of October. Oh my goodness. Hold, please. This is just getting wilder by the moment. Let me. Okay.
It didn't do this in the run through.
Yeah, I'm gonna close it and start over. Don't see. Maybe.
Well, why don't we do our liaison reports, and then we'll come back to the TBID hearing as soon as you are all ready.
You want to do the liaison?
Yeah, sound good? Okay, so Councilmember Pease.
I just wanted to share that I did go up to San Francisco on Slocog's dime for the Focus on the Future conference. God, did I talk about that last time already? I'm like losing it here. I think so. Oh, no, I shared that at RTA, sorry. And it is put on by the Self-Help Counties Coalition, so the 25 counties throughout the state that have a self-help housing sales tax, or self-help, I can't do it, a self-help revenue measure. So it's all on transportation, was awesome. Okay, I'm stopping.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, it's been a while. So there's a bunch of things that have been happening over the last couple of weeks. I attended with the mayor here, the Student Community Liaison Committee on the 19th. Good conversation there about neighborhood safety and Halloween follow-up and all kinds of interesting stuff. And then on the 25th of October, we had the city flu vaccination clinic at the fire station where employees and their families could get vaccinated in the fire bay. Always a good opportunity to see everybody doing their thing, giving shots and stickers to kids, and lots of people getting safe for the flu season. Then on the 29th, we had Dia de los Muertos in the plaza, which was a wonderful event, thanks to the Latino Outreach Council, and Councilmember Pease and the team did a fabulous job. It was huge. There was a lot of people there, bigger and bigger each year. Then I got a chance to see Councilmember Francis decked out in fire gear during the Fire Ops 101 class. I wasn't able to do it myself, but I'm first in line next time. It looked like a good time. So happy to do that next time. And then was grateful to attend the Leadership SLO graduation on Friday at Bang the Drum Brewery, and saw some of you there, Councilmember Pease and others, welcoming in a new crop of the Leadership SLO program. So very exciting stuff. I think that's about it.
Awesome, thank you. Are you all set?
Okay.
All right, we're gonna go back to the Tourism Business Improvement District hearing. All right, let's try this again. See, it says City of San Luis Obispo now. There we go. All right, so before you this evening, there are two recommendations. The first is for you all to conduct the public hearing for public testimony regarding the council's intention to continue with the SLO T-bid and to determine if a legally sufficient protest is made. If there is not a legally sufficient protest, then the recommendation before you is to adopt the resolution of intention, declaring the basis for and levy of the assessment, and affirming the district through the fiscal year. So a little bit of background on the T-bid. Of course, it was established in 2008. So yes, October 1st celebrated our 15th anniversary of our Tourism Business Improvement District. The T-bid is funded through the self-assessment by the lodging industry with 2% of the gross receipts. And the constituent base is made up of all of our TOT paying properties in the city. So that includes hotels, motels, B&Bs, and our permitted homestays. So the ordinance that was formed and was implemented in accordance with the state street and highways code, and that stipulates that the special assessment has to be used for tourism marketing and for the benefit of the assessed properties with hotel operators within the district. All right, so on the 17th, we went through a full recap of all of the accomplishments, but here is just a quick reminder of some of the things that the T-bid accomplished last fiscal year, which included launching the new and redesigned visitslo.com, the continuation of our Sustainable SLO program with our Keys for Trees initiative, and support of midweek travel through our midweekend campaign, and of course, also getting people talking about San Luis Obispo through our various social media channels, our earned, our owned, and our paid programs. So now we get to the public hearing portion. Following all of this presentation and the presentation that we gave you on the 17th, Council adopted the resolution of intention to levy the annual T-bid assessment and scheduled the public hearing for tonight. And we have distributed that communication out to ask for if there were any protests, written or verbal, against the continuation of the district. At the start of the meeting this evening, there was one written protest that was received. And then at the conclusion of our public hearing, we will tally any additional protests that are received so that we can report out those results. So with that, Mayor Stewart, I will turn it back over to you for the public hearing. Thank you so much. Are there any initial questions from my colleagues? All right, so knowing that, I'd like to take this opportunity to open the public hearing and ask if there are any hoteliers that wish to protest the 23 to 24 T-bid assessment. Please raise your hand. And I just have to ask, since we did go past 11, was there anyone here earlier that had put in a public comment, City Clerk?
No, there was not.
Okay, great, thank you so much. So City Clerk will not have any names of hoteliers to call. So will you report the results, or does she need to say that again?
There's no one requesting to speak online or in the room.
Great, thank you so much. All right, now it's time for further discussion. Any other further discussion? Councilmember Shoresman.
I have no discussion, but I'm ready to make the motion if we're ready.
I think you're ready.
Okay, then I will make the motion to adopt a resolution entitled a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Luis Obispo declaring the basis for and the levy of the assessment of the San Luis Obispo Tourism Business Improvement District and affirming the establishment of the district.
Fantastic. Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
I would like to second that.
Thank you for the second. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Schwarzman?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Marks?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much for waiting all this time and getting this hearing taken care of. Thank you. All right, so we should finish up since we started halfway through the liaison reports. I think there were Councilmember Francis and Vice Mayor Marks. So Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you. On October 19th, there was the CAPSLO board meeting. And on the 20th, I was lucky to go to the mayor's lunch in Grover Beach for Mayor Stewart and got to meet the new head of the Mexican consulate, Ambassador Ricardo Santana Velasquez. On the 23rd of October, we all said goodbye to Bettina Swigger, the old head of downtown SLO. And I also got to attend the Dia de los Muertos celebration, was really impressed by the work of the Latino Council, Outreach Council, and Councilmember Pease. Participated in fire ops, and if you ever have an opportunity to sign up for fire ops, highly recommend it. Our firefighters put on an incredible program that was deeply humbling and incredibly educational, and just had the most enjoyable and challenging day. So recommend that everybody sign up for that in the future. Many of us attended the Central Coast Economic Forecast on the 3rd, and we had our Arbor Day celebration on the 4th, where we planted trees together, and I got to read my first proclamation. So thank you.
That's awesome. And I hear we're almost a third of the way to our trees of 10,000 trees by 2035. That's absolutely amazing. 3,000 trees planted. Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. Well, the IWMA is happy to say that the County of San Luis Obispo did vote to join the IWMA, and now it's up to the cities. All 7 cities have to put it on their agenda, and hopefully it will be on consent agendas. When all 7 cities have approved the county's vote, then it will be complete. So that's where we're at. On 3CE, I've been asked to serve on a subcommittee to evaluate the performance of Rob Shaw, who's the CEO of 3CE. I'm looking forward to that. On the 30th, I met with Josh Medrano regarding worker, what did they call them? It used to call them PLAs. What do they call them? Community workforce agreements. I met with Donna Price also on that day regarding tenant and renter protection in the city of San Luis Obispo. And also attended the offshore wind information session, which was really great. Yeah, and then on the 5th, I attended a Sierra Club fundraiser. Our mayor spoke beautifully, and it was a joyful occasion. And so that's all for now. Thanks.
Thank you so much. There's been so much we've all been attending. I'll try to keep it brief. Also, Dia de los Muertos event was fantastic. So thrilled that Latino Outreach Council did a great job. And I had many community members walk up to me and tell me, gosh, this needs to happen again. This is wonderful. So absolutely great. Also got to be a judge at Farmers Market for the Halloween costume contest. My goodness, there are so many amazing, talented people in this community. I had, I think, 4 different meetings with Cal Poly regarding
many different issues, but development, housing, student behavior, safety enhancement zones, holidays. So lots of things that we were talking about. Also happy to be at the Illumina Alliance Walk, sharing about domestic violence awareness and prevention, of course. Also, mine was Union Week. I got to spend some time with Joshua Madrano as well as Leonardo from the Central Coast Labor Union, and then went to the Central Coast Economic Forecast and the Justice and Diversity in the Outdoors, as well as the Senior Volunteer Services event Sunday. And lastly, yesterday I got to give a proclamation to ITW, also known as Slime, is one of their main products. They have over time given over $1 million to United Way, and Don Ortiz-Legg, Supervisor Ortiz-Legg, and I were able to provide a proclamation resolution for them. It was really great because they have given back so much to our community. Lastly, I was able to meet with a community member. They had me walk through their neighborhood to really truly understand some of the frustrations, some of the challenges. We got to talk about Ask Slow and really help their community members know how to, or their neighbors, how to share what's going on in their neighborhood with us as staff, and really, really great. So just want to thank everyone in this community continually for getting involved and getting us involved with what's going on. So thank you so much, and I hope you all have a good evening, and good night to everyone on Zoom.